So please, let's make use of the opportunity. Meet the person beside you. The person might just be appointed very soon as a senior special assistant or commissioner or something. And then you say, oh, I know him. Oh, I know her. I sat down beside her. Take a picture, take a selfie, connect with someone I like what I see. I like what I see. I like this audience. Very engaging. Fantastic. You're doing well. Nobody wants to meet me. Let me go and meet somebody. Let me help myself. So while we're at it, I'm also engaging in mine. Please be attentive. Some people are very good at forgetting names. So please try to remember the name of your partner because I'll ask you. I would ask you. Don't worry, there's no fine. But please be intentional about knowing the person. Don't say, I'm not interested. They forced me. I'm sure I'm going to connect with each and every one of us. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. So who is willing to tell us about their partner? Who is willing to tell us about their partner? Okay, please let's welcome one of our guests. Please celebrate her. She's going to be coming here to share with us who she met, everything you can remember about the person. And please introduce yourself and what you do as well.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Juke. I'm into gifts and souvenirs. I met a pretty damsel behind me, and her name is Adenike. She's a student, and also she has a side business where she sells T-shirts, right? Okay, thank you. And the person in front, she does skincare. I've forgotten her name.
Please celebrate her. Please celebrate her. So like she says she's into gifts and souvenirs. So this is her period. So if you know that you need her service, please you can reach out to her. Who else is willing to introduce themselves and tell us who they met? We've had a lady. Can we have a man, a guy, a gentleman? Okay, please, my brother. You're welcome. Please. Please come. Please celebrate him. Please celebrate him. I like that we're not shy. If you are an entrepreneur, you know that one of the rules of this business is that you need to market yourself shamelessly. People can complain. It's not their WhatsApp status. If they don't like what you're posting, they can mute it. But you have to market yourself. As long as you can't pay for ads yet, you need to market yourself with the platform that you have. Please, let's give Mr. Felicia Phillips a round of applause. Please, let's celebrate him. He's our guest speaker for today. Please celebrate him. This is how you celebrate impact. What you celebrate, you attract. And it's not church, and I'm not psyching you. Please. Because you'll be there very soon, and somebody will celebrate you. It's not a prayer, man. It's the fact. It is the fact. Okay, so I have our brother here. He's going to introduce himself, and he's going to tell us about the people that he met.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So my name is Sunday Odafe, a graphic designer and also a digital marketer. So I was privileged to meet Aisha. Yeah. So she's a student of Unilag, and she's currently into data analyst and sewing. So I also met the mom is sitting close to me, but I think I've forgotten her name. So she's into she's a food vendor person, and I think her friend is exhibiting something that I'm going to have a taste of. That is the kuli kuli. Thank you.
Wow, please celebrate him. Celebrate him. Thank you. Thank you, Sunday Odafe, graphics designer. If you need his service, please you can reach out to him. And I'm sure if you mention that you met him here, he would give you a discount. And don't forget to reach out to the Kuli Kuli stand that he mentioned as well. It will be very, very good. The SME business is one of the propellers of growth and economic transformation in our climb. So we cannot overlook them. We cannot overemphasize their importance. So you are important. Your business is important, and you're making great impact. So please celebrate yourself one more time. And I'm going to welcome Sheun Slim. Sheun Slim is going to be giving us the welcome address. Sheun Slim is going to be giving us the welcome address. Please celebrate Sheun Slim. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My government name is Oluwaseun Drojai. They call me Slim. I'm the co-founder for Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp. And give or take, this is the first time I'll ever be here, so physically, because most times my speeches is always from online. I live in Dallas, Texas, so that's why most of you have never seen me before. So thank you everyone for coming, and good morning once again. So to start with, I want to say thank you to Mr. Felicia Phillips of Phillips Consulting. Thank you so much for the support. I want to say thank you to EcoBank and all our partners for giving us this venue and making this a worldwide event for us. This is 6 years in a row we've been working on this, and we hope to do more. We hope to get better. We hope to get bigger. And to all who are in our community, our WhatsApp community, who are with our newsletter, I want to say thank you all for being part of it and for making this a success. So, long story short, one of the reasons why we started this, me and I, in 2018 was because I grew up in a middle class family, and at some point, things happened, and they lost their jobs, they lost everything. So we needed to do some things, and since grandma, all of them, they were into small businesses, so we started it. Myself and Ayo, we are one of the outliers at the UI. We went to UI together, University of Ibadan. And while we were in school, we still do some little also on the side, like some of you are doing in school right now. So in 2018, I've been supporting some small businesses online on my own privately, buy them website, help them build it out, do some marketing for them and all that. He was doing something. And then we got on a call in June, and he was like, yeah, he has an idea. I was like, what's the idea? So we ran it. And that was how we built it, the Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp. Luckily for us, we've had Ibadan. We are looking forward to going back to Ibadan soon and some other states to see how we can spread this and not make it just only in Lagos. So I just want to say that we have wonderful speakers today, and we hope all of you who are attending will be able to, take one or two things away from them. And, you might not you might think like some of these things they're saying, it's irrelevant, but there's always a key point to every little thing that is said. Like you might think, oh, I'm not getting sales, so how are you getting sales? How can I get more sales, right? You have someone who's going to talk about that. You might think about, okay, how do I make my business legal? I would say a lot of people make your business legal. That gives you, the audacity to be able to tell someone that this is the name of my business, and I'm legal, so you can look me up everywhere, anywhere online. You can look me up on CAC, so that way you know that you can transact business. Because for me, I do patronize a lot of people online, even though I might not need that, just to support small businesses. And if you're not legal, it always gives me kind of, fear of, do I trust this person? So, like I said, I want you all to enjoy yourselves. I want you all to listen, and I'm very sure that you will have a wonderful time. And if you get a chance, we have some of our community members who are exhibiting their products at the other side over there. so you can always walk in once in a while, to go pick some of the things you saw. It's very cool. So thank you once again, everyone, and welcome to Lagos SME Bootcamp 6.0.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that insightful and engaging welcome address. And welcome to everyone again. So I have additional ground rules for us. So this is the entry point and that's the exit. So if you need to step out, take care or sort anything, please ensure to use this. Thank you very much. Also, we have our social media platforms. So please, we would like you to bring out your smartphones. I know I said you should not be distracted, but I'm distracting you now. So please, permission, if you have your phone, please just bring it out. And please, let's go to all the social media platforms. Type at Lagos SME Bootcamp, at Lagos SME Bootcamp. And we would give the gift to the first person that follows us. I'm sure the social media handlers are here so they can see. So if you, the first person to follow us on all platforms, yeah, so that's Instagram, that's Twitter, that's Facebook, TikTok as well. So if you don't have the app, I'm sorry. You need to show me the evidence on, I need to verify on all apps that you followed us. Thank you very much. Please let's make welcome Chioma. She will be doing the introduction of the guests. Please celebrate Chioma as she comes up stage. Thank you. Please keep clapping till she gets here. Thank you.
So guys, apologies for that. So join me today as we welcome our honored guest, Mr. Folusho Phillips. Good morning, sir. Mr. Folusho Phillips, as earlier introduced by Slim, is the founder of Phillips Consulting. So the next guest right here in our presence is Mrs. Chiamaka Obreke. Ms. Chiamaka of Social Preferred Tours. I'm sure we've heard of her, right? And we're looking forward to hear from her as well. So join me as we welcome the next guest, Ms. Goodness Adanaya. She's the founder of Career Space, and she'll be going through a lot of insightful tips on how to help us move on from where we are currently. So the next person, please join us as we welcome Mr. Wale Olajubu. Mr. Wale Olajubu is the CEO of Fasal Acquiring Digital Payment in Nigeria. Next person on the list is Ms. Oyinye Okonji. She's a co-founder and CMO of Sycamore. Okay, so also, the last but not least, please join me as we welcome Mr. Ayo Bankole. I know you give me a knock on my head for calling him Mr. So Ayo Bankole Akintujoye is the co-founder of Caladium SME.
It's a skill that you hone. So please, very soon you're going to be here. So start practicing in front of your mirror so that when you come here, you do well. Please celebrate her one more time. So next we are going to welcome Ayo Bankole Akintujoye as he takes us through the journey of how Caladium Lagos SME Bootcamp started. How many of you are interested in how they started? Okay, so what?
That. God, this is a quick spoil. I'm very honored to have FOP here with us. FOP is a national icon. If you are a professional of any kind, FOP sets the tone for building indigenous professional firms that are reputable and respected globally. And I'm very happy that, Meanwhile, we that are Phillips Consulting alumni, we're celebrating FOP at 70th birthday today at Museum Center. So please, before I start my long story, help me give FOP a standing ovation and sing for He's a Jolly Good Fellow to him. Day to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday and happy birthday, happy birthday. Hip, 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 hip. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly... Energy, give me energy. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Hooray! And so say all of us. Hooray! And so say all of us. Hooray! For he the exhibitors. Nobody here was here in 2018. Jesus. Who is talking about you? When we started in 2018 at Caladium Academy in Ikeja, recently we shared the flyer. We're going to show a video. Can you play the video, please? We said we were going to do it for just 40 people. 40. Then we had maybe 100 or 110 registrations, so we had to change location. And then about maybe, I think 90 or 100 thereabout showed up. And we felt that we had achieved our biggest dream ever, because the period going into that event, we had been discussing it, I think, since 2015 or 2016, but it didn't happen until 2018. Physically, since 2018. And we will talk and because of time zone difference, into the night. And the thing about ideas is that I'm not the only one that has the idea. If you are the only one that has the idea is a bad idea. I always tell people that NDA can only go far. If you like, do NDA. It won't be only you get the idea. If you are the only one that has that idea in this life, most likely it's a bad idea. Because somebody else is thinking of it. There are 7 billion people in the world. If the idea is that good, somebody else would have thought of it. Or a semblance of it. Abi? You be brand man. There are so many people in this place, so you only recognize speaker. In those days, we used to do this thing for nano and micro businesses. Now, all my friends that are founders and people who don't chop money, they still they come this event. Not be them we do the event for. E.g. or John. Please help me give a round of applause to Odion. Odion, once Modion comes has also been supporting us for a while. So my dad died in 2003. I was 17 years old. And my mother had just retired a year before. Or thereabout, a year or two before. And when my dad retired, my mom retired, she invested all her gratuity, she put into my dad's business. My dad died with everything. When I say die with them, some people will die, they will leave the thing behind. Some people will die, everything will die with them. You don't speak from experience. Have you died before? Maybe we get Akudaya for our midst. Maybe Japa. Because you say yes. So my mom literally raised me through uni with a small business, right? Oh, that's my son. Please let me clap for my son. Please, let him go and sit down. It's just introduction. I don't want trouble. So she literally raised me through a small business, right? And then she will come back at night, and she will be taking notes of, what did she sell, who is owing her, and they're always owing her. I remember I used to ask my mom several times that, how is this thing profitable for God's sake? You sell something for 2.5, a shoe, for example, for 2.5. You sell it to a teacher the teacher is not going to pay you until she collects salary. In those days, they used to owe teacher salary. Once they owe teacher salary, it means you are not, and you will be entering bus to go and I don't even know the English of that thing, to go and sing wo. You have to pardon me, the streets has refused to leave me. To go and sing wo, sing wo, you that she said, I draw your money. You will literally go and be begging for your money. So where is the profit now? What's the profit on 2.5? Maybe 500, Abi. Or maybe these days when Instagram day, maybe double. You know, say Instagram people, they go buy something for Lagos market. How many people Instagram vendor here? The thing I want 5 for Lagos market, you go see and 4, 5 for Instagram. They've added the cost of Instagram. So I was motivated that I wanted to help small businesses, because I saw the challenges broad daylight. Because what happened then was that the monies were now coming in so much trickles that it was not enough to send me to school. So she stopped doing that type of trade and started going to Ghana. So she would go to Ghana and bring things in bulk because it was easier for her. The margins were smaller, but that money she would import all these Ghana weaving, Ghana slippers, Alomo beaters. They were the first set of people to bring it in back then. And she would supply Lagos Island. Those people would give her a lot of I think he boxed some of the money at once. And so she had enough money. So I said I needed to help small businesses with these skills. How can they learn accounting? How can they learn branding? How can they learn how to manage people? How can they learn how to build networks and all those kind of things? So I said I was going to be a strategy expert. In fact, I didn't know that I wanted to do strategy until I entered school and I joined this company, an organization called ISEC. And at a conference, student conference that we went to, we did a planning session, national planning conference, using balance people like us. But I have another guy here, we worked together in PwC. So all my career, I then worked in, SAP, KPMG, PwC, Philips Consulting. So it was the big boys that we kept doing work for. So I was not that hunger to help those small businesses was still there. So I thought that, what can we do? So I said, okay, let me set up a boot camp where these same services on a continuous basis. So we started off to say, let's even do it first as a boot camp where we train people on how these basic things, how do you manage your finance? How do you manage your tax? How do you engage with tax regulators? How do you build your brand? How do you do marketing? How do you manage your operations? So that was how we started it, right? And from there, we then built a community, right? So that we do it on a continuous basis. So I do personal development sessions. So the guys who can pay us will pay us to do strategy sessions. But the ones who cannot, I will schedule them usually around 7 a.m. every day to do, for example, this new year now, some of our community members will do goal setting, all those kind of things, We would also we map some to mentors. And I'm happy that on this stage, we've had Dr. Obieze last year, we've had partners from KPMG, we've had partners from Philips, we've had global brand people, we've had all sorts of people, over 30 or 40 facilitators over the years. And more importantly, our community members have done amazingly well. There is almost no pitch that happens in Lagos these days that our community members are not winning. And it makes me so proud that what started in that time as a very small event, very small idea, has then flourished today. We were in Ibadan, and in Ibadan, I think we had well over 1,500 or 2,000 physical attendance. And I find so much comfort and happiness that I travel across the country and people come and meet me. Oh, I attended your boot camp in Ibadan. Oh, I attended one session that and I find so much fulfillment in that. So please, if you are here, it's very crucial that you listen and you internalize it. I always tell people that we don't do this event for the crowd. We actually do this event just for one person. That one person. So I always like to share the story of when I was in school. There was a guy called Kunle Olaifa. Kunle Olaifa was an older ISECer. Kunle Olaifa would travel everywhere to talk to young people. If companies call me to come and have conversation, most times we will charge this, charge that. When students call me, I go anywhere. Because Kunle Olaifa changed my life with some of his teachings. Unfortunately, he died at 33. You know. And I know that even if he did not touch anybody, I am that one person that he touched. So we do that event for just that one person. The truth is there are people here who probably just come to take the gala and the water, or some people, you know, there's mentorship gluts. There's a supply glut of mentorship. Everybody's looking for mentor. By default, even when they don't need to. Some people, once they don't know, my name is Ayo Bankole. Oh, I follow you on social media. Come and be my mentor. Okay. Some people just come here to come and meet people and do mentorship. Some people just come for vibes. They are looking for activity on the side of the day. But if you are that one person that will pick something and run with it, that will change your life, and you see me 50 years later, or maybe even when I'm gone, maybe I may not live that long. It's not everybody that has the grace of God. That is the reality that we must constantly know that we're racing against. You know, it's good to pray, Lord, give us long life. The people that don't have long life, they pray too. I mean, you don't know, we too, they pray for this country. Prayer is good though. Before you look at me, someone, that like I don't look me say. But more importantly is action, right? So if you're that one person that this session is meant for, you know, will be very fulfilled. So today, FOP, please, once FOP is done with his delivery, he's going to share. Phillips Consulting is undisputedly one of the most successful, reputable, iconic brands that Nigeria has ever produced. Those of us who work there are the ones that can tell you, because most people don't know that it's a local company. They don't know it's an indigenous company. You don't know what it means to build an indigenous company that people, especially people like me that work in other international consulting firms and then Philips, they just assume that all of them are the same. And they are the same in terms of standard quality. When we were planning, we have a group for the alumni that we're using to plan this FOP at 70 event. It's shocking, the spread of the alumni base is ridiculous. The generations of people. So there's no better person to share this story of how to build a formidable brand, follow all the things that we tell them to do. I'm going to tell you one exercise now before I leave this stage. Then other people will tell you other things as they choose. So we have, you know, quite a lot of things for you. You can be sure that you're going to have an amazing time. We also have a cocktail and networking session that would happen later in the day, just right in that room, right? So if you have an access card to attend, it's in partnership with Famous Grouse, please feel free to go in there. Now, please, let us all bring out our cameras. Let's all bring out our cameras. Where's my phone? Bring out your camera. Who is the next person to you? Anybody that is sitting next to you. Somebody should give me a phone. I want you to snap. Don't bring me a phone that is not don't let me look ugly. Oshe, I knew you would not stand up if your phone was not good. I just said the guy won't bring me one China phone. I want vest. So you want to brand me with this life of struggle where they live. So this is what you're going to do. You take a picture with the next person beside you. You are falling on that man too much. It's just a picture. Don't come and say it's Bootcamp that caused it. When his wife is asking him, who is that lady? So you take a picture with the next person next to you. Can be 2 people, can be 3. And then, please, can you let me put this instruction on the screen? And then you put it on your social media. Please follow the instruction before you snap. Some people, they are in default Snapchat mode and they. Once they hear, she don't do one like this. Wait till happen. You don't come? Operator. This guy was the head of Okada riders in Stand Up for Recognition. What's wrong with you? FOB, hey, you want to boy? I want to sir. Okay, ni. Baba, on jewo lowa on tech people. So what you're going to do is You would pull people together. Opportunity delay. Photo FOP. Oh, go monyo. Come on, go monyo gidi. So you take a picture, and then you go on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, wherever, and you would tag the person and say, I am live. Please, can I have this thing on the screen now? I am live at Caladium hashtag Lagos SME Bootcamp 6.0. The hashtag is only Lagos SME Bootcamp. Hashtag Lagos SME Bootcamp 6.0. With Ayo Bankole, you can choose to tag me. If you like, don't tag me. That's your business. If I see any hashtag where you know tag me, I will block you. I'll block you in advance. If the people beside you are saying you should snap with, don't stand up and go and start meeting people that you are planning to toast to. You now say, can't you remember me? I was the one you took picture with. On very low format. The person you are owing is calling you, brother. Oh yeah, I can't see the hands up. Okay, now don't snap, I'm already. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please, I want all my SMEs and community members to come in, because after FOP is done, I'm going to ask his permission for a very special exercise, and I need everybody to be in the room to listen to this. Please let me check if there are any of our community members in there. Please, exhibition is less important. This session is very critical. So I'm going to be right back after FOP. Yes, they should come into the room. Video. Okay, the video. Okay, quickly. Can that happen quickly, please? Please, so I don't want to delay FOPs. Time is supposed to be 10:35. Are we ready for the video, or should we do it later? Huh? Later. Okay. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to give a resounding applause as I welcome onto the stage to share with us how to build a successful brand in the Nigerian market using the Philips Consulting story, the founder and chairman of Philips Consulting himself, Mr. Folusha Phillips. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. No, this is good. Technology work for me. Good morning, everybody, and Ayo Bankole, thank you so much. Where is he gone? Please give him a round of applause. I think he's doing a great job. Thank you for that introduction. Ayo is a special guy, and I know that when my daughter worked at the firm, and I used to ask her at the end of the day that, oh, how was your day? She said, oh, I spent the day laughing. I said, you weren't supposed to go to work to laugh. She said, when you are sitting in the same cubicle with Ayo Bankole, you don't have a choice. That's what you're doing all day. And that really was the story. I don't want to spend too much time, but I want to really thank you all for all the kind words that have been said. I want to thank you all for doing all that you do. One of the things that I do is I always apologize to your generation, simply because we've made it really tough for you, our generation. Because when we left school, we left university, we found work very easily, and life was not as tough as you guys are facing right now. Seed is growing. You know, they say that when you plant any seed, the first thing that grows is the root, and you're watching the spot that you put the plant, the seed, and you can't see anything coming up. But what's happening is that the root is growing. It's when the root has gotten itself strong enough that it then begins to sprout up. So by the time we sprout up and people are trying to run to see what it is that we're doing, we say, you're too late. We started 15 years ago. And that's the stage that we're at right now. So I just say, well, keep on doing what you're doing. It might seem tough. You know, it's never easy for those who succeed, so that when you do succeed, you appreciate the value of your success because of the effort that you put in to achieve it. So I really want to thank you all for staying the course and doing all that you're doing right now. One thing that you all got to appreciate is that we all have different pathways to success. Different pathways. Some are tough, some are easy. Some, like I said, are built from the past and you don't know when it's going to work for you. You've got to go through all the time. Today, we're looking at a situation when I talk about Philips Consulting, which I do say, yes, we're 31 years that we've been in business right now. 31 years of living a vision that I set up, and I was quite clear about that. Today, we have a new leadership. I've more or less stepped aside. The world is so different, the kind of things. Philips Consulting today, we are literally, maybe say 99.9% virtual. We don't have an office, okay? And what we do have is other associated companies, they squat in their offices from time to have meetings. Other than that, these guys are working from home and feel the emotion of everybody. And I say I miss that, but that's the way it is. And somebody will say, rather than fight it, try and adapt to that culture and see how it can work for you. So I think one's got to understand that philosophy, and that's how the new world is going. But like Ayo said, it's personal. It's about what you want for yourself and what it is that you want to do. You might not necessarily be setting up a company. You might just be working within an organization. But at the end of the day, it's always about you. It's about the things that you learn and the things that you imbibe. So a lot of the discussions that I have today relate to less about your organization and more about yourself. Because you see, at the end of the day, you personify your organization. It is who you are and how you act and the way you think and the way you do things that reflects what your organization is. Consulting, I always tell this story over and over again. That we started at a time where there was a whole new generation of entrepreneurs that came into the system. This was the time, I'm talking about what, 30 years ago, when the banking system was set up, when the financial services industry became new. It was renewed. That was when GT Bank was formed, Zenith Bank was formed, IBTC as you know it. A lot of organizations and banks especially that are dead but have evolved to what we have today. But the point is, at that time, the people that started it were 30-something-year-olds, in their mid-30s, went out, got a banking license, and as we say in Yoruba, they went out bold and strong. And a whole new generation of young people came and started doing big things. But the beauty of it is that when they came out, there was an ecosystem that had to support them. And that is where the Philips Consulting of this world stepped in. So the bank set up new concept about customer service. Customer service that you see now in those days didn't exist. You know, we were the mercy of the banks. But the whole new philosophy and concept and how to run organizations and how to reflect the fact that customer is king, all those things that you assume now, they're very, very new 30 years ago. But that was the space that we filled in as a consulting firm to someone say, we'll help you to redefine and set up. And we ended up trying to change people. You see, whenever you design strategy, strategy does not work unless you change people. How do you change people? You have to train them. And when we were training a lot of people, we got this label that we're a training organization. We really weren't a training organization. But we realized that we had to train people to adopt the strategy and ideas we've given them for it to work. But so, you know, with that said, we got into that new generation of financial services. And not long after, we have different generations that have emerged. Telecoms, we're now in the digital age. And I'm saying that you've got to plug in to the generation that's working now. Because that's what we did. We became part of the ecosystem, financial services. We maintained and became part of the ecosystem for telecoms. We maintained and became part of the system evolving now for the digital age. And in the future, we're now going to the world of artificial intelligence. Again, you've got to come in and be part of the system for artificial intelligence. don't forget, all I'm saying is that for the one thing that's core, you've got to be part of that ecosystem. Where am I going to fit myself in the whole value chain of services and offerings? And it's so huge now. Unfortunately, the kind of things you do, you don't need permission from government. And that's why we thrive so much today. Every single thing that we are successful in today are those things that we don't need government permission. Hence our music, our dance, our fashion, and all those things about the whole world that you guys understand that I'm lost in. And because you're doing these things so well, you don't need anybody's permission to do it. But those things that need government's permission, unfortunately, you find is always stifled in one way or the other. So in the areas in which we are free to do what we want to do is that in which I'm going to encourage you to move on. When I started Phillips Consulting, fortunately enough, I had a clear vision. It was a very, very strange vision. And the vision I had was that I wanted to create an organization that would outlive myself and everybody else who followed. That was the vision. It wasn't a vision of, oh, I want to be the greatest consulting firm in Africa. Outlive me and those that come after. So when you do that, it wasn't necessarily that we're going to remain a consulting firm. In fact, we're evolving into other things now. But the important thing was that I said an organization that would outlive everybody. And if you want an organization to outlive yourself and those after, the way and manner in which you're going to run that organization is going to be different. It's going to be very, very selfless in one way. You're going to be totally, totally committed to that organization and the things that you're going to do. And so that was the vision. And as a result, it wasn't a case of me carrying a briefcase and saying it's about me, it's about me. It's always about the firm. How can we ensure that we built a lot into it? And I'll tell you from a personal point of view, I put a lot back into the firm. To the extent that I've had comments from people as we're going through this, well, the firm is my house. I'll go and ensure that you secure yourself for the future or pension. I said, the firm is my future. The firm is my pension. If I can put and invest so much in it, I hope that it will be strong enough at least to support me and the supporter generations that come in and put the same energy. So you got to start off with that clarity of the functional thing you're doing. It's about something a bit deeper, more philosophical about it. And as a result of it, it influenced everything else that we did, you know. And some of you might be aware that Akintola Williams, you know, the first accountant in Nigeria, he passed at the age of 104. And I used to tell him, I said, Uncle, when I grow up, I want to be just like you. He said, he always joked and said, be careful what you wish for, you know. But the point is, I loved what he did, because when it was time, he stepped away past Akintola Williams to join Akintola Williams, they joined Deloitte and so on. He stepped away totally and he watched at a distance how the organization he formed had grown to be something bigger than himself and will continue to do so. So that was a very good lesson for me. So start off with that clarity of vision to make it a very, very deep one. The second thing, you know, we talk about vision, mission, and all those wonderful things consultants tell you about. The second one is about our mission. And I realized that the mission that we had was that we just wanted to build great institutions. You know, again, it wasn't about execute the things you want to do, hoping you have clarity in your organization as to what it is that you want to do going forward. So that was it as far as our mission is concerned. The third thing about it was talking about our strategy. What's your strategy as a firm? Again, very, very generic in nature. I said our strategy is always to be world class. Say world class, yeah. Whatever is trending, that is new, that is a great artificial intelligence, whatever it is, whatever is world class, we hold on to it. And that's our strategy for executing our mission so that we can achieve the vision that we had. And so that was some of the another thing that we had, and we paid attention to our consultants, the people that worked in the firm. And the whole idea was that we were so clear that we actually defined the PCL person. You know, when you join the firm, there's a little notebook that you have that we give people, I would say, the PCL person. And in it, we actually identified the different characteristics that we wanted each person to have. And so your joining instructions when you join us on day one is to have this little notebook that says, this is the PCL person. About your philosophy, about the rules and regulations. Quietly. The idea of world class was, I remember in the early days, we would put out an advert in the paper you know, we debate and debate. And the advert you put in the paper probably paid about 2 or 3 people's salary. Say, you people, end of the month, salary is not coming. Your salary is what you've just been shown in Daily Times there or whatever it is at that time. But yes, we can life. And it worked. And because also, the story is quite intricate. There's a time we also moved, we started doing things in South Africa. And that was just one of the many things that we did. We did a lot in South Africa, and that again was just a coincidence. If I have to tell you stories about very visible, and I was very visible. And that's another thing I just mentioned. You know, it is important when you're running a firm that you try and personify your organization. There's nothing wrong with you being the face of the organization. There's nothing wrong with it at all. In fact, you help the recognition. Both of you, you live off each other's brand. You know, they say Felicia Phillips, Phillips Consulting, Felicia Phillips. No matter. It's just that there's got to be somebody that is standing out there each time that can help to personify the organization and show who it is that you are, and this is who we are. And part of that perception managing, part of that being out there. So yes, I was involved in all kinds of things. The Nigeria Economic Summit Group. Services were selling the skills, competencies of our consultants, not Phillips Consulting. It's the people. So for us, it was keeping up and making sure that we were relevant at the cutting edge of things that were going on all the time. This was extremely important. Then the second thing that we faced also, all of a sudden, I realized that our people were being poached. And when you have the big firms, in those days, KPMG was Anderson Consulting and all those big firms coming to poach your staff, there must have been something they were doing right. And I remember going once to one of the partners and I said, you can't carry on poaching our people. He said, we're a very small firm. And true enough, he did give instruction that it should not be done anymore, that he shouldn't take any of our staff anymore. He should leave us alone. But then he said, but you know, Felicia, if you want me to stop poaching your people, tell me the secret. He said, because each time your consultants come, they're always so different. They're always so different in their attitude, the way they work, etc., etc. And I said, just concentrate more on the people than the organization. It's the people that make the difference. Okay? So poaching was the major issue for us, and at that time I knew that, oh, we really have gotten to a stage of recognition. Remember that we had no headquarters. You know, all the other firms, KPMG, Coopers, Pricewaterhouse, and all those guys in those days, there was always a headquarters for them where a lot of their consultants, they would send abroad. We didn't have that. You know, we were the beginning and the end right here in Lagos. Okay? So we had to try and make our own effort. We had to try and make our own, you know, we didn't have templates. Each time we gave in a proposal, we would have to put efforts to make sure that it speaks to the needs of each of the individuals that were involved in that. Okay? And then also trying to maintain our visibility throughout the time. It was always a constant battle to try and be out there, to be seen, you know, like I said, to manage perception. And then issues for us, I'm rushing to a lot of things now because we can have a chat. Issue for us, somebody always asks the question about what we call, I call it the brown envelope problem. You know, when you go into an organization and you have to do something. Somebody have asked me, how did you cope with that? We had this very strong philosophy that we just wouldn't do it. And it cost us a lot. Because when you go back again for the second job, they say the first one you gave us, did I see anything from it? You know, and it was a problem. And there's a thin line that begins to separate, you know, when you are misbehaving and when you're recognizing and trying to support people. And we went through all that as well. And those things were huge challenges for us. And of course, new people came into the market. New people were coming in to join and participate and giving us a tougher time that we didn't expect. Just the same problem we gave others, they were beginning to give us. And then obviously trying to manage growth. And that was a case where we had to talk about institution building, how we can build strong institutions, you know, and make sure that as a result of this very solid way of working, you would remain there for a very, very long time. And this was something that we paid a lot of attention to. I remember one professor from South Africa came to give a talk. I shared this story several times. And after the session, he sat down and he said, hey, you know what, Felicia, call all your firm together. I want to have a chat with everybody. And what he did was he sat there and he said to them, he said, where's the value of this firm? He said, if I'm going to buy this firm today, and I had to bring out my checkbook, and I'm saying I'm going to buy this firm for Mr. Phillips, how much is it going to be worth? And people were giving out figures and so on. He said, okay, fine. I issue you a check for X million dollars, and I say, okay, here it is. He said, on Monday morning, all of you walk out. What have I bought? Is it the furniture? Is it your particular service as individuals? You're free to go and come. He said, what I want to buy is your processes, your systems, your how-tos, your methodologies, and so on. He said, I want to see shelves of instructions on how to do your consulting work. And of course, your client base for all his worth. So what he was really saying was that, look, when the push comes to a shove, you really have to. That's the whole concept of institution building. And I remember after that session, I spent a lot of time and money. Even got an expatriate guy to come in. You know, we called him CW those days. He used to come, he came in, and he began to document the life of the firm, our processes, such that I even realized the power of that. Consultants come, consultants go. All of you japping back and forth. It didn't make any difference after a while. Because you come in, you're a smart person, that's why we recruited you. And when you come in there, you say, that's the manual on how to do customer surveys. That's the manual to do research. That's the manual for process improvement. That's the manual for this. So you go and study it overnight because on Monday you're the expert, you're going to a client. But it was possible to do that because that was the institution. Now I said, that's what I will buy. Because it's the people that, it's the systems and processes and procedures that you just have to make sure they're strong, that identifies your organization. And that again is what I've advised a lot of people. Build institutions. It makes a lot of difference. It changes your mind. Once I don't know if you got brain here. Okay, somebody read it once and understood it. You have to read it 5 times. Go and read it 5 times. But the point is, it is your character. It is what you wrap around your competence. You have great doctors who get first class, but you find people with bad behavior. And even unfortunately, if you look at government today, you have a lot of people with bad behavior about their values, their principles, the way and manner in which they react. We study a lot about people's behavior, and we have people that are very energetic. Let's put them into things that need energy. We have people that are very analytical. Let's put them to things that need strong analysis. Let's put round pegs into round holes. But recognize that the behavior of people is always so important in forming organizations. And I tell you again, if you have 2 people that you're interviewing and one seems to be extremely competent on the technical side, and the other seems to have a behavior that you know is going to be supportive of your organization into the future, choose the person with character. It's always difficult to teach character, inbuilt character, but it's possible to teach competence and learning because that's why we all go to school, So having said that, let me now sort of summarize, and we can have a chat after. Start off with a vision, clarity of vision of what you want to do. Recruit the right people. That's what I said about ensuring that you take pains. In the early days of Phillips Consulting, nobody, because we were a smaller firm then, nobody would ever join the firm unless you talk to every single member of staff. Whether you are coming at a senior level or junior level, you talk to every single person. Why? Because you get to see how the young people think and how the big old people think. And they also get to see how you think and who you are. And that's why by the time we finish, you find that a lot of them are talking about the character. I like the person, I like her disposition, I like the way he did this, I like the way he did that. Because for you to even reach the interview stage, we already vetted your competence based on the records that you show us. So engaging the right people is very, very important. And then also, when people do come into your organization, or you're trying to build an organization, you got to engage the heart and soul of people. Engaging their heart and soul. That is, I talk a lot about covenantal and contractual relationships. A contractual relationship says, I've come in and I'm going to do my work 9 to 5. That's the deal. That's what's in my terms of employment and all that. So I come in and I work contractually. You can't fight me. 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock I go. If I stay behind, I do overtime. Pay my overtime money must be correct. But when you have a covenantal relationship, I'm even going to work with you without a contract. Because it's about the covenant that I have. Those of you that are religious, you know what covenant is. It's just that deep, deep commitment that you have between people. And that you've got to have that covenant with people. And to have a covenant, there's a certain type of behavior that the organization must show, okay, to drive that covenant that exists. You know, if you are not ready to give to me, why would I be ready to give to you? So it isn't always that because somebody didn't turn up for work and you are coming late and you're not appreciating the challenges that this lady has. She comes late every morning, we've got to give her query, you've got to do this. You haven't sat down to see what's going on in your life. It's about the kids and the husband that is not supportive or whatever it is. So life is tough for me. How can we help you to be successful? Because we love you. It's an emotional thing. Because why do you all go to work? You know, to live a life. It's not about all these dollars and cents. That's a separate issue. But you'll be amazed if you get all these things right. The commitment of building a very strong organization. I know it's good because I know how I struggle with the bank to sort of fund it at the end of the day. But the point is, it helped the perception. People came in and said, oh, yeah, you guys, you mean business. And I'll tell you a true story about one oil company that insisted they were giving our consultants a hard time when it came to negotiating how much to pay. And I said to them, well, why do you guys come and visit us in our office? You want to have this long relationship with us? Come in and visit us and let's talk about these things and have lunch. So they came in, converted my little, meeting room into a nice dining room. They walked in, looked at the office, we sat down, had the meal. Not once did they mention about the fees. So when I said, okay, this issue about fees is out, don't worry about that. Because what they were seeing was something that was reflecting the quality. And you see, when you are operating in an environment in which you are offering a service, it's so difficult to make it tangible. There's the term I use, I call it tangification. You tangify your service. So what it is that every report in those days, not digital, all these are books, reports, proposals, they were works of art. I remember when they finish it, they'll be flipping the pages, looking at it, they carry the report like this. And the person who receives it says, this is quality. Now, if you can do this, then you've tangified, in a way, the ability or what it is you're going to do. So you look around, managing perception. I like the way you guys operate. I like what I see. Is that the little things that make a difference in their lives and the things that we do, they're not your standard, can they do 5 things that we want to do? It's how can they do it? Do I like the people I'm dealing with in terms of the people? Do I like the environment? Do I like the process? These things are extremely important because those are the things that differentiate. These things, they're standard things that we all follow, but it's the rather unconventional wisdom that we need to pay attention to. So systems and processes and all these things are extremely important. Succession planning. You got to plan. I thought through the years that I had the succession worked out. But what it is that you become a victim of your own success. You get your people are so good that it's time for them to bust out as well. And I remember years I used to moan and groan and literally cry. I told the story of one year. Even my wife could probably tell you the better story. Come Christmas, I'm sitting there, a few days to Christmas, we're about to shut down for the Christmas period. One of my partners walks in and said, FOP, what is it? I have to move on. Move on, okay. All right. You usually don't appreciate what's happening. The work walked out. The second one walked in, and just as I was about to say that, do you know that this guy said, FOP, me too, I'm moving. 3. On one evening, I remember I got back home, and I walked into the house, very, very dramatic. I walked into the house, as I walked in, I sat on the floor, and I said, business itself, and with that you know that you can sustain things in the future and things that can actually help you. Now, I've talked about this at a very high level. I'm not going to start talking about all these specific, those are things that we continue in accounting and strategy. But I'm just talking about the philosophy and the kind of attitude you should have, as you start your organization, as you run it, either as an employee, okay, or either someone who's running a business. And I always say to be very careful when you look at my own story. This is just, you've got to develop the competence that gives you the right to be a consultant. Understand? It's not consulting. It's not just it's about the knowledge that you have and the value you can bring to the service you can provide to those who you're trying to consult for. And consulting takes different forms. So as I round up, I just want to say that look into the future. It's phenomenal. Africa is the new it. Everybody recognize it. I was at the summit about 2 weeks ago, and I think the former head of Google Nigeria, Juliet, she made a very, very interesting point. And I think I want to share that with you also as well. She said, if you study what had happened in India, how India became the world for outsourcing, and so people will swing more to using more of our call center service than they would in India. Giving another example about technology, how boys, we are whipping the world as far as IT is concerned. We are way up there. For them to be coming back and forth to Nigeria and recognizing and employing people, even people who don't have to go abroad, who are working from home. There's so many examples. It's an evolution that's taking place. And then also watch, Nigerians are beginning to take position of leadership in the States. Another 5-10 years, you find that we're going to have iconic organizations. Even though, you don't be surprised in 10 years' time, 5 years' time, you find the CEO of Microsoft is a Nigerian. So we're coming into our own. So you guys got to sit back and say, well, this is where we come to play. And this is where we jump into this thing. Then finally, another interesting point that was raised, I think this was at the recent breakfast session that Phillips had, where we talk about tourism. And somebody came up on stage, and he came to explain. He said, I don't know whether it was about 2 years or so ago, let me just say in 2021, they discovered that 40 million Nigerians were going to be celebrating their 18th birthday. They're going to be your market. They're the ones that are in the world that you draw skills from, that you provide services to. So you guys got to plug in. 30 years ago, we plugged into the financial services industry, went through it. We're saying today, you guys are going to plug into the digital world, but specifically artificial intelligence and all the other things that follow. Those are the things that you got to connect with. And it is not you're doing artificial intelligence itself, as an example. It's what you do around it. It's the ecosystem, the value chain. If you look at the value chain, one person is doing one thing or another. Where can I plug into my little bit and do my little bit of work and do my own little participation and contribution in order to sort of make it? So once again, I think that where we can have a chat about this afterwards. But the story is this. The world is changing. You better be part of it. You better drive it. And it's about people, about caring about people, paying attention. Competence you will get. Competence we have. We're brilliant in Nigeria. But let's let the character that we have begin to define the quality of the service we provide. Okay? Thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
FOB is a teacher and a father and an overall blessed man. More importantly, he's a fantastic family man. I'm friends with his daughter, and I take a lot of motivation from how FOP fathers his kids. I tell people that I'm first and foremost a father. For example, I've told my EA to cancel everything I have on Monday, just because I have 2 hours appointments in my son's school. He'll be like, sir, I should come and collect money. That PTA, I must go there. Very important. So I have a very special, I know I didn't tell FOP this, but sir, you have to please, oblige me. We have there are a few awesome people who, Gideon. Where's Gideon? Dami, Jumoke, please come. Where's Gideon? I told Gideon to stay behind now. Yes. So I want everybody to help us with this exercise. So for the past 6 years, we've been building the CLSME community. We have a very active newsletter group. Our newsletter, meanwhile, is read in 22 countries and across all the states of Nigeria. If you are not, I land in airports across Nigeria and people tell me, I belong to your community. I read your newsletter. Wale, please let me give that guy a round of applause. See, Wale is the one that does all these things, all this design, all those flyers that you see. Him and Ganiu. But Ganiu is more of a photographer these days. He's now proud. Ankoni. I import a Walasi village. Oja alone. You see, in this life, no matter, so there are some people, no matter how much they make, they will remain villagers. Babajide is one of them. So there's this guy, you know, married, and baby, lives in Ikorodu, you know. But Baba still day, you know, contributing, driving conversations, responding when people need help. Our community is a very strong, active community of people who do business with each other, help each other with knowledge, share content and all of that, right? And this is another guy that is a great guy in that community. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to JB Freelancer. Is he here? He's not here? Huh? He's on his way. I did not tell them so that they will not come early because of that. Let us know the ones that don't come early. Nobody should come and represent them. Oh. If they stand on, and if you are representing somebody, the first thing you should say, yeah, oh, I'm not the award winner. Oh. I am the award winner's neighbor or representative. So there's this guy, amazing guy. You know, he has a brick and mortar physical business. He also shows up. He's always ready to support people. More importantly, when we give people feedback, people know me. I always give feedback. So far as you are in my corner or you are in my community, I will not mention names. There are a few people who are my partners here. And I told them their brand was not, that their logos were not good enough. And they had to go and rebrand. I will tell you, I have to add value to you if you're a business owner and I know you before. Right? But it's more important that you are able to demonstrate those things. And I think this guy is one of those people. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to Pure and Silk Laundry Services. Is he here? He's not here. He's on his way. The problem is that these people live too far. Eh? I want the people that are here. This woman is a troublemaker. A troublemaker. This woman. There was a day I collected an award in VI. She was in Ikeja for another event. She collected money. She won a grant. I can't remember, maybe 1 million or whatever. 1 million, yeah. She carried the plaque after our own event in Ikeja and came to look for me in my award place. With the big check. To say, hey, we have to take a picture with this your award and this my check. And she's always harassing me about. I'm sure the harassment will be double today. Not I'm sure, it has been double because she came with children. She will harass me, the children too will harass me. I love children. People were calling me to be asking me if they can bring their child. Why will you not bring your child? For God's sake. I do not believe that women especially should be disenfranchised from opportunities simply because they are nursing mothers. It's not everybody that can pay for caregivers. Bring the children, let them be playing about. If you are irritated with children, this event is not for you. Be going home. Please keep clapping for Beam Wumi Enterprises. Now you won't come. See the child. They run, come. Is it you that want to come and collect away?
I'm giving it to you.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, this lady joined us just a few months ago, but has been one of the most, what's that word now? Present community members, volunteered for this event. In fact, I think she was one of the first to reach out to me that, how can we volunteer? It's another thing to be a beneficiary of something. It's another thing to think about giving back to that thing, right? And, this lady has been awesome. Of course, we've had our fights. Me, I'm always fighting people. If I don't fight with you, I don't like you. And, my clients know me. FOP, I can't fight with you because you're my daddy. If you go and fight with your daddy, come along with a I'm going to show you. Me too, I want to have white hair. If you don't understand Yoruba, go and collect translator. What's wrong with you? So, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Kiki Oluwa's signature. Oh, Kiki is at the registration booth downstairs. Please go and call her. She has to come and collect her award. Call her for me, please. Next person. I'm not sure this guy is here. Let me see. But I'll call him anyway. Yes, this is another person who I absolutely love how this person took. You see, because you do these things pro bono as CSR, a lot of people do not appreciate free things. But when you engage with people, you provide professional advisory services to them, and immediately they begin to make use of those things and act on it and live it, and they see the results. It's such a beautiful thing to see, right? In the short time that this person has been with us, I've seen her and how she puts herself into her business, right? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give a round of applause to HQ Healthy Treats. Where is she? Yeah, but I told all of them to come in. Oh, you two, you came with your 2 children. Now, she has one fine baby there. Training, exhibition, they carry the baby, they go. Mm-hmm. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Please let the little girl pass.
No, hold on. Let her come.
Please let your daughter come. Let me carry that child. I come along, Moshibu.
Yep. There you are. Well, you hold
Take
this.
it. Hold her.
Hold this. Hold this.
That's
Okay, this is one guy that has given himself so much to what we do and just decided that, man, I'm going to support you. You do so much for us. If you have visited caladiumconsulting.com, he helped us build it free of charge. He's done so much work. I'm also happy that I'm able to contribute to what he does, right? But of course, I can't be saying all those ones on stage, but, we try to provide commensurate value, and I mean, he's just an awesome all-around guy. Last night he texted me that he got a new client. One of my clients just onboarded him and paid some, shaking money into his account. Because I was busy, I read it and I marked it on red back so that I can go back there after this event to ask for what? you understand? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a resounding applause to Azure Voice. Why? Where is he? Where is Roy now? Alex, where is Roy? I told you, Alex, everybody should be here now. Please, we are wasting FOP's time. I'm not sure this guy is here. I know. So, this guy has helped us last year. If you saw your video, if you saw your pictures in any of this thing, he was the one that came in with his equipment, provided us with a lot of support in terms of media. Everything that we do, he tries to support us with his skill sets. You know when you do stuff for people, you say, how much am I paying? Don't worry, whatever you like, just pay us. You are a great man. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let me give a round of applause for Lagos Media Guy. I'm not sure that he's around here because I've not seen him. But when he comes, we'll give it to him. Okay, so please, let's clap again for Kiki Oluwa's signature. She's here now. Who's next? So is that the last person? This next person, I call her my Abu. She does awesome. So we have a bias for people who do production, renewable energy, or renewable waste to wealth, all those kind of things, because we think that the tech ecosystem already has excess support. So it's those in the real sector that we try to focus on, And young lady, she's less than 25 years old. She does waste to wealth conversion. She's always everywhere, hustling to make her business fantastic. And she has a brilliant relationship with her dad, who also supports her in the business. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Zanitecture. Zani is also volunteering, so she's been all over the place, managing participants and all that. Yes, we have a lot of women, I've told my friends in this room, if you have a company, especially my female founders, and you are not supporting our community people, you are on the long thing, you are sitting on water. I'll also show you me. Is that all? She's not here. But that's... Yes, now, somebody decided that she joined this community in a few months or weeks or whatever, and decided that this next edition that we are going to do, she's going to carry the event on her head. She literally took this event and managed everything. I'm not even kidding. And this is the first event she's attended. She's literally, I don't even understand. Even me, I found the one that say, waiting the happen, go on. Now I see the convener, or is this guy the convener? Please, let me give a resounding award to Zaha Beige Events. Zaha, stop pretending as if you are shy. When you want to shout on vendors, you are not shy. You shouted on us. Thank you so much, Zaha. Okay, please help us clap again for JB Freelancer. I heard he's here. Please be quick. We've kept FCOP standing for too long. Quickly, we've been waiting for you. Are you coming with your wife? Oh, I mentioned his wife. I think he just got married recently or something. Madam, it's good to see you. Please let him just stand there. When I was telling you people stories, you were not here. If I told you to go and call all community members, you yourself now did not stay. Boy, please come and take your award. Okay, so you see, if you have an idea, if you have an idea and you have the right people to share it with, you don't know what God has done for you. You know, there are some people that their spouse itself now they are killer. Talk less of friends. So maybe most likely we would not have been in this room if I did not have an awesome person as a partner. This is the first event that my partner Slim is attending because he lives in America. But he has been an awesome individual. And I felt it was very important that we appreciate him. Please. Please, help me give a standing ovation to Shehu Slim. Don't throw my ring away.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Man, this weigh about 10 pounds.
Now, so, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final one. You see, if you have spent a lifetime impacting young people, such that those young people then in turn impact other people, and those ones in turn impact other people. That's literally what God was trying to tell Abraham when he said, I will make you a father. And what do you call that? That's a lifetime achievement. It's not about money. There's nothing as much of wealth as impact. It brings a lot of inner fulfillment. Money is important too because you cannot die poor. But impact, influence, reach is a lot more important. You know? And that's why on this stage, please, I want everybody to remain standing as we give, on behalf of the Caladium Lagos SME community, we want to give this Lifetime Achievement Award to our father, our mentor, Mr. Folusha Phillips. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody. Where's Stella? So I'm going to take a back seat now for our host to continue Meanwhile, I told you guys, we have a lot of awesome partners in the house. Please feel free to visit. I can see some of my Jintan friends in the house, you know. These people. Jesse the Cox is around, fantastic. These are CEOs that are already making a lot of money. I don't know. Well, it's good. You are here to support us. It's good. It's good. As you are supporting us, please be giving our community members money and free services to enhance their own business too. The more money we all make together, the better for. Go to Help Station Desk. They are doing free health check for all of us. Simon Coopers is doing free. There's legal clinic going on. If you like, you could take a walk down there. I'll be back to see you guys. Thank you.
A round of applause for yourselves. It is only Ayo that can tell you that you're not supposed to be wearing shirts. You're supposed to be wearing hoodie and just changes your wardrobe in a short time. Please, let's celebrate Ayo Bankole and Sheon Slim for the amazing initiative that they have founded. I can tell you that 6 years is no joke. I'm sure that when we see the statistics of small businesses, we see that a lot of businesses die within the first 5 years of being founded, but then they have gone on to survive. And we hope that as they're in the 6th year, they will also get to the 50th year, to the 100th year. We hope that this will be transgenerational, and whatever you desire also would come to pass for you and your business. Mr. Felicia Phillips' session was very, very insightful. For me, I took a lot of notes, and summarily, we can just, if you failed, failure is just an event. So you would move on. Before, I've done it before. That's what mentorship is about. The people that you're calling mentors is because they tried. So the mistake you can make is to fail to try. And if you don't even try, I've already failed. So why not just give it a shot? And as you do so, hopefully, the galaxies and luck would shine on you and everything will work for you. He also, so there are several lessons that we've learned. You need to personify your organization. At some point, Philips Consulting Limited was Mr. session for today, our very first panel session for today. And in this session, it's titled Business Growth Conversations. It's a panel that would be sharing insights on business development, social media, and driving effective market operations. And on this panel, we have our very own Ayo Bankole. He will be the moderator for this session. We have Onyinye Okonji, we have Chiamaka Obuikwe, and Babajide Duroshola. Please celebrate these individuals as they come up stage. And if you have your questions, please just note them down. Please write them. We'd prefer that you write your questions than speaking. So please, once again, let's welcome our panelists, Onyinye Okonji, Chiamaka Obike, Babajide Duroshola, and the convener, Ayo Bankole, who is going to be our moderator. Please keep clapping till they are seated. Keep clapping. You're here to learn from their experience. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms and use the hashtag. We have just one hashtag. Please be comfortably seated. So I also think that one of the things that helps us listen better or pay attention is when we know the caliber of people that we have. But the thing is, I would not be able to read the extended version of their profiles. I would just read an apt version. And please listen. Chiamaka Obuikwe, a tourism expert from Lagos and the CEO of Social Prefect Tours. She's dedicated to bringing the beauty of Africa to the world. Among her many accolades are the prestigious Eloy Awards and Her Network Awards, which she got in 2017. She's an inspiration to women in the tourism industry, and she will be sharing with us practical tips on how small businesses can effectively harness the power of social media for growth. I'm sure you know that if your business is just offline, then you are not even existing because nobody knows you and you have no footprint. So it's very important that we pay attention to this session. Next is the profile of Babajide Duroshola. He's the general manager of M Copper. Prior to M-Copper, he was a country director at Safe Border Nigeria, where he was responsible for the overall growth of the business. He is a business management executive with extensive expertise in startups, technology, banking, and consulting. With over 10 years of experience, transnational experience across roles, he has developed comprehensive competence.
Guys, Arise News, Abi Web TV, Abi. Please, you are disturbing us. So, Babajide, let's talk about the reality in the operations of the Nigerian market. The Nigerian market probably has to be one of the most misunderstood in the world. So we have a lot of people who start businesses on the premise that there are 200 million people in Nigeria. And when they start that business, they realize that only maybe 20,000 can pay for that business. But especially in the tech space, once people build technology, they believe that naturally there are 200 million people to buy. And they then raise a lot of money on that technology, but there's nobody to buy anything. But you have literally you have driven operations successfully, even in some of the most unimaginable segments like bike, credit, etc. So tell us, what is the key to first understanding this market, and how should SMEs be approaching sales, conversion, and operations, efficiency of their operations to succeed in this market?
So I don't think Nigeria really defies any logic, like, to be honest. Given our infrastructure problem, our social problems, we are where we typically are supposed to be. I think we should be way ahead if maybe, everything worked right. But if you look at all the companies that have been successful in Nigeria, there's one thing they figured out, and that is distribution. When I sit with technology guys, they build amazing products and they think the product would sell itself. But in actual truth, everybody who has captured the market has figured out distribution. They can work on the product later. So I will give an example. How many of us used OPay when OPay started? What was the experience on the app? Terrible. The app will crash. But what were they fixing? Distribution. They were getting the app into everybody's hands through the bike hailing and the freebies and whatnot. And over time, they started refining the product. But what they figured out was distribution. Let's look at MoneyPoint. What did MoneyPoint first figure out? Distribution. Very soon now, you go everywhere and you almost see the only POS that is there is that blue one. And we go with the mindset that they never have network problems. They actually really do. But we just go with the mindset, and the reason is because they are what? Everywhere. And so, if you're going to win in a market like Nigeria that is very difficult, it's around distribution. So most times when I hear people, they say, oh, they want to start a business, especially, now everybody wants to do tech. Once you slap in AI, you start to get excitement online. And remember, all those noisy people on Twitter, they will not buy your product. They are just noisy. Noisy. If you want to know, go for the parties that they
throw. If you want to call my name,
Ayo, please. We know where we see ourselves. And so, it's figuring out the distribution. I usually tell people, Nigeria is an offline first market. So, if you are doing online, I will tell you a story, and this is why I love working with the base of the pyramid. For all the entirety of my life, some of you might say this privilege, whatever it is, but we started with Blackberries, so it was a managed subscription. And then when we moved to iPhones, we were earning well enough to buy data and not be toggling the usage of data. It was when I was working in an Okada business that I realized people used to turn off their data when they were not using their phone. I'd never seen it before. So think of it when you then now start to set Google ads, Facebook ads, all those things like that. And then the user you are trying to capture has turned off his data. When he turns on his data, all the notification. So here's what the person is doing. Just scrolling. To Google, he has seen the ad. Because they will charge you for that visibility. But in reality, what has happened? They just scrolled past. And so it was shocking for me. And that's when I now started to figure out what are the offline ways where you can acquire customers and then take them through an online process. So for you to win in Nigeria, you need to figure out distribution. And that distribution has to do with you taking people who are predominantly offline and bringing them online or digitizing them. So, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, you see, that's why I brought Babajide to this panel, because I know that Babajide has driven markets successfully offline. Okay, so we'll go to Chiamaka. Don't let me preempt what Chiamaka is going to say. This panel is very healthy blend. Babajide has driven successful businesses offline. Chiamaka has driven successful business online. It's important to know your strengths and know your struggle. If your market is offline, don't go and get excited with online coups and say digital technology, digital technology. You now say, I'm not making sales. You no go sell anything. Because the people that want to buy your product, they are on the street of Kano and Nasarawa. They are not going to go on Google, right? And that is the reality that Babajide just painted. But Chiamaka has built the social prefect tours online, and she's gotten international recognitions for the brilliant work that she has done. And that's why I brought her here, to share with us. A lot of people in this room are still, their businesses are still at infancy stage. They are still literally a one-man, two-man, less than 20 million a year business. How should they be approaching social media, digital platforms to drive productivity? Productivity here meaning sales, conversion, and growth.
Okay, thank you
Maybe you
very
want
much.
to tell us your own story. How did you do it? And then, how should it be?
Okay, thank you for that, Ayo. Thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to speak to all these amazing people today. So basically, my own story, so how we started, and I'll agree with Babajide when he talks about offline. So I think even if you're going to succeed online, you have to have built some relationships offline to start with. And basically, that's how I started. So I used to work for an e-commerce firm, actually Jumia, when I started. And I started out as a hobby, and it was a blog at first. So Social Prefectors actually started out as a blog, and it was me traveling to several states in Nigeria, discovering amazing places and blogging about it, talking about it online. And I started having people ask me if they could join me to these locations that I was going to. So it was very organic. It was like they were enjoying what I was doing, and then they started asking if they could join me. And then I started like documenting also on Instagram, because Instagram is very visual, and people there, you can show people what you're doing in terms of like pictures and videos, and then they can key into it, because you can talk about something, but when you show them in terms of like pictures and videos, then it's more like you can drive more engagement, right? So it started off with me taking a few of my colleagues at work, friends, to some places. I think the first place we went to was Lekki Conservation Center, and we put out a call on Instagram
that people should join us. I think we had about 10 people join us that day. And then the next one we had about 30 people. It was to Takwa Bay. And it just started growing organically like that. But it was also on purpose. And I think social media really drove a lot of our market. Without social media, I don't think we would have had the influence that we have today. And referral marketing on social media is still very great up to date, and that's one thing that really helped us. We posted, and then people were tagging their friends. There was a lot of UGC, and that was basically how we grew. We grew user-generated content. A lot of people were posting about. So there was a time we went to Badagry. It was a date, or actually when we started out with a lot of local tours. We were trying to promote local tourism in Nigeria because it wasn't really big then, and people did not know that a lot of amazing places existed in Nigeria. So we were promoting and we're telling the Nigerian story. So when we're doing this, we use social media a lot to tell our stories. And people were posting about the places that they were going to, and they were tagging us. And this is basically how a lot of people knew about us. Even before social media and influencer marketing was anything, we were one of the first people that were really out there on social media influencing for travel, and Instagram was a very great platform for us. So I would say today that for anyone starting out, social media is great, but one thing that you should do is identify the platform that works for your business. Not all platforms work for all businesses, and the truth is that you can spread yourself thin trying to go on all platforms. Like today you're on Twitter, tomorrow you're on LinkedIn, next tomorrow you're on Instagram, you're on Facebook or on TikTok or Facebook, and you're repurposing all the content for all these different platforms. But the truth is that one or two platforms can stand you out and grow your business. If you're, for example, maybe you make dresses, you're a fashion business, I would say that Instagram would be a great platform for you because, your dresses are visual and people want to see, like models wearing these dresses, and they want to see how well they look on these dresses. There's a fashion brand that I will mention here. They didn't pay me for Arch and they did not pay Ayo, but I'll mention Zephans & Co. Zephans & Co is doing really well in the fashion industry. They are one of the, fashion brands that have really stood out in today's age, and they are using Instagram really well. I won't say they're on all platforms. I haven't really seen Zephans & Co on Twitter because, Twitter is a lot of bans and there's a lot of drama on Twitter. There are a lot of conversations. So I don't see how well they'll play on Twitter. With a lot of dragging. You probably bring one of their clothes there and say it's 50,000 naira, and then they get dragged for that. So you have to figure out the platform that works for you. Don't spread yourself too thin trying to do all platforms. We started out using Instagram because Instagram is visual and travel is visual, and people, want to see what you're doing, where you're going to. And I was telling a lot of stories. Also, Instagram had a good enough caption strength for me. I did not grow on Twitter very well because the caption strength for Twitter was also quite short, especially back in the day. So Instagram was a good platform for us, and we grew on Instagram today with over 50,000 followers and, a verified account, not paid verification. It's been a long journey, but one that has gotten us on CNN, one that has gotten us on made us have several awards. And also, I think for me, the most important thing is people that we're reaching out to. We get a lot of DMs daily from people who are inspired by our work, and people who reach out to us and say, because of you, I've been inspired to start traveling. Because of you, I've seen Nigeria with new eyes. Because of you, I've inspired to travel to other countries. I've seen other countries through your eyes. And I think that's the most important thing that we've done to inspire people. Social media has been used to inspire and also drive travel conversations. And we're one of the first people who started driving these conversations on social media, especially around travel and tourism. And today it's become a big thing. So I would say that with social media, it's a really great platform, and it's also a cost-effective platform to grow your business. You can use paid ads to reach people to reach lots of other people that are not your regular customers. And then also another great and important thing would be for you to keep getting testimonials from your clients. So when you get testimonials from your clients, bring them on social media and promote those testimonials, and you can reach newer clients. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Shamaka. So there is an interesting thing that you said, which is really knowing your business first and foremost, and knowing which platform on social media works. And that is where I would move on to Onyinye, because Onyinye leads marketing in a company that has to use social media across all platforms. And I am sure that you don't achieve success at the same level across all platforms. So my question to Onyinye is, how should a small business identify which platform works the best? So for you, for example, what determines your strategic focus or your resource? There's what we call profit formula in strategy. Where you share your resources in a formula that targets where you are making the most money from, or where your money is coming from the most. No matter how people talk, strategy is not in the paper. Strategy is in where you spend most of your time and where you spend most of your money. If your daddy says he loves his family, but he's spending the money on the neighbor's child. Is that they are chasing him or he's chasing something? So, Onyinye, please tell us, how was it like at the beginning? I think that you guys have doubled up on marketing now. But how was it like at the beginning? And how do you determine, for you, for example, using yours as case study, how do you determine where your strength should be, if you can use specific examples? We have a lot of people here, for example, who do products. We have some people who do services. We have some people who do agric. So, how should they understand, or, from a marketing expert standpoint, where to focus?
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onyinye Okonji. Like you said, I work here in Sycamore, and I lead the marketing effort there. In the beginning, Sycamore is a financial services company. We bridge the gap between lenders and borrowers, right? We're trying to democratize access to credit. In the beginning, we had about zero budget for marketing. Obviously, we're trying to bootleg. We're trying to ensure that we had the little that we have extend to the people specifically that we wanted to get in front of, who were really the investors, who will bring money for us to be able to lend to others. So we didn't do any social media initially. What we're doing was one-on-one engagement with our classmates. We started from Lagos Business School, and then we were students and jobless, but just hungry with a passion to make a difference, right? So we started to engage our classmates, and based on our own social capital, based on our credibility, our families, our classmates, friends, and people in our networks gave us money. It wasn't a lot of money, but what we've done in the last 5 years is multiply it into a business that is 100-man strong now. So initially, it was one-on-one, and for specific products that we have, we don't put it on social media because, you have people who want that exclusive touch. It's only us, but only 20 in the group that are a part of this thing, and then they'll carry it on their head like, oh, I'm part of this exclusive group, right? But there's some products that are just like mass market. So we put it on social media, we go far and wide and actually do sponsored ads for these products. Coming down to what you said about, there are people here who have very physical products, and what platforms would they favor? For us, we have Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, all of that. On LinkedIn is more thought leadership. People want to be and sound intellectual on sorry. They want to, yeah, it's ah, long text based. You have to, they don't, favor pictures like Chiamaka's business would. On Instagram, we're putting pictures up. In next Saturday, we have a FIFA game coming up that the business is pushing forward. And these are the things that we put forward on Instagram, right? We put things that our investors will not side eye us and say, hello, what's going on here, right? We also have another Instagram page and a TikTok page. Why? We have 75% of our population in-house, millennials. The 24% that are Gen Z are the loudest in the room. What platforms are they on? TikTok, right? The customers that we're going to bring in 2 years, in 3 years, they are on TikTok today. So we're not selling on TikTok, but we are there. We're dancing too. We're dancing. It's a different thing that we're putting out on LinkedIn, where we're telling you our numbers, we're telling you the disbursements that we've done year to date, we're telling you the things that will make the investors interested in our business. But we are talking to different stakeholders across different platforms. On Twitter, we're just saying a few things that will make them think that, these people have sense, and want to follow us and not drag us, right? On which other one is there? On YouTube, we do short form videos. Short form videos in 2021 was the biggest form of marketing material or content that you could put up anywhere. And we started to favor these things. What are short form videos? We did one recently, and that was really just a visualization of taking a business from point A to point B. We said, this is when you answer that one DM and you sponsor a business, this is what the results. And we made it visual and put it. That was the highest engaged video that we've put out this year, right? So it's really about visual, auditory, and content that people can read, and just ensuring that it appeals to the different target audiences that you have. Because our business is really money. The commodity that we sell is money. The business is really about trust. If people trust you, they will advocate for you. If people trust you, the end user is not really the person that is really seeing that content, or not necessarily always the person that is seeing that content. That person can influence for you. That person can be the gatekeeper to the person that's going to be the end user, right? So for us, it's really just spreading our tentacles. And like Chiamaka said, it's cost effective, and it's really cutting your cloth according to your material, not according to your size, because really you cannot use all the money that you have in your coffers to market. Then what will you use to produce? What will you use to do other business, right? So you have to be very strategic about, okay, understanding who it is that you're talking to per time. What appeals to this person? What's the psychography of this person? What is the demographic? Where do they stay? Where do they play? Where do they work? These are things that we have a customer, and I'll round up with this. We have a salesperson who, at some point, he was not doing very well, and we had to travel to the states that he was to have a conversation, oh, what's going on, that kind of thing. Staff engagement. And this guy, 2 months, he wasn't doing well, and 2 months after, he started doing, he was the highest salesperson. We had to go and say, what's the secret, so that we can take it back to Lagos and, propagate it. And this guy was like, look, in Port Harcourt, where they were, it's very difficult for you to go get in front of the people that you're trying to sell to. You're trying to give people money, but it's oil companies, and oil companies have gated estates. You cannot enter their offices. You don't know their houses. It will be very, funny if you go and just knock on somebody's door and say, hey, please, do you want to take a loan, right? So it's in their offices. They don't really work on the streets. How do you meet them? He decided that he was going to put a portion of his money into engaging them at bars, engaging them in lounges. So he will buy Coke. That's what he can afford. And then he will talk to you. All the guards are down. There's no protocol anymore. You are drinking, I'm drinking. It's a level playing ground. And then he starts selling. So it's really a deep understanding of who you're selling to and what really makes them tick, right? and then who is influencing on their behalf. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'm going to go one round circle now, and we'll close. And this circle is closing, more like closing thoughts, but also another set of questions. Babajide, is digital absolutely necessary? You led a startup that was not as big on some sort of vibes marketing compared to other startups, and you did a lot of success. So when should you know that I stop wasting money on this social media, or I stop wasting money and just adopt other areas? Okay, because you just gave a typical example, right? So when should you know that, or must you always be online, and how should you do it if you must even be there at all? Right? So, please go ahead.
So digital is extremely important. Extremely. Like you cannot water down the importance of digital. But then I think most times with businesses is the chicken and egg situation, which comes first. And you find out that the problem is a deep understanding of the customer they are trying to engage. Today, we finance 1 million smartphones across Africa. It's not something that it's out there. You know, when people come, they tell me they don't know M-Kopa, I've not seen your adverts. I'm like, you don't need to see my advert. The customer who I'm engaging knows where to find me. And what happens at that point is, so it comes to trust that they were talking about, like how people trust your business, your brand. You know, after you've made one sale, you have referrals. And referrals are very, very strong in Africa. We cannot downplay it. In fact, all over the world, how do we all get jobs? It's referrals. It's like from people who, referral is 65% of the placements that happen in the world, talk less of like the remaining application and headhunting. And so digital is still very important to build that brand legitimacy. So today, we predominantly work offline with agents. But when the agent stands in front of the customer, and the customer is saying, hey, you are this person, what are they doing? What your online presence is. So you are engaging the customer offline, but the customer is online trying to verify. That's the reason why you see some people will be going to social media status. Like, they've engaged a business on Instagram, they will take it to Twitter, where is the jury of, of some fault to as well. And if they've not dragged you on Twitter, then you have not really used social media, to be honest with you. It's a rite of passage. After all, they've told your Bankole what does he know about building businesses and supporting SMEs. So, and when all you'll be doing on Twitter is FA. But it is what it is. And so, you need that digital presence, even if you are offline. Like us right now, we engaged a proper international marketing agent. We're an offline business. My customers are in Odoaron. I'm sure some of you don't know Odoaron. Yeah, exactly. Odoaron is 29 minutes from Port Novo. Yes. Babami. We have to make money. Forget all this nice and we smell nice. On Monday to Friday, we are in Odoaron. And this is, between Ilaro and, that you think that the only border is Seme in, the Togo border, Seme border. There is Port Novo border too as well. There is the part where, for those who know IBD Dende, sorry, you said it that it cannot leave the man. Anyway, back to what I was saying. People in those places, because they are far away from where your office is, and you're about to sell them a product, and they want to know that, okay, they are not going into 419. We knew the days when people used to buy phone in Computer Village and it was fufu inside. We are not short memory. But how do you build that level of trust that someone will walk up to you and say, do you want to buy a Samsung phone? If you pay 20,000 naira as down payment, you can own this phone over 6 months. And people are buying. Remember I said we do 1 million smartphones every year. I'm not even sure there's anybody that does that magnitude on the continent. And so, when you sit down and think about it, online, we don't need you to advertise for us, don't worry. But when you sit and you are talking to this person, the person is checking online. So it's important on what you are doing, what are you putting on Instagram? What are you engaging with on Twitter? What is your Facebook advert? Not even the adverts or paid adverts or all those things like that. What are those internally generated content that people can see a trail that these people have been there for a long time? It's about legitimacy building. And that's what online gives you. And I know the reason why you asked me that question, because when I was at Seboda, I told you I do not like influencers. Because what they did was they just drove traffic to the page and did not convert. And you see a lot of, like when I tell people about influencers are not really about conversion. They are really about top of mind awareness. So that you are constantly in the face. Because first of all, we are very, very poor as a nation. So when you see an influencer using, how many people can really go and drink Martel? Because Davido is drinking it. When you go and check the price in ShopRite alone first, you will turn back and pick a cheaper option. But then it is there so that people actually do know that Mattel does exist. So it builds top of mind. So that the day you have money and your own situation has changed, maybe you go and taste what Davido is tasting. And so at Seboda, we had those issues because every time, and like I said, I'm not marketing, I'm not finance, customer service, I'm general management. And what is general management? Like you said, scorecards and KPI. That's general management. So when we had influencers and I was giving them scorecards and KPI, they were very upset. They were like, we are not doing this. So what did we have to do? We had to go and bootstrap. And we had to go and do offline. When we finally now said, okay, we'll give you promo code and we'll just be tracking. Massive impression numbers. Retweets, everything. How many users? 4. Am I going to build business? Do you understand? Am I going to build a business with 4 conversions and then I've paid you a lot of money? And so that is where businesses need to start understanding, to say, where is it on the funnel that your business is? Online is extremely important. Influencers are extremely important. Paid ads, extremely important. But if you are a new business starting out and you are not doing referral marketing and tell your friends to buy from me and doing more offline engagement and you are wasting money online, one day when you look at I know people might not have balance sheet, but when you look at your P&L, you realize that there is no money again to run the business. So know where your business sits, know where your customer sits. Like I said, we do a lot. In fact, we invest a lot on online, despite the fact that our sales come from agents. But the customer will go and check online to say, this company that is called Mcopa, can I trust them? And that's what online does for us.
Fantastic, fantastic. Let me give you a moment. I hope I enjoy this session. Please, how many people have been at the boot camp before? Please, very quick ground rules. I forgot to do ground rules at the beginning. Please, what I do like this, everybody does this. Please put your hand on your head like this. It means silent. If anybody doesn't do it or they are not silent, we're going to call you out. You come and do one game that we usually do here. Those who have been at our events know. Because I hear a lot of murmurs everywhere. Please, our partners and our exhibition booths, please, very disrespectful to our panelists. We are not paying them when we murmur. Please, thank you very much. So,
You give us water, sir.
there's water. Don't worry. Drink free water. Drink free water. Okay, now that brings us to the nexus of digital footprint versus doing social media for sales. So that you're not deceiving yourself. And you value on time, Shaki Shebiora. You are a Shaki. But you are doing like Ora. Who knows the Shaki and Ora yet? You know, even if you are not Yoruba, you shall be eating Shaki with Amala. You know the job Amala.
Twice.
Anyway, meanwhile, if you don't eat Amala, well, I commiserate. What's that thing when people die? What do they say when people die?
I don't know.
I sympathize with you.
Oh my God.
Anyway, because, so, if I run a business that my sales, or I may hardly get sales online, right? How should I manage my own personal story slash footprint slash brand slash for a small business? How do I build that digital footprint? Because I think you did a lot of it, and I want you to share, you know, maybe just 3 or 4 guides on a daily basis. If you have your phone, what are the type of things that you can put out there online that would help you gradually build? I tell people that the only asset I have, silver or gold, what I have is credibility. I don't have a sales team. And people call me. One calls me. Oh, I have a client in Kenya, in South Africa. Everybody across everywhere call us to say, come and do work for us. My friends, my bosses, my partners. We've never done sales. We don't have it. I don't sell to anybody. It's just strictly referral. But there's a lot of digital footprint. Once you put in Iowa college like this, you just, this guy cannot see my money. This guy knows what he's doing. Do you understand my point? So, well, I don't want to be the one to answer that question. I want to ask my panelists because mine was organic, but we want people to be a lot more deliberate. Because a lot of us, our brand is still at infancy. So we don't necessarily have that big brand like this. So how can you merge? Because a lot of times, most of those in this room, their person is almost their brand. So what are those typical things that they can do to help themselves and their brand build gradual digital footprints that can increase their credibility? Hope your microphone is working.
Yes, working. Okay. So I would say that the first thing is know your brand. So like brands are all different. Like brands are different, and there are different markets that they, you know, that they appeal to. So for example, my brand is a tourism brand, a travel brand, and we appeal to the lifestyle audience. So we appeal to an audience that is very high up there, that people that can afford to travel, can afford 1 million, 2 million to go out of the country. That means you have a certain lifestyle that you, so, and where are these people? So it's about knowing where the people that you're offering your services to, or the products that you're also selling, is about knowing where they are. So for us, many of them are online and they are on Instagram, but also they are also offline. So that's the thing. You have to build a strong social capital offline that you also bring online. The two work together. So you have to first build a strong social capital offline, and then you do that by first working with the people that are around you. So for us, when we first started, and I'll say this as my story, I started out with, you know, telling my colleagues at work about what I do and about telling them to come for my events. And then we also put out very affordable events that they could come to, networking events, low-end networking events that they could easily just pay. I mean, you came for one of them.
Yeah.
Those kind of games nights and things that they could just come to meet new people, to have fun and learn more about what we do. So that way, they come and then they're already part of our community, and then they can pay for the higher end tickets, right? So that way we are building social capital, and then they come online and share our products and services with other people. So it's really about knowing, or it's about building your social capital offline and then bringing it online. Another thing that I would say is also set goals. So how do you set goals for social media? So first of all, know your target audience. Study the demographic of your target audience. So where are they? Who are they? Who is your customer? What are they? Like how old are they? What generation are they? Are your customers mainly millennials? Are they Gen Z? Are they baby boomers? What, what audience are you really catering to? You have to know that, and you also have to know where they live. You have to know, you have to know all these demographics. This will really help you when you're, setting your goals, your social media marketing goals. And then when you set your goals, you also have to also. So another thing that is very important in social media marketing is knowing the right content to put out, right? So when you've set your goals, another thing to know is also the right content to put out. So you have to. Okay. So the next point that I would also say would be using your hashtags appropriately. So for social media, hashtags help, especially on Twitter and on Instagram. When people search for certain things, for example, you need to use the right hashtags in posting about your business. For example, if you're a travel business, use hashtags like travel, tourism, tour guides in Lagos, Mauritius, depending on the kind of post you're posting. And then when people are searching for those things, your page comes out, your post pops up, and all that. And you can also use that on Twitter as well. Then you have to also, the analytics is also very important. You have to measure your analytics properly. So you go to your page analytics and see how your posts are doing, which posts are doing well, and then that helps you to know the kind of posts that your audience likes, because you have to also know what your audience likes and feed into that. So that really helps as well. So generally, what I'm trying to say is that in social media marketing, you have to basically, social media marketing, you have to know your audience, you have to set goals. I was also talking earlier, I mentioned user-generated content. And user-generated content is basically when people post about your business, but their own content. So that way, that helps them to market to their own audience about you. That really helps as well. And the most important thing in all this is to have an excellent business. If you don't have an excellent business, if your business is not good at the back end, then there's nothing you're selling in front end. At the end of the day, people are only going to come to social media to complain about your business. So the most important thing is to have a good business at the back end, and your business would automatically sell itself. So people who come for your past, for example, we do tours, we do travel, and we have several repeat customers. People who come from our tours hardly ever come by themselves. People always tell them about our business. Like, people always inform them about our business. So that way, you have people who have come on your tours and are repeat customers, and then you also have new people who come but have heard about it through someone else. So at the end of the day, it's still about having a valuable, a good and excellent business. That way, it helps you sell automatically to other people, and they even talk about it on social media as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chamaka. Let me come to you, Onye. There is a missing link. A lot of people, for example, who sell physical products, even services, let's assume services is even more important, but for physical products especially, there's a branding element that attracts, that builds trust, because both of them have spoken to trust. But for physical products, people just assume that the product, the name or the type of the product means it will automatically sell, right? And people then push a lot of information. So you see a juice pack, for example, that looks as if it was made under the bridge in Oshodi. Because there's so much information on it that you don't trust it. Do you get what I mean? Or you see somebody selling organic products, the product looks good, looks well packaged, but the person that is selling it did not package himself to align with the product. So how do you, it's just like you now, you sell money. I mean, it's not money you are selling. That's why you look like money. I'm sure that's why you wear gold jacket. So what should the business people in this room live with in terms of every day when I wake up? How should I be thinking about building my brand in a way that builds trust, right? And increases, because I remember FOP, you're talking about building a brand that outlives you.
Yeah.
So you yourself, and then you begin to now have other people. How do you build that brand? You know, what should they be doing on a daily basis?
Okay, thank you very much, Ayo. So your question is really speaking to how to layer your personal brand on your corporate brand. Okay, so I'll give an example. When we're starting off, there was really no brand called Sycamore. It was just an idea to be able to bridge that gap, that funding gap in Nigeria, right? It was just an idea. What we built on was our personal brand. We started calling ourselves CEO, CEOs. You will start by that, right? You will name it and claim it, right? But you also dress the part. You can't be going for a meeting, you're going late. You can't be going for certain appointments, you're not showing up. You cannot afford to be tardy, to look uninterested, like you're not really selling the brand, right? You embody the brand. In 2022, our goal for marketing was trying to humanize Sycamore, trying to show the people behind the brand. Because money, anybody, there are plenty of people that are selling money. There are people that would do money lender and they'll put a phone number, you call you, they'll give you money, right? There are people that are giving money outside their trunk, right? But you have to be able to package yourself in such a way that, we had to package ourselves in such a way that differentiated us. So why are we not called loan sharks? Why are we instead called money lenders, right? It's perception. Your customers to see. And after that person buys your dress or buys your product, are you following up with them? Are you giving them services after? These are the things that talk about you as a person, but also talk about your brand. Because if they feel like it's a transactional thing, they will treat you transactionally too. FOB talked about covenant relationships between he and his staff. And I could relate to it because there are people in Sycamore today that carry the brand on their head more than we, the founders. You want to be able to create that in your staff, in your vendors, in your partners, in your colleagues, everybody. So to round up, your personal brand would have to overlap with your corporate brand. You have to have shared values between both. Every time you step out of your house, you are representing your brand. Every time you take a picture and you put it on social media, every time you speak in public, you are representing that brand. So really, what are you putting out there? Thank you.
When you have a credit company, you wear good jackets because it's money you are dashing people. So you need to know, please,
It's not that
if you
true.
see anybody on this
It's
stage,
not that
when
true.
they come down, build them. I mean, you hear me? She said she embodies the business. I mean, yes. Meaning that she herself is waiting in the business. You sharp. The thing that you talk about. And this woman should be your body and business. So you go and meet her, what will she do for you? Carry you to Mauritius. You're correct. This guy, what's he going to give you? He will give you iPhone 15. So I think that we've had an amazing session with Babajide. All of them are my friends. So it's a panel of friendship. I've had an amazing time, and I'm sure that our guys have had fun. So in just 30 seconds, you can give us your closing thoughts. no pay now. Why is this you see, this is my mentor here. She wants to ask questions. Now, she teach us. You know, like someone want to ask us questions. No. So, yeah, we'll take one or two questions. I know that a few of them are very much in a hurry. So maybe before, maybe 30 seconds closing thoughts, then we can take questions. Or maybe the questions can be the closing thoughts, each of them, so that we wrap up. So just 30 seconds closing thoughts. And then please, the first three people to raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, here. God forbid I call you. One person here, nobody, okay. So I'll call her. Now you, I ask you. Please, anybody here? Nobody. Who else raised your hand here? Okay, you. Then, anybody there? Yeah, you. Okay, great. So, please, we'll go to Lola. Please, ladies and gentlemen, last year we gave Lola an award for the most supportive mentor for the boot camp. She has been with us from the very first 2018. She's my mentor, is my big sister, she's an awesome person. How did you come when FOP was here? You here? Please, let me give her a microphone. Microphone down now, Sharon.
Of course.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the honor. So mine is a very simple question, and so I'm an aspiring SME. At some point I will do that too, please. Now these days there's that confusion as to your personal brand and the brand itself. At what point does it begin to hurt you that I need to dance on TikTok to sell my product? So for example, Social Perfect, I would expect that she needs to take those trips so people will see that she's experiencing it because she sells an experience. A GD is selling products, so will you show yourself buying phones every day? What is the rule book? At what point should I be the one dancing, selling my products? And at what point does it become a problem? Because if I do something privately, it's like Live Wasabi was in the club yesterday, and everybody's like, so there's a problem with that. So what's your advice to aspiring SMEs? How do you draw the line between when dancing is okay and when the product needs to set itself for testimonials and all of that?
That question.
So I do have an answer, and I'll use Safe Border as a very good example. So initially, when you are trying to build a brand that people do not know or trust, people like to relate with human beings and faces. And so in the initial onset, it was a lot of the employees of Safe Border who were like tweeting about the company, who were, talking about our numbers and things like that. As we started to get big and we started to see more conflict between the personality of the employee and the company, we then now took something and created someone called Sheyi from Safe Border. It was no one. It was multiple of us tweeting as Sheyi. So Sheyi was an Agbero, was an intellectual, it was so many things. And that was because it was many people. So when the business starts to get bigger and structured, it's better to dissociate the individual from the brand itself. And we see that with a lot of founders today. There was one where the founder was always quick to type, and you could hear people, customers say, is the founder that is managing the social media accounts, because the company was typing the same way the founder would type. The same level of insult, the same level of uncouth behavior was being translated. So while it makes sense at the initial stage for there to be a face of the company, after a while, that face would need to start taking a backseat for the company to actually have its own face. And sometimes I usually tell the founders that, you know what, it's better for you to start dumbing down your engagement or interaction on social media. So when people tweet at you, for instance, don't be the one to respond. Let the company account go and respond, because other people are seeing it. And when you are the first to jump in at every point in time, people would ignore the company and focus on you because they feel that that is the best way to get a response. But when you start to ignore them Like people will be in my DMs asking me about questions. It's crazy because at least she owns the business. Me, I was employee. And they employed me to manage Nigeria. And people were calling me and telling me about issues in Uganda and Kenya. On markets I had no purview for. So I knew that there was a problem, and if I continued that way, I was going to land myself in more hot water than me being the helpful person that I initially started with. So what happened? I just started ignoring. And anytime they say, I'll just direct them, please go to this person and go there. Then I'll come internally and hold the neck of whoever is supposed to respond to say, see this request, I need you to get on it. And so it's better, initially it's okay because people want a face to the brand, but as the brand starts to get bigger, it's better for the founder to start transferring some of those brand equity into the business. Unless the risk that you run is that the day something will happen in the founder's personal life, they will use that and attack the business. People, especially online, they have no chill. They have no filter. They have nothing. That's the reason why someone will wear singlet in Alagbado that has nothing doing will sit down and tell Ayoban Kole he doesn't know anything about building businesses or SMEs. He pained me because it was an insult. And it's because we all share the same internet space. And when anything is out on the internet, you cannot control it. But then, thank God you kuku have Voltrons like me that will fight your battle, even if you want to be quiet. And so it's easy, or it's better to dissociate the brand as quickly as possible.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Good day, everyone.
I think someone wanted to respond, though.
Okay, you wanted to say something? Can I just take this? So I think it's similar. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for that. I'm 50% gone on my question. The brand, having more than one brand is my own issue, and there are two conflicting brands. I run a faith-based school, and I have an NGO for people losing on life. That's like living in hope, precisely on lupus and autoimmune condition. I'm a lupus warrior myself. I know what it is to be at the lone world. So I have a faith-based school where I post things my school do, and the same contacts I still use for the lupus world, where I have Muslim, Christians, herbalists, free thinkers, and I need to do a bit of Michael Jackson. I need to do a bit of Celine Dion. And my parents are like, faith-based school, how do you? Exactly. So at times my husband will tell me, what repetition are you giving this school? Like I had a program just last week, and I have a lady I always use for my aerobics. Aerobics are a song. She wanted to do Buga, and I'm to be there. That's within the people living in pain and trying to live again. Then I had to post on my status to give them hope, to connect with them. Then the school parent is saying, Elijah, Bera or something. How do we balance different brands?
Where
now?
is Miriam?
So that's actually
Miriam
what
should
I
go
want
and
to
meet
say.
our
Thank you.
twin sister. I have a colleague. I call her Alaja Snapchat. This is our colleague. This guy.
Okay, so I will answer your question, but I want to come from the previous question, right? So it was layering your personal brand was based on the kind of business you do. You have to answer different questions. Where are you along the journey? Are you starting? If you're starting, there's nothing, right? It's just the way he said, you're building trust, right? If you see, for us, we're not the ones dancing on TikTok. And the purpose of dancing on TikTok is to appeal to the next generation of customers and colleagues. So there's purpose for everything that we're doing on different platforms, right? I told you that, on LinkedIn, we're pushing thought-based, thought leadership content, right? On Instagram, you want to get money? Come and get money, right? So that answers it. It's really knowing where you are along your journey, knowing the industry you work in. If it's very visual, you are posting and you are. Chamaka, you don't dance on Instagram. You dance now. You don't dance anymore. Okay. Anyways, you were dancing at some point. So structures are in place now. Okay. So to the conflicting brands, I feel like there's what should be out there and there's what absolutely has no business being out there. Um, it- okay, so at some point last year, I also struggled with lupus, right? But this build are people that are cash strapped. So I'm focused on that. I'm focused on taking from the haves and distributing, like you said, distributing to the people that need it, right? So what is really the focus? Are you trying to encourage people because they'll be encouraged if they see that you're leading an active life, right? Are you trying you have to be able to really define it. Your people are obviously living through pain, living through flares, living through constant doctor visits and things like that. You need to be able to, they can relate to it when doctor's visit number 100 and something of the year, you are videoing that if you want to. But there's also a limit to what really is personal. And that's why it's not personal life. We said personal brand. You curate it. Who is very popular that we really don't know anything about them, but they're popular on Instagram? Ayo. On Twitter. Very popular. But what do you really know about him? But he's popular. He has a personal brand. Yes.
It's a rare condition.
Yes.
That people don't know about.
Yes.
And then people that find themselves with are not ready to talk because of stigmatization.
And the truth, okay.
The process is, it's just one of it.
Yes.
And there is, as I woke up this morning, I've spoken to about 3 people, 4 people. Mm-hmm. I can't do private talking every time. Yeah. I don't have a referral base yet because I'm just telling people you need to talk. Mm-hmm. But on status, I have 300 views. I have 500 views at times that people will come and tell me their personal story, and I also have them pick again. So it's still the same line. Is it that I changed contact for school? I had the school 8 years gone. Lupus journey is just 2 years. Mm-hmm. I have 2 years of survivor that I had to share my story. I never shared my story for about 14 years of my life. Wow. But when I took to resilience, I had to grow people. I have kids, teenagers, dying, and I can't talk to everybody every day, but they follow me on status. Yeah. Likewise, the school.
So what is the purpose? Yeah.
The purpose of the talk is to pick people and give them hope. People that sponsor us want to be celebrated. Mm-hmm. Giving awards you put on the wall. I can't put my faith-based music to them. I can't. So I'm just so confused. And this kept giving me like I reverse. I'm not growing on some things. Mm-hmm. I scale losing the skill. The people that are dying. So how do one balance within?
I think, sorry, Ada.
Okay.
Hello, one house. Please, I'm looking for people that will come and dance on the stage.
Hello, everyone.
Please, hold on.
Please put your hand on your head.
Please, great part now. Please come. Thank you. Please come.
Oh my God.
Please come. Please go outside. Where is the lady? Please come outside. Please come outside. Please come outside. Alaja, come outside. Alaja Lupus, come outside. Come outside. Come outside. You come and stand like this. Hey, all my volunteers, where are you? Please, I need everybody inside this hall. Help me to look for people that are talking, I beg. We need entertainers. We are getting too serious. Please, very quickly.
Okay, I just wanted to say something to her question, and I think she was specifically talking about having 2 brands, right? Not her personal life. So say you're CEO of a company and you have an NGO, right? How do you equally represent those two brands where they're not conflicting, right? You have two businesses, but one is an NGO, the other one is like money, is like what you do for work. And there's nothing wrong with it, right? That's the honest truth. We all have different expressions of ourselves. You know, we're in a world where everybody is trying to niche, define you to be one thing. You don't have to be one thing. You can have different things that you're doing at different parts of your life, right? So if you have an NGO that you're passionate about, speaking about, the only thing I would say is if you use one Instagram page for both of them, maybe separate. Okay, so create a different page for your lupus organization and have a different page for your school. Okay, so they're not conflicting information on one page. But you can have the same phone number. It's the same person. Nothing wrong with that. Right? My GM in Microsoft, she just launched a social enterprise where she's teaching women in tech. She's still the MD of Microsoft Nigeria, but she has a program where she teaches women in tech and encourages them to do well. Same person. It's not a different picture. It's the same person. The only difference is you're clear on what you're doing on both platforms. Right? You're very clear on what each of them is. If any teacher, if any mother decides to take out her child because of what you're doing, goodbye. Not everybody is your customer. You're doing what you're doing for who you're doing it for. Your customers will come. And the people who you need to reach out to will come to you on that platform. So feel free to express yourself there and also do your business on your page. Just make sure that you're clear on what you're doing on which one and what you're not doing on the other. Thank you.
Okay, so unfortunately, I can't take more questions because I need to bring this to a hard stop. Hello, one house. Unfortunately, don't worry, next panel, I'll call those on the gallery. That's one of the bad side of coming late. You forget that people are at the upstairs. You know, I'm vertically challenged. So when I'm on the downstairs, I don't see the people. When I stand on my wallet, inflation don't chop my wallet. I don't know why these people think I have money. It's because you see this all. I did not pay for this all.
This is my staff. I don't even know he's here. You're punishing me before my staff.
I'm punishing you before your staff. Ah, very good. Where's your staff? Now your staff go give the instruction. This is your payback time. Where's the staff? Eh? Oh, now him be this. In there beside you. Ah, he good. So please, I want to give, these guys, there are some people that when we call, they just want to, please stand up, let's take a picture. That when we call, we can't even call them for non-profit initiatives because, and you can't blame them also, these things take a lot of time. And, but we are so grateful that we're able to build a brand that people want to associate with, and they're able to come and share with others, even when there are no tangible resources to it, right? So we really want to appreciate you, Onye, for coming to us. This is the Social Impact Award on behalf of the CLSME. Where's Slim? Please let me call Slim. And there are also a token other gifts inside there. What, is this a bag?
Thank you.
Please move, you people. You people should move to the side. Move. One by one. No, it's a panel now. What do you mean one by one? Chiamaka, you are doing awesome. Meanwhile, I met Chiamaka. She attended one of all those sessions that I usually take. All these bougie breakfast, kinikon in the hotel. That was where I met her, and she came to me and she said, "Oh, I love what you're doing. It's so awesome." Yes. Okay, so Babajide is, Babajide has really tried. He has to be somewhere, and we literally hijacked him. So please take 5 quick pictures. Babajide needs to leave now. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. All right, thanks so much, guys. Thanks so much. And I think you should also give yourself a round of applause. That's been an amazing and engaging session. Please, our guests, kindly come on the stage. Which solution? Come on the stage. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that was a brilliant session. We have a lot more in store for you. But I'm going to call on Stella now. Where's Stella? To continue the next agenda on the program. Meanwhile, I have some people I'm owing. If I'm owing you, come and collect what I'm owing you. Some of my guys want free matches. You know, this thing they say about social media and personal kinikon. I've never done social media challenge before. My content people told me that for this event, I have to do, what was that thing that I did? Ski, bam, bam, ski. Omo, that thing, I've never got that much reaction before. Everybody was sending it to me. In fact, some people have made it into a meme. That, see, that thing works so, like magic.
I think we should do that thing again. Because everybody has been sitting for so long. I don't know how to do it.
What was that?
Everybody should stand up and do it.
No issue. They need to possibly do something. What's the next thing? No, there's a guy that will come.
Please, a round of applause for yourselves. You have all been amazing. So I was telling Ayo that I actually think that everyone is supposed to do that thing, that session, that mini aerobic session, because we've been sitting for more than 30 minutes and it's very unsafe. I'm sure we know that sitting is the new smoking. If you sit for too long, the health implications that you would have is the same thing as someone who smokes. So you might say, oh, I don't smoke. But if you sit for too long, you would suffer the same thing that they suffer. So with this understanding, please let's rise to our feet. Please, let's rise to our feet. It's for our own good. As much as you are learning, this is also something new that you're learning. So I'm not very dramatic like Ayo. So just move to the right, turn to the left, try to touch your toe. I said try. So it means that, you know when they say attempt this question. So just try. Just try. The one if it's your knee you can touch, it's fine. If it's your toe you can touch, please do so. And if you are still young and you can't bend down, please, what have you done with your waist? Yes, it's a very bad. Did you not see Mr. Folusha? He's 70, but he stood for almost an hour. He attended to everyone. If at this age, say like half, we can't do that. How are we going to be when we are 70? So we need to pay attention to our health. So please, a round of applause for yourselves, and please sit down. So I have some announcements for us. So we have help. One of our partners help. They're giving free medical consultations. So they're helping you check your vitals. A lot of us don't check our vitals until we are ill. And it doesn't have to be that way. Prevention is better than cure, but prevention comes when you diagnose something. So please, you can reach out to them. It's free. And then if it's a consultation, you know you have to pay. So take advantage of the free checkup and every information that they can give to you. They're just out there. You can also use the restroom if you haven't used the restroom in a while. You know it's not good to hold that waste product for so long in your body. The next announcement. Also, if you came early, you know you got a raffle ticket, right? So please don't misplace the tickets because we're going to have the raffle. And Simon Cooper's partner will be giving free legal services to 3 lucky business owners. So please, when we do the raffle and we call you, if you are not here, you cannot transfer. So we'll just give it to another person. So please do well to stay, and I wish you all the best, or may the best man win. And also, Clouds Fair would be giving free website development to 2 lucky business owners. I'm sure you know how much it costs to develop a website, and our partners are doing this for free. Please celebrate our partners: Pepper.io, 101 Cavern, Help, Paddy Cover, Track It, Clouds Fair, Zaha Beach Events, Modoc Institute of Art, Modion Communications. Simon, please keep celebrating them. Business Day, Premium BN, and JC The Docs. Thank you so much for supporting us. Also to our headline partners, EcoBank Nigeria, UAC Foods, Feather Cash, Caladium, and the Famous Gross. And to the best supporters of all, please celebrate yourselves. Because if you are not here, we would not have a successful event. So thank you for taking time out to be here. So we also have a surprise for us. We have someone in our midst. His name is the human calculator. So he can calculate any figure. So I really need you to test his brand. You know when somebody says a human calculator, it means that if you give him any number, if you tell him this plus this multiplied by this divided by this, that is what he does. So without further ado, let's make welcome the human calculator. Please let's also celebrate our guest up there. Please, we celebrate you, we recognize you. We can see you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. Oh, he's here. Please celebrate him.
This time around, I'm not here to do an aerobic exercise. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. I'm Omojolade by name. Yes. I also run a small, medium scale enterprise. I'm into hairstyling. Yes, hairstyling and hopefully making it a large brand. So hairstyling for ladies, not for guys. Yes. So let me be clear on that. And with what she mentioned, I'm human calculator. So what I do is I do something so unusual with numbers. And that is my brand. Yes. And I'm going to be doing that this afternoon. So it's going to be an unusual thing here. Since Lagos SME is in its 6th year, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to be using the 6. So they are going to pass the mic around. What you need to do is just to give me numbers. It may be 2 digits. And also, you can also check it out with your phone, with the calculators on your phone to check if the answers are right. So it's fun. Yeah, so, and I believe you're ready. So I have 6. 6, this is the 6th year. I want from the audience numbers, maybe 2 digits, 3 digits to multiply that 6. Yeah, we can start. Okay, yes. Okay.
Yeah, number 9.
That's times, okay, 9 times 6, that's 54.
Please give him hard numbers.
Yeah, continue. Yes.
Human
I think she wants to
calculator.
try. She still wants to, she still wants to. She still wants to.
Okay.
That's 54.
993.
993 times 6, right? That is 5,958.
Who goes next?
419.
2,514.
0.9.
0.9 times 9 times 6, that is going to give us 5.4.
Who is 6 times 59?
6 times 59, 354.
Who is confirming for me?
Okay, let's raise the bar.
Please raise the bar.
Okay, someone is raising a hand there.
We have a lot of people actually.
Okay, 669 times 6, 4,014.
5,551.
Sir?
5,551.
Wow, 5,551 times 6, that is going to be 33,306.
999.
Okay, 999, that is 5,994. Okay, now this is it. Please, can you give the mic to him? Okay. So I have 5,994. Can you still give me probably a single digit number to multiply that? From 0 to 9, okay. So,
I don't get.
okay, now I have 5,994. So, from 0 to 9, pick a number so that I can use to multiply that 599.
7.
Times 7, that is going to be 41,958. Correct?
Times 2023.
41,558 times 2023. 82 million.
Please celebrate him. He has done well.
Okay, so to round this up, good afternoon, ma'am. Okay, please, can you help me to pass the mic to her? Yes. So this is what we're going to do for Ima. Ima, you are not answering any question. I'll be the one to answer. Since they are all with their phones, and you just keep calling the numbers. Don't need to multiply. Probably maybe 6 the same 6. So I'm totally working with this 6 today. So I have 6. You can give me probably maybe 1 to multiply that 6. That's a 6, 6. You give me, just keep calling the numbers. Don't worry, since I'm multiplying it. Are you ready, ma? Okay, let's go.
So any number from what to what?
Probably let's do this single digit number. Don't worry, it's still going to increase, ma. So let's, okay.
9.
54.
So what that means, whatever number I'm calling, you're multiplying by
Yes.
6. Okay, 12.
648.
29.
18,792.
33.
That is going to be 620, 136.
46.
620, 136 times 46. That is going to be 28,526,256. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
But is there a time frame for your questions to be answered?
Well, okay, this is it.
Seconds, minutes.
Seconds, minutes. But not up to minutes.
Well done, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Are you sure we should not do marathon?
Thank you so much,
This
Aro.
is very, very interesting. Please celebrate the human calculator. I've never met anyone like him before. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your gift with us. And you know the good thing about having a gift is when you continually practice, it will get better. So some of us, we have gifts, but we'll keep it and say, I don't want them to see. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. So please, celebrate the human calculator one more time. That was genius. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, without further ado, we're going into our next panel session. Because I know that we've had a well-spent time already, but we really want to feed you because this program happens maybe once or max twice in a year. And once or twice is not enough for you to be better. You need continual hearing. So this program is being streamed on web TV. So you might think that, oh, I've heard everything that they've said today. I can assure you that there are some things that maybe you skipped, maybe when you stepped out or something. So you can go to web TV and watch any of the sessions that you think you need to watch again. So now I'm going to be introducing the panelists. So this session is an executive dialogue. It talks about harnessing relationship, efficient distribution channels, and effective financial communication. This panel will be moderated by Adanaya Armstrong. Please celebrate her as she comes off stage. Adanaya Armstrong. And on this panel, I have Tayo Oshiyemi, Fumi Olaniyi, and Wale Olajubu. And I would be reading out their profile. So when I read out their profile, they will come up. Okay. So Oluwa Fumilayo Olaniyi is an associate director at Anderson, Nigeria, and has been in tax compliance and advisory services for more than 15 years. She's the host of the Icon On Air podcast. In addition, she utilizes her expertise to assist clients with the resolution of tax audits. Please make welcome to the podium Fumi Olaniyi, Director, Business Development and Strategic Partnerships at Anderson, Nigeria. Please celebrate her.
Please keep clapping as my panelist comes.
Yes, please keep clapping. So let me also read the profile of our moderator, even though she has signaled to me that she's not ready, but I think that we should also know what she does. Okay, so goodness, Adanaya Armstrong is the founder of Career Space and founding partner at Startup HR Africa. She specializes in talent solutions and cultural advisory for African startups. She began her career at Great Place to Work Africa and later served as HR Employee Relations Manager at Microsoft. She's committed to fostering the African startup ecosystem. She champions skill development, talent connection, and cultural alignment. Goodness is a top 50 HR influencer in Nigeria, actively shaping talent and culture discussions as a panelist and moderator on tech platforms. She holds a first-class degree in international relations from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, a master's in human resources from Brunel Business School, London, and is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School and a fellow of the Peace Tech Accelerator in Washington, D.C. Please celebrate our moderator. And next we have Tayo Oshiemi. He is a business development expert and management consultant. He's the Deputy Managing Director of SKLD Integrated Services Limited. He has worked as a business development executive in various companies. He has cognate and transactional experience in a variety of industries, including garments manufacture, auto trade, audio engineering, and property development. He'll be speaking on how small businesses can build effective distribution channels from ground zero to scale. Please make welcome our panelists one more time, and I hand over to Adanaya.
Can he have the mic? Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Please, a round of applause for the panel all together. And a round of applause for yourselves as well. Okay.
My apologies, I skipped Mr. Wale. Sincere apologies. Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so next we have Wale Olajubu. He's a Prince 2 certified project manager with 14 years of financial technology experience in Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa. His expertise spans across technology, retail, and finance, encompassing product management, mobile payments, marketing, partnerships, and customer acquisition. Notable achievements include leading successful mobile payment platforms and recognition as a masterclass and session leader at Nigerian Social Media Week. He is a member of several professional associations like the Institute of Strategic Management of Nigeria and the Chartered Institute of Marketing UK. He serves as the Chief Executive of Pfizer Acquiring and Digital Payments. He is passionate about using technology for the betterment of Nigerians. And he will be speaking on how small business owners can harness relationships, communities, events, and social platforms into powerful networks to drive growth. Once again, welcome my panelists with a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I know that once people start eating like this, we don't used to eat with our ear, our mouth, even our ear, we don't used to listen. So please, can you guys promise us 30, 40 minutes of attention? Okay, so this is okay, Abby? We're listening. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to just start by, talking about our panel today. We're going to be discussing harnessing relationships, efficient distribution channels, and effective financial management for SMEs, small businesses in the room. And I think this is going to be a very practical session, right? So I'm happy for the people on this panel. How many minutes do I have? Just so, Ayo, how many minutes do I have? You come and advise. I will not answer you. Okay, so I'm going to start with Tayo. Tayo, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Fantastic, good to have you. I mean, you're kind of an expert when it comes to distribution for businesses. And I want you to go from a personal story point of view. I think one of the things that Ayo has tried to do with the events today is for people to talk through their personal stories and experiences. Now, when we talk about distribution channels for businesses, we're talking about how goods and services can move from point A, where I have produced them, to the last end user who needs my service. So a person in this room who is producing t-shirts or someone who does media and branding, how do they get their service to the person who needs it, across the room or across the state or across the country? And I think I'll just be more direct with my question to say, talk briefly about distribution channels, how they work for small businesses, particularly, and how you have, in your own business, built your own distribution channels. How did you decide on what channel to use? How to, move your business from point A to point B? How did you do that from your own experience?
All right, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm very passionate about SMEs, and the reason is it's so critical to the development of the economy of a nation. And sometimes we get lost in transit, in that SME space. People don't recognize the contribution of SMEs to economies. A quick background. I work for a company that is into educational supplies distribution. So it's a sourcing and manufacturing company. So in that sense, we're very, very particular about moving goods specifically from the point of production, which sometimes is local or offshore, to the end user. But I also own an edtech firm, which is also into services. So we're providing post-secondary education. So in some sense, I have experience on both sides of the spectrum, whether it's moving physical goods or moving services. So I can speak a bit about distribution from those two lenses, but I'll quickly touch on product for the moment. I think for distribution, it's very important that business owners understand that the real crux of having created the right product is getting it in front of the consumer, ensuring that the consumer, the person who can make a decision about your product, sees it, and then they can make that decision. And the way the world is structured, right, distribution sometimes can be very complex because you have your customers spread in different locations, in different segments, in different, what you might call demography or psychography, as you may, consider it. And we have, of course, the online and offline access. So one very important thing is to understand your supply chain. Understanding your supply chain, a subset of that is what you call distribution management. And the concept of distribution management has many subsets. When you talk about distribution, you're first of all talking about the manufacturing of the product. Then from the manufacturing of the product, you're talking about order fulfillment and management. Order fulfillment and management also has subsets like things like handling of the product, packaging. Then you have communication, meaning how do I ensure that when the order gets to me, I'm able to communicate to the clients that I have seen your order and your order is on its way. Or if it's a physical store, how do I ensure that the customer who comes into my physical store or a physical location, I'm able to quickly understand what the customer wants to buy, and I'm able to deliver that. The easier you are able to demystify your customer's exact requirements, the quicker you're able to serve the customer. And one critical thing is you have to think about distribution in terms of two major pillars, which is efficiency and time. The world in such a place where customers don't want to wait too long for you to sort your distribution out or sort your delivery out. So one very important thing is understanding your supply chain and breaking it down in a way that you can piece everything together. Okay? And then one important thing to quickly say, on the back of that is that distribution should no longer be conceived as just owning all the channels. For you as a small business, the first thing is you probably don't have capital to be spread all over the place. So you've got to think of how can I get to the customer without necessarily owning the real estate. And one of the ways you can do that, of course, is the famous online and digital. You've heard a lot about digital today and how that you need to be able to truly understand what digital is to your business and how it aligns with your business, because not all businesses can truly leverage digital. Sometimes digital is for you to be able to communicate that you exist and people begin to put trust in your brand, but the real selling may not happen on digital. One of the ways you can leverage digital, of course, is to create content that explains your product and puts it out there and transfers some sort of credibility on your brand. But beyond digital, which we've heard a lot about today, one very critical way to leverage brick and mortar is partnerships. A lot of SMEs don't truly leverage partnerships enough. And when we talk about partnerships for distribution, a lot of times we're chasing the same customers. You're chasing the same customer with the next business, and there is some sort of separation in the kind of business offering of value proposition that you have, but there are collaborations that can happen in terms of the types of customers you're chasing. So it is in your interest to create the connect between your value proposition and that other business so that you can leverage partnerships in terms of owning distribution channels. So if SMEs will be more focused on really, really taking a deep dive into how we can partner with other businesses, then they can truly leverage multiple channels that they don't have to own by themselves. So I think that that's so important. I can talk a bit more about services, but I'd like to stop here since it's just the opening comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And please, if you have any questions around moving your business or your product, to your end user, and how can you get across to, your customers, please just write your questions down and we'll take it at the end of the session. For me, I'm just going to talk about accounting principles. And I'll say this because I think accounting is one of the issues that SMEs face, right? Keeping appropriate accounting, from using the money to buy personal items. Before you know it, you have used the money, the profit from your t-shirt that you sold last week to solve a personal issue at home, and just to bad bookkeeping generally, and just not being able to separate business money from personal funds. Practically tell us how we can easily manage that, tools or processes that businesses here or small businesses here can use to even do that separation and manage their funds effectively.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's such a pleasure to be here today. And I'll say thank you to the organizers of this platform, because it just gives everyone an opportunity to talk and to experience the difference in doing their businesses. So I would perhaps want to lay a foundation to say I have come 12 years, and he sure knows what it means to do a proper accounting. That is why the business has thrived past 5 years. So I'll say, as an accountant, I didn't grow up to be an accountant. I didn't even dream of being an accountant. I studied mass communication, and that's my friend right there. But, circumstance came, and then in KPMG, we're all forced to do accounting. And I would say today that I'm proud to be an accountant because it just makes me accountable for everything that I do, including my own personal business. So I'm known for tax, I'm known for accounting, but I would want to advise us today, because a lot of people just put their hands in different things that they call passion. We have the idea, you bet the idea, and then eventually you have the business, they transfer money to your personal account. You don't know how this money goes in and goes out, because you just say, but this person paid me for this goods or this service that I just gave or I just rendered. But the next thing is, when you're looking through your bank statements, you're seeing the outflow, and it's not commensurating with the inflow. It just means that you're mixing up your private and your business together. So I'm not exactly putting on what I should do, or I'm not putting on the right cap of a business guru. That is why a lot of business will crash. So one thing that a lot of people do is you don't have the proper accounting. Like our mothers or our grandmothers at the time, they had the colo, they had the tin that they would label, this is for sweets, this is for biscuits, this is for this, and they have it all placed down. But a lot of us don't do that because we just believe, oh, it's me, I own the business, I'm the entrepreneur. It starts and finishes with me, apart from the cost that I would incur on utility, on staff cost, and all of that. So we need to be very careful how we take out money from our personal business. That's why a lot of times we say just incorporate the business. It could just be a sole proprietorship. And then you have a bank statement. Yes, we open an account, and then we still know we are signatories to the account, and we still dig our hands into it, and it goes out. But please be disciplined enough to understand that you need savings, you need investment, and you're not only putting the money there. Perhaps you should have a mindset of investing the money so that it regenerates into something else that blossoms more than you have envisaged. I'm trying to look at one of the things, because I have a beautiful slide, but I didn't know it was going to be this kind of platform, and then it's all good. So, when I looked at what United Nations call SME and how this has really generated a lot for the economy. We're looking at about 90% of businesses being SMEs, and we're also looking at 60 to 70% of SMEs being the contributors to the GDP. In fact, 50% to 70%. So that means all of us here, if you have a name registered as a business name, or you even have the idea in your head and you have called one or two people to help you in that business, you must know that you are going to contribute to the GDP of the nation. So it's not even only about Nigeria, it's about worldwide GDP. So some of the approaches that I see is you need to understand the records of all your transactions. So I listened to the panel before us, and I heard how she called 1, 2, 3 people, 10 people for the first forum, right? And then the second one, 30 people. And she didn't give it up. I mean, it had to increase because people had seen the value in the service she was providing. And if she had not put in proper records, perhaps I'm just speaking for her, I don't know if she has the proper books, record books. So what you need to do is you have an Excel sheet. We don't do the writing right, but in my salon, because I own a salon, I mean, I have 2 branches of that. So you have the record books where you can afford an auditor. You can get an auditor of 30,000 naira, or 50,000, or 100,000. You may not even generate that much, but try to set the foundation right. If the foundation is not solid, then your business may crumble. So what you need to do is, after writing out, you also know that you have to put in on the Excel sheet, so that at the end of the month, you know what your cost is and what your profit is. You also know what your revenue is. So people mix up profit, revenue, turnover. And it's not all the same. So every money that comes into my business is not exactly my profit. We know that, right? So every money that goes out of my business may likely be cost, especially when you're sure that you incurred those costs for the business, not for private use, not because I'm going out for my own private business and I'm buying fuel and I'm thinking that fuel cost belongs to the business. It may not necessarily belong to the business, except when you go to that place you're going to meet partners, you're going to meet people that would invest in your business. Yes, it can become a business expense. And then you eventually minus the cost from the revenue that you generated, and that becomes your profit. So like I mentioned during the interactive session on IG, I said, looking at my schedule for the month in my salon, because I have 2 branches, I have one in Lekki and I have one in Aja. And I looked at the one in Aja and I realized that 80% of my cost was on utility, it was on fuel. So I didn't understand where this was coming from. But what can I do? I have to secure or look for an alternative means of powering, right? I have to look for inverter or something that would just help. And I realized that in the salon you need the water heater. The inverter may likely not fit into that. But someone just told me yesterday that yes, you can have an inverter for just the water heater. Then you need also your lights for drying of hair. You need it for a lot of things. So right now, what I did is the lightning. Yes, I have solar lights. I mean, it lightens up everywhere. But I also need something else that will be an alternative for power supply. So all of those things, you must consider them. Because when I eventually looked at everything, when the alerts come in, you're excited. But you don't know when these things go out. And you're just excited about one thing and not about the other. Except after the end of the month, you put together on an Excel sheet, I know the inflow and I know the outflow, and I'm able to decipher what my profit was for the month. So we must all do that, irrespective of what you sell or what service you provide. So for example, I sell clothes, I sell this, I sell that. Some people have raw materials. Because if you're a tailor, for example, you have raw materials and you buy those ones. And when the customers are paying you, you just think that is your profit. It's not your profit. So you have to minus all of those things that made up for what you were able to produce to generate that revenue. So please, we have to be mindful of that and get an auditor at the end of it, perhaps every quarter or 6 months, just try to be modest about these things. So one other thing is, we should try to always look out for a financial statement for ourselves. At the end of the year, I'm looking at my inflow, that's my profits and my loss. I'm looking at my balance sheet. Some of you have investors. Some of you have assets. Anything can be your asset. The dryer in my salon is an asset. The lighting is an asset. The chairs, the table, furnitures and fittings. All of those things add up to being an asset. Plants and equipment, you have generators. So at the end of the year, I know what my business is worth. I know the worth of my business, so that I'm not just playing the lip service to say guess what? Everyone here has talked about social media. I may not be that much of a social media person, but I had to employ someone to do that. And perhaps referral works for me, but that also works. So if you know what works for your business, you must be able to use that as a cost, which is a good cost for your business, and not that you're just spending away and you just want to fit into what everybody does. So please just be mindful of your cost, and you'll see that you would excel in your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. You know, I think I agree a lot with keeping records, because it was one time where I was keeping records of how much I had spent on Uber in a week. In fact, I'd spent almost 80K on Uber in a month one time. It was cheaper for me to buy internet and put in my house and sit in my house and do my work. So if you don't track, you can't measure, right? So if you're not tracking how much fuel is costing your business, you won't know, okay, how can I innovate to use less fuel and get more partnerships in this line? So it's just important to keep records, you know, not just of money coming in, but of money going out. So thank you for that. We'll come back to how we can also, you know, think about taxation for our businesses, even at small scale, because a lot of us don't look at that. I know a friend's business, small scale business, who tax office just, and it's when you start succeeding in this Lagos that you will know that taxing is important. Like, they will come for you so hard, you'll be like, have they been waiting for me? So it's important to start now to think about it, but we'll come back to that. I'm going to go to Mr. Wale, who interestingly used to work in this building that we sit right in as head of advertising for the EcoBank Africa business. So he's EcoBank alumni. Runs a series of finance companies that are really doing well. He's the chief executive at Faisal, and also the MD at Assets MFB, 10th fastest growing MFB in Nigeria. I'm saying these things because I met him in a community, and he's going to talk about how to use community to grow your business, how to use your network to grow your business. I think that's also part of the reason why we're here today. I met him, I met Ayo in the same community, and I'm one person who can speak to how much community can help to move your business from point A to point B. But Wale is going to help us talk about that. Wale, talk to us about, you know, I mean, even Ayo mentioned it this morning. Some people just come, first thing, oh, mentor me, mentor me. There's strategies to this thing, right? Your network is your net worth. How do people harness the power of network and community to build their small businesses? And from your own experience, how did you do it?
Good afternoon, everyone. And it is really nice to see the beautiful faces here. I used to work with EcoBank, and then they didn't have this building. And we're at Bonnie Camp. I managed the communications. I was the head of communications for advertising for East Africa, West Africa. I managed the entire Nigerian business. I launched a couple of our products. I was also the head of partnerships for Sterling Bank, the entire Sterling Bank business. And one thing we did very well in Sterling Bank was we defined partnerships in business. One thing I would like all of us to know is we don't live in isolation. I've heard people say, when you tell people, come to this group, come and talk about your business, what you hear is, I don't want anybody to know I'm doing this, please let them leave me alone, please, 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 please. While I was managing director at Asset MFB, I was in a meeting with my team one day and I said, on this street that we are as a bank, how many companies know that we exist as a microfinance bank on this street? So I'm putting this out to you, business owners here. How many people on your street actually know that you sell beads? How many people on your street know that you cook? How many people on your street know that you do body massage? Apart from people online. Somebody said something earlier today. The person said, Nigeria is an offline first market. Who caught that? When something is an offline first market, that means your personality, your business is sold by you. You live and start your business within the community that you exist. one of the major communities, I had to put some things down because I thought we were going to have, just like her, I thought we were going to speak with slides. Let's go back to the trenches. Tailors in the trenches. You know tailors in the trenches, them Yatiti, Yatawa, Yabuki. Let's go back to the welders in the trenches, Bodataju. And the fashion and the hairdressers in the trenches. When they go, before they go into this business, they open their shop. What's the first thing they do? They go and learn. In Yoruba, we call it what? God bless you. In Igbo, we call it what? God bless you. Thank you. Now, like university, tobacco, what do you do? You guys put a big round of applause for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. You graduate, right? Wagba freedom. They don't do freedom again. I don't hear freedom again. All I hear is
They still do in Anambra.
all I hear is some really like girl since she can play there and then she's dancing on TikTok. You will do freedom. Freedom is like graduation. Am I correct? When you do freedom, you do it in what? In a community. In the 80s, in the 90s, when you are doing freedom, they will close the whole road.
Yes, so.
You wear gown. Am I correct? So that the entire community will know that this is the latest tailor. You can't do anything outside your community. I have seen people here that call themselves online food vendors. And their younger sister is getting married. And they are going to look for Alase to come and cook for their younger sister. Am I speaking to somebody here today? I've seen people that are makeup artists. Their best friend's elder sister is getting married. They are doing bridal maid, bridesmaid, what do you call it? Who is doing that makeup?
Ashwebi.
They're buying Ashwebi. I even know people that they are the ones that distribute Ankara, like the beautiful one this madam is wearing at the rear. But then, they are not ones disbursing for the people that matter. Why? Because you are not networking your business the right way. A lot of people go out and come to events like this. The first thing they do is they go and take pictures because they are doing it for the gram. Oh God, I was at the SME event. Oh God, I was at the FinTech 2023 event. Oh God, I was here, I was there. And then they put it on LinkedIn. That's what is raining now,
Yes,
right?
sir.
They cross
They
their
do
leg.
not
They
write
wear that
one
black,
long caption.
They wear the black t-shirt and then they write the black, they write their caption. The question is, what did you gain at this event? Is somebody hearing me this morning? I was at an event in Accra. I was invited as a guest. And the event was hosted by a finance company. There was a breakout session for networking. What will kill us in this life is assumptions, social media assumptions. At that event, your biggest, richest men and bank owners were there. The Lumelus, the Dangotes, the this and the that. And guess what? Everybody was hustling everybody to talk to them. People were trying to get the next gig. There was no arrogance, no attitude at the networking floor. You don't leave a networking event and they ask you, so what did you gain today? Well, I learned from Mr. Wale that we should make friends. How many business cards did you collect? How many phone numbers did you collect? How many phone numbers did you give out? Did you follow up with these people? Did you follow up with these people? A week after you attend events like this, you should be calling people, you should be sending emails. Dear Mr. Wale, I was at your event at the SME Mall. This is me introducing myself. This is what I do. I buy and sell human hair. Is somebody understanding what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, that is what networking is about. That's what we're going to be talking about this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Practical. I like it. Okay, we're going for our second round of questions, and typically this is where we start to round up. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. But I'm going to talk about, again, just great distribution strategies, right? The house, we want to know practically how can we, how do we decide where we choose to, how we choose to move our business from point A to point B? What should businesses here consider? So if you're selling services, how do you move your service business? How do you sell it? How do you, push it to the person who needs it? If you're selling product for people who sell human hair, who sell branding, or who sell physical products, what do they need to consider to choose what's the most effective way to distribute their goods and their services?
All right, thank you very much again. So let's take a deep dive into this very quickly and see how we can, unpack the relevant hows. I think the first thing for me is that for you as a business owner, what exactly is your target in terms of the numbers of units you want to sell? You'll be shocked how many people start businesses, and when you ask them, what exactly is your target for this period or this season, they don't have a target.
Vibes.
They don't have a target. It's just, like they say, vibes. It's just, hopes. It's just, oh, I'm going to make it someday. So you started that business. How many customers do you want to serve in your salon, for instance, in a month? How many human hair do you want to sell or ship out? How many brides do you want to make up their faces? How many units of that product you want to sell? And I'm going to come from the service angle very briefly so that we can get that context as well. Now, there are two ways in which, if you have a startup that is based on services or that is online, there are two ways you can approach your early days. You can approach your early days by thinking revenue first. You start up and you gate your product and you make sure that anybody who comes needs to pay before they use your service. But you also have to ask yourself if that is the best strategy for you to get into the market. And I'll quickly use an example, for instance, of our EdTech firm. So when we started it, we had these notions that once we put out the products that we had, automatically we're going to get a lot of customers or a lot of students wanting to learn. We had put in a lot of work into developing that particular learning program, and we thought, oh, it's going to be great. But we went into the market and we saw that it was so slow. People weren't enrolling for these courses as fast as we assumed. So the numbers we had on our Excel, the numbers were not jiving at all. So we looked at it and said, look, we need to rethink this. And we gathered together as a group and we said, you know what? Let's take away the payment point. So let's move the payment point from pay before you enroll to pay if you need the certificate. If you don't need the certificate, take the course for free and have a good life, right? And so we did that, and what happened to the business was within about 3 to 4 months, we moved from roughly an enrollment of less than 1,000 students to a community of over 35,000 learners. Now, the moment you tell an investor that you have 35,000 learners on your platform, they begin to take you seriously. And that was not the only thing that was happening, because, hey, we have developed this product, and whether you sell or not, the product is there, right? So when we shifted the payment point from pay before you start the journey to pay after you have experienced it, what automatically happened was a lot of people experienced it and they felt that they were getting value, so they could now reward us for what we're doing. So at what point do you want to get the customer to pay? And that's very important if you're in services. Now, let me touch a few other things, of course, still around services. You have all kinds of other important strategies, such as referral that has been mentioned here. But there's a difference between referral and affiliate marketing, and you have to understand the difference. For referrals, you're talking about, your customers promoting the experience they had with your product. So you must make sure, first of all, that you have curated a great experience for the customer. Yeah. So in that way, what you're doing is your customers are referring you, and what you're likely to give to the customer is a discount. But with an affiliate program, you're working with someone who is an influencer, a content creator, right? And with that particular strategy, what you are doing is you're leveraging their own audience. So that person is not necessarily a customer, but the person potentially has an audience that speaks to your kind of product. So you're leveraging that as well. You can use both, but it's important that you know the difference, and you know that for customers who are referring you, they're getting a discount perhaps for future sales. But for affiliate marketers, they're getting what you call a commission. So you need to leverage that, okay? The other thing quickly is that you also need to leverage agents, you need to leverage franchising. You can leverage franchising, you can leverage agents. You can leverage agents, for instance, let's say you have a product and this is where your base is, and you think that is a great audience for you in Port Harcourt. You can leverage an agent in Port Harcourt who is helping you with distribution. You'll be shocked how many people don't have business ideas but have great business acumen. And you can leverage them to promote your product.
Yeah.
You've got a great product, but they don't have a great product development strategy, but they're great at business. You give them your product and they're selling it better than you can ever sell your product. So you can leverage agents. And let me just quickly touch on two other things because of time.
Yeah.
Again, I can talk about this in terms of practical examples we've used, but let me share a few other things before we wrap up. So partnership was something I mentioned earlier, and I want to use an example of what we did with partnership. There was a year, I think it was 2018, it was back to school season. We're looking for ways to get more customers to get into our stores. Then we found an opportunity to speak with the guys, I think in one of the older generation banks who had great, number of customers. I mean, they're one of the top banks when it comes to the number of customers they serve. And we had conversations with them because we've been banking with them for a while. A lot of people also don't leverage the banking relationships you have. With bankers, Wale, you know that typically with bankers, you have a great account with them. They're typically finding a way to help your business. But most SMEs don't think, how can I leverage the bank relationship I have to promote my product? Customers typically forget that banks have such a great repertoire of customers, and they can introduce your product to their customer base if you have the right proposition. So what we did was we leveraged our relationship with one of these banks, and they promoted our products. They put our adverts on all their ATMs in the entire country, took out newspaper ads for our business, and the number of customers that walked into our store that year for back to school, it skyrocketed. It was mind-blowing. People just kept coming, and we tried to track it so that we could understand what was going on. So it was like you gaining scale without having the money to push. So that is part of what you can do with distribution. And the final thing I'd like to talk about, which a lot of us here might be familiar with, two things rolled up in one. There is, under the partnership umbrella as well, there's what you call the shop-in-shop model. You don't have the money to, let's say, be in Kano or Abuja. The rent is too high. You might find a partner who's selling certain products that your products can complement. So what you do is that you negotiate some space, some shelf space that you would otherwise not be able to afford because you can't afford that real estate. And you put your product there, and suddenly you're on your Facebook telling your customers that, hey guys, you can reach us in, Gwarimpa, or you can reach us in Wuse 2. You don't have the money to pay the rent in Wuse 2, but here you are, you're in Wuse 2, right? So you can leverage shop in shop, and the last thing there is you can also leverage what you call pop-up stores. SMEs, you might not be able to afford to pay a long drawn rent, but there are a lot of all these events where some people have put a program together. There is an opportunity to bring your products there and to display it. You're going to pay some 25,000 or maybe 50,000 for a booth and all of that, and then you say, oh, I don't have the money for it. You will not get the exposure you need. So let's look out for opportunities, right, to be in places where our customers are. Sometimes the pop-up store may not even be to sell. It may be to promote the product because the audience that is in that particular place are your type of audience. So I think that there are all these strategies that you can leverage in promoting your products from where you are, and you would see upside scale if you do those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How many of us want our businesses to grow? No, wait, now I'm being serious. How many of us are doing this business as a hobby? You have money somewhere in the bank, you're just moving. How many of us really want to move this business and make it become like what our keynote speaker said today, outlive us? How many people want to build businesses like that? Okay, I just wanted to be sure we're in the room with the right people. Because it depends on how you think about your business is what will determine the energy you put into it, the focus, the strategy. Because if you set ambitious goals to say, I want to set up my clothing brand, I want to set this up in Ghana, in Kenya, in another 2 months, it will force you to start thinking about, what are my distribution channels? How do I have accounting? And how do I leverage partnerships? But if you don't have that vision, you're just I just want to sell t-shirts. I just want to eat today. If that's your goal, it's okay too. But when that's not your goal, then it's important that you listen to these sessions, because these are like 3 key different, parts of your business that you can really learn from in this session. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to come to you, Fumi. Talk to us around practical, financial accounting strategies that people can use. Maybe is a software, something that is affordable, that people can use to track their finances? And what are the implications of neglecting tax for small businesses? I think that's just what I want us to talk about in this final session.
All right, thank you so much. I listened to your topic and it's very interesting. And I don't even know why Ayo gave me my topic, because that topic is more interesting to me because it brings in a lot of money. So for me, I wanted to, because I'm a tax person, I even work with the tax agency before I left for the Big Four. So what I would say is, a lot of us take our eyes away from tax, and it's quite important that you need to concentrate. Give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So the rule book is, if I have made something, I must be able to pay something back to government.
Doesn't matter the size of business.
So I would get there. I would really get there. So we have a lot of amendments to the law, to the tax law, which is called the Finance Act, and that started in 2019. I came straight from Abuja this morning because I had to attend the ministers and SA's retreat yesterday. And one of the things, because we sit on this side as entrepreneurs, as the private sector, we don't see the other side and what government is trying to do for us. And I know that I would say it's a social contract. Or why would I pay my tax when the road is bad, when I would get on the road, I must, there are damages to my car, or I don't have the security to guide me or to guard me. So some of the things that we don't know, because we don't read wide, or we are not able to understand these things, because those things may not even be in the social media platforms that we go to, is that governments have actually put in incentives for us to enjoy some of those things and this has happened since 2019. So if I have a turnover of 25 million naira or below, I'm not entitled to pay companies' income tax, for example. So companies' income tax is for companies that are incorporated entities, So I have limited liability company, or I have a PLC. I will not pay taxes if I earn 25 million and below. Okay. But if I earn 25 million to 100 million naira turnover, government has said, instead of paying the 30% CIT rate and also paying other types of taxes, you would only pay 20%. So that is a 10% incentive for us. But we always want more. That's fine. And also, for value-added tax, all of us here are entitled to pay value-added taxes every month on the services and the goods that we sell or that we provide, no matter how small it is. So the rate of value-added tax is 7.5%. If I've done the right thing by paying my taxes, I can challenge government anywhere. I can speak on the street. I can carry the Sorosoke, placard and say, I have done the needful. What have you done for me? But because they have said you have to deduct 7.5% from your income and pay it to government, or even from the services that you provide. So for example, there's some things that are tax VAT exempt. So clothing materials, basic food items, a lot of things, pharmaceutical products, baby products, a lot of things that we do not know. That's because we don't want to know, or we try not to understand that. So government has been able to put this in the works for us. And yesterday there were a lot of talks about SMEs. We're interested in SMEs. There's going to be funding. There's going to be alternative funding avenues for them. So we need to I hear people say you must know somebody, you must know somebody. Guess what? You don't have to know anybody. If you get on that platform, on the social media platform, and you just write something, I have this, government has not provided anything, somebody will speak to you. Or you just hashtag somebody that would connect you to the right person. BOI is giving all those funds. They're giving loans. They're giving, those are the platforms that we can enjoy from government. So I'm giving to government. Government should be able to give to me. And, I just want to steal one part of this topic because I'm a business development person. So when you talk about networking, it's not just about me having the strength to know that this person looks like me or she behaves like me and I want to talk to her. What I wear, how I behave will endear people to me, and it will sell my business. So that way, if I'm even doing the right thing, if I have a friend that is not doing the right thing, and we have people that do adverts for state governments and also for federal governments, for example, even you and I can get on the platform and I can do a vox pop. Oh, I paid my tax. This is my tax card. You know, those are the things that make people happy, and it broadens your network because people want to see that you do the right thing all the time. I will not do business with you because government would eventually paste your name as a defaulter or that you're not compliant in terms of what you're supposed to do, and you're there saying this and that about the same government that you think is not doing the right thing. So the other part for me is, if you don't keep proper books, you would not know when somebody is defrauding your business. You would not know when somebody is stealing from your business because you yourself, you have not sat down to do the right thing. To understand that this is the inflow, this is the outflow, this person has patched or has been able to touch my income so that I don't generate that much that I ought to generate. So the overall picture is government is doing so much, maybe not as much as other countries will do, but of course there's still the right step in the right direction. And I saw the communique from that retreat yesterday saying they will still do much more for youth. So you can hold government to ransom. You can hold them to tell you what they would do for you because you're doing the right thing. So for personal income tax, for example, I'm entitled to pay the minimum of 16.9% and the maximum 16.9% and the maximum of 19.3%. So you must be able to give, we earn a lot of income from different streams we have different streams of income, but of course some people would only declare from the employment income. So because you've paid your taxes, you can use your card when the road safety catches you on the road, or when you have it, you need it for a lot of things. Even for people that have children in schools, in government schools, before they can write WAEC, you need your tax card. So as much as possible, at the beginning of every year, you are counting for the income that you earned in the previous year, which is called the year before. For tax, you're paying your taxes for the year before, which is on the corporate side. But for the personal income tax, at the end of this year, I know what I've earned overall, and then I know what will be my taxes. So if you don't have the right taxes to doing this, just get someone. And also, there's a tax calculator online. You can go there. Different people have the tax calculators. Just go there. I earned 20 million this year. What will be my tax? Go to the tax office beside you. Just tell them this is what I earned and I want to pay my tax. Or you just go to the bank and pay. You pay. There's a code. If you go to any bank, there's always a code for PIT, personal income tax. You just go there and pay, and then you can tell government that you have not done the right thing, and I'm holding you to ransom for not doing the right thing. But that's the bit that I would say. All I would say is just pay your tax, is your civic responsibility, and they say it's our duty, and it's the way to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there basic tools or places they can go for these things?
Okay, so for the tax calculator, you would have it on different, if you just Google tax calculator, it's all there for Nigerian tax calculation. Or you can speak to a friend. There are always friends that are accountants or friends that are tax gurus, even in the small business. They can tell you how to do this thing right. Or you just walk into to any IRS office. There are lots of offices of the IRS, even porter cabins. They have them. You just go there and say, I want to pay my tax. So what happens is, for a market woman, you can pay as low as 2,500 per year, right? But we are not market women here. For people that sell pure water, you can pay as low as that. And then if you earn minimum, I need to say this, for minimum wage, you are not entitled to pay taxes because government has given you that as an incentive. Okay. But I don't think any of us earn the minimum wage here, do we?
No, we don't.
All right. So if you don't, there are rates to these taxes. So it's a compounding, it's a graduated scale tax, depending on the income that you earn. But if you want an application that you can use, it's as simple as using an Excel. I'll be very frank with you. Some of us may not be able to buy those applications that we can use for inflow, for outflow, for calculation. So as little as the Excel, which is generally acceptable and generally, everyone can have it. You have access to it. You can use it for your tax calculation. Google is your friend. Use that, and you can also speak to me. Pro bonos. I can always direct you the right path. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Okay, we're going to round off really quickly. My time is also up. But I want Wale to speak to just practical ways that you can, leverage your network for growth. And when I say that, I mean you've taken numbers from people. What's the right way to engage? We're sitting together here today, and someone came to market EcoBank to us, but she was doing it the absolutely wrong way. There's a right way to get someone to listen to you. There's a right way to get someone to buy into your business. You want to come from a soul. Anyway, I'm not going to say preempt what he's going to say, but there's a right way to create partnership. There's a right way to get somebody to buy into your business. There's a right way to create strategic relationships from your network. We have friends that we do business with. There are people that have friends and they don't do business with their friends. Like, you have friends, but you never even, leverage their service. So what is the practical way, Wale, that people can actually, leverage networks that they've met in meetings like this and networks that they've met before, to grow their business?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ada. There's a popular saying that says, friends do business with friends. Have you heard that before? You know the reasons why your friends don't do business with you? Should I tell you? You are not credible. That's all. That's all. You are not credible. Friends do business with friends. Now, I'll be talking about practical steps to engage in partnerships. There's a word called intentionality. Say it to your neighbor. Say intentionality. No. Say it like you mean it. Say, neighbor, be intentional. Listen, if you set out to sell your business will sell. There's a difference between joining prayers every morning. All you are doing is you are frying chin-chin. How many times have you fried chin-chin in your family meeting? Just carry it and go and give them. What you hear is, I don't cuckoo have money. Is somebody listening to me today? Partnerships brings you growth. I'm giving you practical steps of what helps me. When I was head of partnerships in Sterling Bank, that big Sterling Bank, we had a product called, what's the name of this product now? Is Mr. Labede here? Is the boy here? He has gone. No. Scan and pay. QR. How many of you have heard of QR? Oh, by the way, we launched QR in Nigeria. I launched it. I'm still the highest growing QR person in Nigeria today. So they brought QR to all the banks, right? But my MD, Abu, wanted us to sell it. Nobody wanted to buy QR. You know why? It's on thing. I should scan my phone so that they will steal my money. Nobody was listening to us. So I sat down in the office one day and said, we have to use partnerships to sell. You know what I did? I went straight to a place called Sakatinumbu. How many of you know Sakatinumbu? If your phone has a problem, you will know Sakatinumbu. I went there. I had a guy that I normally talk to in Sakatinumbu. I said, who is the chairman of Sakatinumbu? He said, okay, wait till I said, tell me. He took me to the chairman. I told the chairman, I said, I am from Sterling Bank. He said, man, bankers, no, we don't want you people. I said, wait now. I see that you people are trying to build something at the back. Then what is it? He said, yes, our toilets are bad. We don't have toilets. I said, okay, you know what? Let me help you build those toilets. And then give me 3 days. Let me bring my people here to come and sell QR. He said, Oga, if you build that toilet for us, I will sell the QR for you. I went straight to my Oga in the office. I said, Oga, we have to build toilet. They said I should justify why we are building toilets. Now, what QR does for you, understand your business, know your customers. What QR does for you is it helps you to collect money. So that means the bank is making money. So I told my Oga that we will bring the... I gave them the check. 3 days, we were selling QR. Unfortunately, I can't put up pictures here. I removed my suit. Nigeria is an offline first market. My competitors were selling QR online. They were speaking big English, using fine girls on TikTok. I don't have time for that nonsense. I entered Sakatinubu, only me and my Gen Zs. You know Gen Z now? They don't like to stay under the sun. I went to look for a correct DJ that they would like. I now went to pack the fine girls in Sterling Bank. They wore fine Sterling Bank t-shirts. Went to Sakatinubu, wore jeans and heels. How many men like girls with jeans and heels? You see them. You see them. When we started, all the merchants in Sakatinubu came out. We were collecting their phones, we're downloading our QR. In one day, we had almost 20,000 downloads. People were calling people. We were trending. And we did not put it on Twitter. We did not put it on Twitter. We didn't go out to say today we are doing Twitter. But because 3 days, the noise was too much. We used partnership. I leveraged on the partnership of that man to do this. One final one. Our mobile app in Sterling Bank was not moving, just like a lot of other banks. And again, they came to me to say, we need a solution. Oga, partner. Maybe you're the one that can use partner. I started looking, who consumes mobile app more in Nigeria? We have 44 million people that are around 18 years old. Again, know your product, know your consumers. God was faithful that month. They were doing Nuga games. All the banks were sponsoring Nuga except us. We're not there. I don't want to mention names. So instantly I called a lady in my office that used to be, she just graduated from Unilag. She's doing NYSC. I said, but they are doing Nuga games in Unilag. You just finished. Do you still have friends? She said, boss, anything you need, I can get you anything from Unilag. All we did was, I went to Unilag and I said, download our mobile app and collect between 3,000 and 5,000 naira. So it came out to be, it's a lie. People started coming because it is a. They started coming because it is a. The first set of 100 people downloaded Nuga games. You know, Nuga games always a lot of people. You know, I know many of you didn't go to university, but you have friends that went, have you? I'm just joking. The next 200 people, the next 300 people, before you know it, all the athletes that went for Nuga games that year, they were queuing up. And if you know the way they do Nuga games, all the banks will be on the same line. None of them was selling, it was only Sterling Bank. The entire Nuga game, people were downloading our mobile app, fiam. I was promoted twice in that year.
Partnerships.
What did I say? Be intent. When you wake up in the morning, don't be frustrated. There's enough problem in Nigeria, enough. There's no light. If you don't have a car, it's another problem. It's like the sun is too much. Are you get what I'm saying? So you don't need to think about the problem. Thinking about it is only multiplying it. What you're thinking about is the solution to your own product. Say solution. Be intentional. Tell me, how do you approach a partnership conversation? So, be intentional. When somebody asks you, what do you do? How do you answer? How do you answer? Don't be verbose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Okay, we've come to the end of our session. We're going to take 2 questions and we'll be done. 1 question, 2 questions. Okay. Please, can you get the mic to him? Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I think that's a trap. Actually, it's a systemic problem, and it's really about the weakness of the infrastructure in Nigeria. Just like you said, You want to leverage third-party logistics. They've given you their rates. You try to pass it on to the customer, and the customer rejects it. So how did we try to fix that? Because I think what you want to hear is how can I deal with that? So there's something that I think might help. At the early stage, you're struggling to figure out how would I get the customers to get over this hurdle and still buy the product, because I mean, I'm not the one that makes the pricing. I'm not even trying to put anything on top of what the customer is asking. So what you can do, and I think this helped us, is to pre-position stock. It's going to require investing a bit more in inventory. But if you understand where your customer base is, you can potentially reduce the cost per unit of your logistics to deliver. Let me give an example, and this is where sometimes SMEs are not very strategic. Don't try to sell to the whole of Nigeria from day one. It won't work. Don't do that. Okay? Focus on where you can reach. Start first of all with your home base where logistics cost will not be a major hurdle. Now, when you start to look at, let's say, another growth market, let's say, for instance, your product sells very well, let's say, here in Lagos, or let's say Lagos mainland, and you want to try island, you can find a place to preposition some inventory. What happens is that when you leverage economies of scale with logistics, the price comes down. It's when you have to ship out single units that is a problem. So let's say you start seeing a lot of customers asking for a product from Abeokuta. Find a partner that you can work with in Abeokuta. Preposition, let's say, just about 5-10 units. That is enough for 2 weeks. Put it there, someone you can trust. What then happens is that when an order comes from Abeokuta, then you are able to ship from within that particular location. You're not charging one customer the cost of moving it from Lagos all the way to Abeokuta, then to his own particular house. It won't work. So that's what I would tell you, that look at it, find a way to break down the analysis, make sure you're not spreading yourself too thin, trying to sell to the whole of Nigeria from day one. That also helps you in targeting your adverts. If you're an online merchant, you're not trying to spend $100 and you want to reach the whole of Nigeria. It won't work. Focus on a specific market and target it very, clearly, and that will help you, hopefully.
My question comes from the part of finance. It's different from what you were saying. But how do you manage customers who owes? How do you draw the line so it will not affect the capital or the interest?
Thank you very much. That's a very beautiful question, because you should patronize friends, right? And one thing is sure, this is a real life situation. Even me, when I sell hair, you have a lot of people that owe you. And you always have a rule book. So before, when I was in Unilag, I used to sell hair, and the person I get it from as a distributor, I pay upfront before I sell. But I came in with emotions to say, people cannot afford, we can do pay small, small. And that has landed me in a lot of issues around people not committed to payment plan, people not even paying at all. Even those abroad will not pay you. So what you can do for yourself is, you need to take your eyes away from relationship, right? So I'm not someone that can always ask for the money, but I have a manager that is a mandate. That's a KPI. So I must draw the limits. I must know the person that we want to give pay small, small to. So if I'm not able, you must pay before you collect the full hair. So that's one part of the relationship. The other part is, because I know you, right? I know you have a good job. You would pay me. So I can decide to do 2-time payments or 3-time payments, and that is the limit. So if you don't pay me, then we'll now see the other side of me, right? And the other side of my manager, and she's very good at collecting money. When you have an Igbo lady as the manager, you know how far she can go. She will not play with the money. And she will tell them, my madam will sack me. My madam, she puts pressure on them. And they come back to me to say, but your girl is putting, I say, really? Oh, she has a mandate. I'll feel like I'm outside of that picture, because I've put in the armor and the sword to go after the customer. I will act like the angel. I say, really? Okay, is it that you cannot pay now? Okay, let me tell her what you want. Okay, when do you want to pay? So that is there, but it depends on what you sell. So for mine, because it's luxury hair, I don't believe that everybody can pay one time. But if you know that they want, if I can wear clothes, why should you all pay for it? And you wear the clothes, you start snapping and putting it on social media.
I mean, why would you do that? People even borrow to snap. People borrow bags and all of that. Why? Why do we try to live the fake life? So you have to be strict on that to know what your limit is, to say it's either I allow you, buy, pay small before I give you full delivery, or I know how I can get my money back from you through someone else that is strict on it, or except you know that you're very strict on it and you know the person. So you must know the person before you decide on what to do. So it's not one cap fit all. It's just about knowing who is buying from you, and you can use the sledgehammer on the wrong ones. But I think that's the most sincere answer to the question. Thank you very much.
One last question.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abiodun Falomo, the founder of Zendi Technology. Let me quickly chip in to answer my brother's question. For logistics solutions, you can slash your logistic cost by 50% by registering on Zendi Technology. Zendi Tech. Just go to Instagram, Zendi Tech, ZENDITTECH. Please. So.
Clap for this guy. Clap. This guy is, oh God. Look, I need your phone number. I'm going to give you something personally. This guy deserves something. This guy understands what I'm talking about.
So please, don't forget with the excitement, zendit.ng. Go and register. Go to Instagram, Zendit Tech. That is the Instagram handle. So my question, Zendit, ZENDIT, like send it, but Z instead of S. Send it, okay? Zendit.ng. Follow us on Instagram, Zendit Tech. Thank you very much. Sir, so my question is with regards to partnership. Now, it feels easy to partner down. Now, I have a challenge with partnering up. For instance, as a smaller business, you want to partner with a major business. You hardly have something to give. It's easier when you have something to give, and then you get something back. How do you leverage your position in that situation?
I'm going to disagree with you because you always have something to give. Never assume. You see, this bank, as big as it is like this, you're a technology company, Abi. I can assure you that there are some technologies that they are battling with in this bank today that you can solve. What the problem a lot of people have is that greed. I want to make 1 billion this afternoon. One of the best way to market yourself is freebies. Somebody say freebies. Freebies. Let me tell you something today. If, as we are sitting down here, Madame brought her girls that are making hair, and 4 of them are here making hair today, and they make hair for a number of people free of charge. And she says, going forward, though, anytime you come to my shop, what you are doing at 10,000 somewhere else, come and do it at 5,000 with me. What do you think has happened? Answer now. That is what you call customer acquisition. Most big people, they are tired of people begging them for contracts, begging them for money. They too, they want somebody that will help them. Are you get what I'm saying? Now let me give you a practical example as I round off. So I was a guest speaker at Nigerian FinTech Week, right? And I finished my speaking gig and everybody was excited and I was going. And on the road, I saw this lady. She came out of Nigerian FinTech Week and she wanted to enter bus inside her son. Come, let me help you. Sit down. What are you doing here? She said, I came from Ilorin, from Nigerian FinTech Week. I'm a superstar social media person. Are you listening to me? So in my head, I started looking at a number of my businesses that I need social media person for. Let me help this lady. Send me your CV. I dropped her off. She didn't send her CV immediately. 2 days later, I've forgotten. I don't remember things like that. She sent me her CV. She started following up me on WhatsApp. So I got the CV. So I didn't know that nowadays, people have gone to learn how to write CV. So what is inside the CV is not what they can do. I'm just learning.
Out of time. Mr. Wale, please
So
let's round up.
she sent the CV. We did the interview, myself and some other of my partners. Okay. She didn't come out well in the interview, but because of you are trying to help the next person, let us employ her. She now said no, that she doesn't work alone, that she has a team that she manages, and that I'm going to pay her 500,000 naira. Instantly, I told her, it's a pleasure meeting you. Go your way, I go mine. This is a lady that doesn't have a job. Are you getting what I'm saying? Networking up is learning to be of service. Help. 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 What can I do for you? If they say go and do it, we are not paying. Go and do it first. Don't be tired of doing it. There's something called consistency. Are you getting what I'm saying? Let them find you. If you are a killer of men, don't be killer in the night and be a born again in the day. Be who you say you are. Be consistent, and that is what you call integrity. Are you getting? Let them find you. If you are saying you are a tech person, don't be tech in the day, be selling boli another day. Be tech. Be talk tech. And when somebody says, I need a mobile app, don't think money. $10 billion. How can I help this person?
Mr. Wale.
I even think by now you should be looking at developing an app for this hairdressing woman. So be intentional, and partnering up is called service.
Thank you very much. We don't have any more time, unfortunately. And I wish we could continue having this conversation. My joy is in having conversations like this, but Ayo will soon kill us and throw us away from his event. Guys, okay, Ayo is not here, so we can take another question. Quick. All right. One more. Okay. Quickly with your question. Go ahead, Antonia. See how you are at the back. Please go ahead.
Types of taxes. So the PIT is for you, and that's because you are you. You are your name. But when it comes to the corporate tax, it's what the business has made. So you must have earned something from the business to become a PIT payer, right? So there's no multiplicity of taxes here. If I have a corporate entity, I have payroll, and then in the payroll, I as the owner, I pay myself. That is a cost to the business. It is not part of what the payment for tax would entail. So there are different things entirely, except I have a sole proprietorship business where CIT is not intended. I mean, it is only PIT. So if you have a business name, for example, Fumi and Co, you know, there are other business names that are CAC incorporate. You are not entitled to pay CIT at all, only VAT. And VAT is not from you, it is from the person that is buying the service from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is that clear? Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panelists. Guys, clap. Commensurate the questions you have asked us.
Thank you.
Thank you, and how well we answered them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
We're done. Thank you.
I'm coming to the stage now. You know, when you get people way too smart,
I know.
no problem. Then go come, stay on top stage. You go come the sweet all of them. Now I say we no pay. Now so I go take a person and they ask question. Like say when I pay school fees. Thank you so much, guys. You see, these people are big people. They are big people. It's not easy to call them, and they come and they support us. You know, without you guys, we won't be able to deliver the value that we deliver. Thank you so much, Ada, for doing this for us. You know, this is social impact. It's called Social Impact Award because this is a lot of impact that you make today. You know, please take a token of our gifts. You know, so Mr. Tayo, when we sent him an email, he just said, oh, you guys, I love what you guys are doing. I'm going to give you a token of support. And, he just cut us a check. Nice,
Thank you so much.
And one of my colleagues said, oh, that he knows you, that he used to work with you before. And I said, what a small world. Fumi is my friend from KPMG days. Oh, what you are aware about you, but in those days, she was going through a lot. When I saw her on the stage, when she crossed leg, Fumi no one cross ese. And you know that you feel like sweet babe. She had 3 children, one don't almost marry. Fumi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is my friend. He has money more than me, but anyway, he's still my guy. He's still my guy. Shall they deny me? Wale is such a. These are people who understand the practicalities of the market. So please help me give a round of applause to Wale. So I don't know if I did mention it earlier that we are hosting. Your phone is where? It's not here. It's not here. So we are hosting a cocktail mixer this evening by 4. There's cocktail, small chops, and all those things, so that we can network with all of these guys who are speaking. A couple of other founders, investors, and all these people will come around. We're hosting this right in the other side, right? So if you are not in a hurry, you could join that event. They are already famous Grouse is already setting up. They've set up a bar there. So if you don't drink alcohol or all these things, you can go home because there's nothing for you.
Hi, my name is Olandi and I run a travel.
Alaja, please. I did not send you message. Just quickly, as they are sharing water, be putting one in your bag. So you can drink it later. If you come go buy you, every meal. So because we are constantly trying to solve new problems for the SME space, a lot of people you would usually come and meet me that, Ayo, we supplied.
Hi, my name is
We
Olandi
supply
and I run a
Shopify, we
travel
supply
business called
Blanco,
Legacy
we
Tech.
supply
But
social
running my business
company,
can be super tough.
and they are not going to pay us for the next 30 days, for the next 40 days, and we don't have money to do business again. So we launched a product called Feder Cash that simply trace the invoices for
I have to pay my
SMEs.
suppliers,
So if you
pay
sell to a
utility
company,
bills, manage
they're not going
payments
to
and
pay you
other
until
bills
30
on a
days
daily
later.
basis.
You
This
give us
saves me
that
cash
invoice,
transfers on
give
time
me the
because I have
money.
to wait 30 to
Then
45
your client
days
pay
for
us.
my customers to pay
So
off
it
their
helps you have more
invoices.
money
So
to
when
do
I discovered
business.
Feder Cash by
You are
Caladium
able to
Africa,
do more
a game
turnover.
changer for SMEs like
So
mine.
for the next few
An
minutes, I'm going to
innovative
call on
solution
my
that helps me
partner,
keep up with the cash
Feder
demands
Cash
of
for
my
Hype. He's going to come and talk about the product, and then they will show you the product video. If you haven't signed up, go on
As an
federcash.com.
SME owner, you can
We just
join
talked about
thousands
accounting
of
and
other
tax.
SMEs
If you have
in a
struggles
cooperative
keeping
that
tabs
helps you
of
save
your
monthly.
books,
And also
we
upload
also
your
have a
unpaid
free
invoices to
invoicing tool on
FedEcash
that platform.
to
So you can
get
generate
instant
invoices,
payment.
whatever it
Reduces
is that you
silver
sell
days
for free.
and gives
And
you
it
working
automatically
capital
keeps a
you
log of
need
all your sales
to
at the
grow
end of
your
the year.
business.
You can
But
put it down,
FedEcash
right?
is more than
You
just
also, you
financial
can
support.
automatically also
It is a
email the
vibrant
person. So
community
you go on
where
federcash.com.
SME owners,
But play the product
investors,
video, then
and
Ohai is going to come on
experts
stage
interact to
and
help
explain to us.
one
Where's
another.
Ohai? Please
Visit
explain to us how it works. Please give Ohai a round of
www.fedecashcom
applause. Thank
and
you.
create your business profile to unlock the potential
of your business. Once you sign up, you can upload or create new invoices, receive payments for them, while your client pays FedEcash on the due date. You can also take single-digit loans from your cooperative savings and interact with experts and peers on the learning community.
All right, hello everyone. I think our video was quite short, but Ayo laid a very good foundation. So I'm just going to, brush it up and explain what we're trying to achieve at FedEcash. First of all, I'd like to say I've been a part of SME Bootcamp from the very first, edition. I've known Ayo for over 20-something years. We used to sit down close together in secondary school, So he's been a very good friend. But for me, one thing I like about the SME Bootcamp, the space, is the fact that we're solving a problem, right? And the problem we're solving is helping people who might not necessarily know all the answers, you understand, to solve their problems in the most practical and simple way. And one of the major problems we know SMEs have today is money, right? The reason why we're all here is because we want to learn ways on how to make money, not shortcuts, but practical cuts, that will help us boost our business. It might not necessarily bring money in the short run, but of course, the end goal is so that I'm able to make more money, become a millionaire, enter Forbes list, buy a yacht, be able to be comfortable in life and not die poor. You get? So that's the base of why majority of us are here today, really, right? And of course, from the speakers who have spoken, you see that a lot of these practical tips, they have applied it and it works for them. Now, back to FedEcash. Very simply, we're trying to solve a couple of problems, but the major problem is money. We're trying to solve liquidity problem, essentially money problem. I laid the foundation. I like the foundation he laid. But I'm going to just start off with a simple story, right? So for instance, I'm a caterer, right? And a couple of the companies here, right? EcoBank, UAC, Caladium, the famous Grouse, have given me an invoice to say, come and supply us. A lot of companies have internal policies where they don't pay you on time. They give you an invoice. You're so happy. Oh, I just got an invoice from UAC. I just got an invoice from Kinikon, But the money is not yet in your account. Everybody will be hailing you and say, bros, you don't make a move. But the honest truth is that there's no cash yet until about 30, 45, depending on the internal policy of the company. So I execute for UAC, right, with the capital that I have. I still have some money. I execute for the famous Grouse. It's now time to execute for Caladium. I don't have enough money, right? But I have the invoice. Now, the problem we solve here is very simple. We give you that money. You say, oh, if you have the valid invoice or a valid contract that says, oh, come and execute, right? We give you that money. We give you that money at a very reasonable interest rate, right? And because we know we are building a community of SMEs, right? The invoices or the interest rates are extremely cheap. And because the turnaround, yes, the expectation is that your client is going to pay you after 30 days, 40 days. The interest is really ridiculous. But it's just for you to help you to continue to what? To grow your business. Because the more you execute, the better your reputation, the more you're able to take in new business, the more you're able to expand. And that's the goal of every business, really, to expand, become more popular, and to get new clients. You don't want to be stuck. You understand? So that's one major problem we're trying to solve, the problem of money. So if you need money, right, you have too much load, you don't have to stress. FedEcash is the way to go, right? So what our advice now is very simple. Just www.fedacash.com. We have our stand at the back. Pick up our flyers, talk to our experts, they'll guide you. It's very simple. Then the second thing, amazing thing that we're doing with FedEcash, because we already have a community of SMEs. A lot of you are members of that community, right? We have a cooperative scenario where you are able, and for people who have done cooperative before, right, you understand some of the nitty-gritty of what a cooperative is, right? You put money for a period of time, and after a period, you are able to have access to extra credits. In our own case, we can give you as much as 200% or whatever you've put down for a period of time. So I give you another example. I have put money down in my cooperative for about 6 months, right? Let's say I have 600,000 for 6 months, 100,000 per month, right? It's an example. After 6 months, I can have access to as much as 200% of what I've dropped down, right? And we all know what that could do for your business, correct? Now, of course, you're going to get that money while you're still running the cooperative, right? You're going to pay a very small interest, but what this helps you do is that you're building credibility in the cooperative system. Means that anytime you need funds, you can always run to us and we'll fund you because we know you, right? So our KYC is not so difficult. The important thing is you're a member of the community, you're fulfilling your part, you're doing the things you need to do, and your credit line just continues to extend. So that's the amazing thing. Then there's one other part of the cooperative which is also very, very unique. I know a lot of people here do Isusu, or who here has done Isusu before, or Ajo. Let me see your hands if you've done Ajo at any point in time. If you've ever done Ajo before, fantastic. Now, one problem Ajo, I've done Ajo a lot, right? One problem with Ajo is to get credible people to do Ajo with you. Am I right or wrong? Am I correct? To get credible people to say, okay, I'm looking for 10 people. Let us do 10,000 naira every month. It's very hard, right or wrong? Now, but because of our community, right, we're leveraging on the fact that we have people who are verified, we know, right, to say, we'll pull you together in like a circle to say, do our job with these people. Now, Feather Cash is guaranteeing that you will get your money when it's your turn to get your money, right? So in this case, we're saving you the stress of having to contact family and friends to say, Bola, Shade, Bade, Jumoke, come and do Ajo, right? We're saving you that stress. All you just have to do is sign up, pick a package that suits your budget, right? And start, and start saving money for the Isusu or Ajo. And when is your turn? Of course, the turns are automatic based on how you join. If you're the first to join, lucky you. If you're the second to join, lucky you. If you're the last to join, lucky you. So based on how you join, and you can join multiple plans, right? At the end of the day, the end goal is so that you solve your money problem, right? So that's a very unique feature that we're also offering. And again, www.feathercash.com is the place to get that value now. So, and I always tell people, the first people to jump in are usually the first to get all the benefits. It's to get to a point where we might get too saturated, and our restrictions will now become stricter. But for now, it's still very light, especially for community members. So again, we're opening to just community members. If you're a community member here, please let me see your hand. All right, fantastic. So www.feathercash.com, sign up. We have our stand there. You can talk to anybody there. Ask any questions you want to ask, get the numbers of people there, and they'll explain everything to you. But our process is very simple and easy, right? If you need to get our flyer, but again, why wait till tomorrow what you can do today? Then finally, another problem we solve is, I also mentioned it, the problem of invoicing, right? So you have people owing you money. How do I keep track of my invoices, right? You can send partial invoice, full invoice. You can even get paid using the link on the invoice, right? So those are things that we've consciously sat down to arrange on the solution. So for me, it's a way to solve a lot of money problems. So you don't have to stress. You don't have to become a perpetual beggar, Solve your problem simply, sign up on Feather Cash, right? Thank you very much. Abeg. Okay, so guys, we have very interesting SMEs in there exhibiting very nice looking products. In fact, I've been going there buying all sorts of things. I don't forget, say, my account don't, my account don't dey cry. There are very interesting products there
farm products, fresh agbado. Your phone has locked, though, Stella. Your phone has locked. I don't know what you're hiding. 2 seconds, phone don't lock. 2 seconds, phone don't lock. What's happen? Now vault.
It's 30 seconds.
You see, we're going to have an interlude where you go in there and look at the products that exist. EcoBank, our partner, also has a special account for SMEs. Even if you have not registered, it doesn't require CAC. You can open with your business name, even without all of those things. You know, and it is a business account. It's an SME account. You know, you can receive money on it. Very amazing product. You talk to any of them, they would onboard you. I opened it and it's really nice. In fact, that was the crux of the partnership. Because I like to see products that addresses pain points of SMEs. A lot of SMEs have problems with opening accounts simply because of these things. Please, how many of you picked a raffle? Who has a raffle with them? Have you submitted it? Okay. Where are my people? Dami, please help me collect the raffle ticket from everybody. Please submit. You submit it and I will do the draw now. Oh, where's Cheta? Cheta is the one organizing it too. I don't know. Now you thief this my glasses.
Thank you. So the numbers are already there. Just pick the 3 numbers they sent.
Oh, okay. So where is it?
Papers. I don't know with you.
They're not with me. Go and bring it. So I have this next session. Very lovely. We are going to have a very interesting session. This next session that we are going to have. Okay. You know, we listened to FOP earlier in the day. You know, this is a man who had built business for about 40 years, thereabouts. This next session is a session by a younger man who is also building a fast-rising retail franchise or retail company in the fresh food business. If you live in Lagos, Ilorin, Ibadan, expand in Abuja, you would see outlets. He's also a fantastic client, you know. I'm always very proud of my clients. May God help us. May God not let us get clients when they do well. You don't go fit us say that my client be this. But I don't have clients that don't do well. My clients are, because I'm a badass strategist. I'm the best in this country. Clap for me, I deserve it. You are not clapping for me, Abi. I will meet you outside. Goke is an entrepreneur. Come and put all of them here. His background is in biochemistry. He, of course, used to do 8 to 5 like all of us. He amassed a lot of money in the oil and gas space, him and his wife. They carried all of that pot of soup and went to start a business called So Fresh. How many people know So Fresh? Unanua, correct. So Fresh. In fact, where are those my clients? I have a lot of clients here. Anytime I go to their office, they know me already. They will just buy me tiger nut and sandwich from So Fresh. Now only So Fresh I trust for all these things. You know, make it not go be saying next morning you don't purge. And So Fresh is doing awesome in terms of quality control, in terms of people management, and they are building a very solid business. I think it's about 10 years now into the business, right? 13 years. So, Goke Balogun is going to come on stage to tell us about the So Fresh story and what it takes. You know, we've been learning consistently about distribution, right? This man is a genius at distribution, and he's going to come and tell us the challenges, the learnings, the stories, the successes. But before then, where is the raffle ticket now? Oh, okay. So I'll do it after Goke. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me give a thunderous round of applause for the next session on the upsides and challenges of building a non-tech business in Nigeria by Mr. Goke Balogun, founder, CEO, So Fresh. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. The energy is low. I don't know why Ayo put me last. You guys have been here since morning, and I can imagine we've been talking about a lot. You've heard a lot. You've listened to all the amazing speakers. When I was preparing for today, I thought to write a speech. I thought to write a speech or share some slides. But at the end of the day, I thought it was just important for me to share my story. So I'm actually going to be telling you practical, real story of how we have been able to build this business over the years. I'm glad that I had asked that if all of you know So Fresh, and I'm glad that so many of you know So Fresh in the room. My name is Goke. I'm the CEO of So Fresh. So Fresh is Nigeria's pioneer and fastest growing healthy food chain. So it's a restaurant. We sell meals like juices, smoothies, salads. We currently have 15 locations. So it's a business that has grown from a very small place. I want to show you how we've grown, the mistakes I made, the great things I did, the lessons I learned, and a lot of it will tie back to what you've heard today. And so just see this session as seeing a real case life study on all you've learned today, and that's what I'm willing to share. Before I go into my story, I hope this thing is working. Okay, this is the last So Fresh outlet that we opened in Agungi about 2 months ago. This was the 15th location in Lagos, Agungi. And I'm sure as all of you look at that, as you look at the screen, I think it's a very beautiful space. Yes or no? Exactly. But this was not how it started. This was 2010. That was the very first location. And you know, that was me in my Chelsea jersey, washing and preparing for that store. And that was not taken for the gram. That was actual work I was doing. Because in 2010, there was even nothing like taking photo for the Instagram. So I was just taking this picture for my archive. And that was the store. That was how this journey started in 2010. I'm just going to scroll through, then I'm going to share. And then that was the first day. So this would have been November 5th. That's tomorrow, 2010. We actually started in November 6th, 2010. That was when we opened our first store. That picture on your, what's it on? Is it on your left? That was the day before we opened the store. And then the other picture was also this year when we opened the 13th store in Ibadan. Okay. Again, you can see the growth. So I was looking through my archives some months ago, and then I saw this notebook of in 2011 where I was planning, I was designing, I was envisioning what So Fresh can become, what So Fresh will become. And then I saw all these things I had written and documented down. And then I just, wanted to share that with you, the process of designing, envisioning, thinking about your business, and actually writing it down. This was me. See, that room was like a 3 square meter room. What you don't know is that we're actually facing each other. The office is just one table, and we face each other. When I'm working, sometimes she has to stand up, and then when she wants to work, I stand up. We were all in that like 3 square meter room space, but we had a big dream of where we were going to. That was the first, store opening. When we opened the very first store 13 years ago. Same thing, and then this is so fresh today. So all through this journey, right, what have I learned? What have I done? So I'm going to go back to the beginning to share my story of what I've done with So Fresh. When I finished secondary school, when I finished university, I was looking for a job, and I'd graduated best student in my class, and I didn't get a job initially, and that was the first time I thought about doing business. But I didn't start. The idea came, I wrote it down, but I kept on looking for a job. I got my first job with Mr. Biggs. And today I'm running a restaurant, but 20-something years ago, I didn't know I was going to be running a restaurant. So I got my first job with Mr. Biggs, and I did 6 months there. It was a very stressful job. When I was working at Mr. Biggs, I used to resume around 6:37 because I was a supervisor, and then I closed 10 o'clock. That was one of the most stressful jobs I had done. I did that for like 6 months, and there, I learned about operations. I learned about, running the restaurant, inventory management, sales, attending to customer, everything you can know about restaurant operation. Even though it was a very stressful job, I gave myself 100% to that job. I left Mr. Biggs and then I joined Coca-Cola, Nigerian bottling company actually. I was in sales and marketing, and my job was simply to go into the field and sell Coke, right? If you had worked with anybody, if you know anybody that worked with Coca-Cola, I call Coca-Cola a purely sales organization, because when you work at Coca-Cola, the way they sell is like they are a new company coming into the market. The hottest department in Coca-Cola is sales. That's the focus. They always had a mantra: a cold Coke is a sold Coke. So we had 2 things: go into the market first, make that product available, and make sure it's cold. Then leave it to the customers. So that was where I cut my teeth learning how to sell on the streets, door to door. Not this Instagram, social media selling. I was going to the street, I was working with distributors and all of that. So I learned sales in Coca-Cola. Then I left Coca-Cola, I joined Chevron. And Chevron was operation. So I was trained to run a refinery. So I was trained in operations. Because it was a very volatile and dangerous environment, they were very strict on procedure, on processes. So there I learned a lot about process, about procedures, about safety and all of that. And then I worked at Chevron for 10 years, about 10 years. But in the first, so I trained for 2.5 years, and then I came back to Nigeria. When we got to Nigeria, something unfortunate happened. The plant we were supposed to work was not ready, right? So we were posted to different places. I was taken to Warri. And when I got to Warri, again, there was nowhere I would work. So guess where they posted me? They posted me to a generator house. And then I sat down one day and I was thinking about my life. Here was I, one of the best students in my class. I'd had some years of experience. And now I was resuming waking up every day to go and put on the generator, check if there was oil in it and all of that. And then I had to do that for like 1.5 years before, the plant was ready. But of course, my salary was going. So in those 1.5 years, the idea to start this business came back to me. And it was in those idle times I really started planning and thinking about how to start this business. And so in the middle of all of that, one day I told my wife, I have this business idea. I want us to run this business. And very lucky for me, she really liked the idea. And we said we're going to do it together. And so we started planning for the business. What I later learned to know is that I apparently didn't start business like most most SMEs did, because I had a lot of experience working in very structured organization. So when I started So Fresh, it was called Fruity Veggies. I had HR policies. I had processes for almost everything we did. How to attend to customers, customer service. We had a document that showed when we opened our store, when we closed our store. Almost everything we did at So Fresh. I spent about 6 months at the beginning documenting it and putting it down. Onboarding new employees. So when new employees came, from the first employee I employed, it's interesting to know that I gave myself an employment letter and I gave my wife an employment letter, because at those early I said that I didn't even want her to be the Oga's wife in the business, and I didn't want to be Madam's husband in the business. We all had our roles, clear responsibilities. I think that's the first lesson I want to leave with you today, because I had that benefit of having about 13 years in a structured environment. You see, when you're building a business, it's like a structure, foundation. You've heard somebody build business for 13 years, for 40 years. So it's progressive. And laying that good foundation is very important for you to continue to build on. Business, as it grows and becomes big, becomes very complex. And so it's important that at those very early days, you start to document those things that you do in your business. It serves two purposes, right? When people start to join your business, it's easy for you to transfer those knowledge to them. It's easy for them to learn about what works in your business. It's easy for them to understand how you want to run your business. Because guess what? No two businesses are the same. So I'll say that, I always tell entrepreneurs that documentation, writing things down, is the friend of every entrepreneur. And so I also encourage, especially if you're just leaving school, if you have that opportunity, I'm telling you about my personal story, so I can only tell you what worked for me. If you have that opportunity, go and work somewhere, right? Not all of us will be genius, Mark Zuckerberg, that will leave school and start a business and build it so big. Most of us need to learn that, that experience of working in a structured environment. It helps you build your business. What I also did when I wanted to start was, so I said I wanted to start a business. I'd never really run a business. I'd done, petty trading with my mom and all of that. And so I remember this very big book. I've forgotten the title, something around business plan. I devoured that book back to back twice, learning how do I plan for business? What do I need? So I wrote my own business plan. It was a very simple business plan. It doesn't have to be complex. It's just, what am I doing? Who do I want to serve? Where will I find them? All those kinds of questions for the business. So I spent my time, doing a lot of research around starting a business. And so I had a clear business plan, very simple. I wrote it myself. I didn't give it to anybody. That really helped, us, start on a very good footing. I tell people then, there was Google, there was the internet, but it wasn't even as rich and as robust here. When I opened the internet, for example, these days, you go on Twitter, you go on LinkedIn, you go on Instagram, people are giving free, valuable insight information across all sectors, right? Not to talk of when you go on YouTube or when you go to Google. Now you have ChatGPT that can give you, really valuable insight. At this point, I want to let you know that, it's important. Knowledge in running a business successfully is very important. I cannot, overemphasize that. The reason is because you might be a good fashion designer, right? You might be a good graphic artist, but farming and the business of farming are two completely different things. And for you to understand the business behind a particular industry or sector, you need to devote time to learn it. And so that was part of the things I do, and that's part of what I want to encourage you to do. One, learn about your industry. Learn about your sector. Understand what's going on. And secondly, give time to learn about how to run a business. Today you've heard, about distribution, about taxes, about sales, about operations. Those are all areas of businesses you need to read and learn about. Use, the internet at your disposal to gain insight on all those information, because those are the things that will help you, begin to structure and make your business more poised, to survive this very harsh condition. So let me go back to my story. So we decided to start, like Ayo said, yes, I was working in the oil and gas industry. I saved up some amount of money, and then we started 2010. I was new to Lagos. I probably know about 20 people. I invited all of them, and they came. We had a very beautiful ceremony, and then the reality hit the next day. The next day, first day I can remember clearly, this was 2010, we sold about 32,000 naira. First day. Day 2, we opened the store, and only 2 people walked in. I think we made about maybe 1,000 or 2,000 naira. And it stayed that way for some weeks. And then reality dawned on me. Just because you open a very fine store, you did a very good opening, doesn't mean customers will come. So we started asking ourselves, how do we get people to come into the store? How do we sell this product? And so what did I do? I remembered my days back in Coca-Cola, and I hit the street. It was in Ogba. If you know Ogba, I walked every street in Ogba, from Ogba to Omole to Adeni Jones, every area around Ogba Ikeja, down to grammar school, everywhere. I was combing it day to day. I was still working in Chevron, right? But I did 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off because it was offshore. When I'm home 2 weeks, I'm on the streets, pushing So Fresh, sharing flyers. On Sunday, I will go to first service. I used to attend this star. Then second service, I will share flyer. Third, fourth service, I will comb different other churches. Sometimes my cousins will be in town. I will gather them along. See, your business as an entrepreneur, when you start, is to sell. Is selling. Even right now, my number one priority is to ask ourselves, how are we going to make sales today? And so I tell entrepreneurs, when you start a business, at least 80% of your time, your resources, your energy should go towards driving sales. And that's what I did. So, we started pushing sales. Sales did grow significantly. We started attending trade shows, events, just to put the word out there, because what we were doing was new. Nobody was doing what we were doing in 2010. And so we needed to really, get in front of the customers. It was good, but it wasn't what we expected it to be. And so we were putting a lot of money into the business. Now, something else I want to share with you today, another experience we had, when we started So Fresh, we were not doing what we're doing today. We were just selling fruits and vegetables. We were not making meals, no juices, no salad. It was just fruits and vegetables. That was the original idea. But we found out that when customers walked into the store, they were asking, oh, can you make juice? Oh, can I get fruit salad? And so after that request came consistently, we decided to give it a try. And so I think after about 3 months, we started experimenting with juices, with smoothies, and that now happened to be what started bringing in the customers. So when you have a product or when you have an idea for a business, you also have to listen to what the customer and what the market wants. You are not always your customer. And so you have to listen to how customers are even interacting with your product. It was still fruits and vegetable, but they wanted it in a slightly different manner. I know we were able to quickly respond to that. And today, that's the main thing the business is doing. So we did that for about 3 years. And all these guys said, I did everything wrong. But I did something right, and I want to leave that also with you. From the day when I started, I kept records, right? I kept records. Every record of sales and of expenses, everything I bought, everything we paid for, we kept records, every sale. In fact, I was so adamant about that every single day that So Fresh had sold, we banked our money. So in those early days, we'll bank the money. I will take a deposit slip, we'll bank the money, and then I'll take a check along and withdraw the money. But that money must hit the account. So that was something good I did, and that's important for every business to keep records. I'll tell you, I'll come back to why some of those records are very important. To keep record of every transaction that you do in your business. And so we did all of that. Then after 3 years, it didn't really make sense, right? Because I was still working, my wife was doing a private law practice. We had never taken a salary from the business, right? As I was asking myself, why are we even doing this? I mean, it wasn't making sense. Let me even try to make a bit sense out of this thing. So I called up my accountant friend, and he came in. But because we had all the records for 3 years, ran through the accounts, and by the time the results came back, it was clear that we were just playing because we were not really making money. We were actually making a lot of loss. But again, because we had that cushion of, having paid employment, we're just running the business. From day one, right, what I encourage you to do is to find a way to incorporate that into your business. Document, keep your records. It might be 3 months, it might be 6 months. Call in someone that has an understanding of accounting, let them run your numbers. It doesn't mean that when you are making losses, you quit immediately, but it helps you know what you're doing well, what you're not doing well. My first impression was to stop this business, right? There's no point to it. I'm just wasting money. I'm supposed to be a big old boy, but here am I pouring all my savings and my earnings into running this business. But we decided to take a step back and look at what have we even been doing for the last 3 years. The reason we were able to do that again is because we had data and information. So of course, we had sales data, what customers bought, when they bought it, how much they bought. We had our daily sales record and all of that. So we just started looking through all those records. How can we make money of this? One interesting insight that came out when we looked at all this data was we found out that between 7 when we opened the store till around 5, we could sell about 10,000. But between 5 and 8, we could sell almost 60,000, right? And then we started asking ourselves why. What we simply found out was that a lot of our customers in Ogba, I'm talking about Ogba, we're still in Ogba, worked on the island. And it was only when they started coming back from work. In fact, some of them will call us, oh, I'm still on 3rd Milan Bridge. You guys, have you closed? Wait for us. So we started asking ourselves, if our customers in Ogba work on the island, that means we have customers in Magudo, we have customers in Bagada, we have customers everywhere that go to work on the island. And that was the first insight we got from the business. So we started thinking that, looks like our customers right now are on the island. And then another incident happened. So we had this event. It was a school event, one of these big schools in Lekki. They were doing their fun day, and we bought a stand. But we paid very expensive, to acquire that stand. And so I told myself that we cannot sell at the price we were selling on the island, because we had bought this just one day, stand, and it was very expensive. So I decided to try something. I actually doubled the money of what we sold in the store. So we used to sell juices like 300, 350. We took it to 800. So we took it to like 600. And we had some that had like exotic fruit. We took it to 1,000. When we got to that event, first thing and we used to fight a lot with my customers in Ogba over that 300 and 350. So when I got to the island at the event, what they were going for was 1,800 naira smoothies. They were not even buying the 500. Not only that they were buying that, they were asking, where have we been? Where is our store? And all of that. I just joined that together with the insight that we had from our data, and I said, I am going to the island. Now, I was going to Lagos, right? I didn't even know Lagos, but I used to hear Ikoyi. I just said, I'm just going to Ikoyi. I'm going to look for a store on Awolowo Road. And that was what we did. So just at the point of almost quitting the business, again, looking at our data, looking at the records we've been keeping, we were able to make sense of what was working in our business. And so we got a store in Ikoyi. And I tell you, in less than 3 months in Ikoyi, the business quadrupled. We were doing we were struggling to do 40, 50,000 a day in 2013 in Ikoyi. When we got to, in Ogba, when we got to Ikoyi, in less than 3 months, we were doing above 200. In fact, we didn't have capacity to manage 2 stores. In 4 months, we closed down Ogba, right? And then we faced Ikoyi. Now, what that meant is that we could have, again, we could have gotten that insight before we started, right? Products. We had the right products. We had great products. It was new. It was novel. But we were clearly in the wrong location. And when it came to location, now it's not just physical. You have to ask yourself, where is the best location? It could be physical. It could be online. It could be on other platforms. So for food businesses, for example, the best location could be on other platforms like Jumia, like Chowdeck. So you need to ask yourself, where are my customers? There is no ego to be saying, I have my shop, I have my website. Yes, you can have your website for, so, there's one, I'll mention their name. So Chicken Republic, for example, has a website, but you can't order on their website. You order on Chowdeck. So you can have your website, but is your website the best place to sell your products? So you really want to ask yourself, you really want to look at location. And when you're thinking about location is, where are my customers? Where is it easy for them, to find me? Where is it easy for me to reach them? So we got to Ikoyi, and in less than 4 months, that was when we started really doing business. But of course, that brought in a lot of other headache, right? As the business grows, it becomes more complex. And that introduced a lot of visitors. When the tax lady was talking, I'm like, okay, this was my experience. And then I had FRS. I'd never known them for 3 years. FRS, LRS, local government. In fact, they locked our store twice in 6 months that we were at Ikoyi. The local government guys from Etiosa, they locked our stores, and then, they started combing through our books. And then because we really kept records, the bad thing was that they went back to all our records. And so they came in 2015, actually. And every single dime that we owed from 2010 to 2015, we actually paid. Of course, we did some negotiation, but we paid. VAT, CIT, WHT, and all those many things. So what I'm telling you is that it's important for you to be aware, because in the face of the law, especially if you're going to be out there, I know many businesses don't pay tax, but you have to think about the future. If you want to grow that business, once you're out there, the taxman will come, and every other regulatory agency. Sometimes it's not just the taxman. For a business like So Fresh, it's food, so we have other food agencies, not just NAFDAC. We have other food agencies, health officials, and yourself with knowledge. So what I did after that first encounter was to go back to what does the law say about running this kind of businesses. And we had those information. And when anybody comes to us these days, we have the information. We can defend whatever we're doing. We have our records. We can show our records. So it's important for you to understand the laws that guide your particular industry, the laws that guide your trade, right? Don't say, I'm small. Again, I'm telling you that because when I talk to businesses like this, we all start small, but if you have a dream to become big, the law is not going to make an excuse for you that, oh, in 2023, you are small, you didn't know. No, they would, in fact, they will backtrack, they will add interest, because they will tell you that money, let me tell you the way government sees that you are collecting their money and you've been eating it. So they want to collect it back, and they will tell you that if they had gotten that money 5 years ago, they would have earned interest on. So they will put interest on that money, they will add penalty, and then let's say you are owing 1 million. After they add all their interest penalty, they might be asking you to pay 1.8 million. So it's important for you to understand, those things that guide your industry, and be aware of those laws, because in the face of the law, there's no ignorance, like they said. Then we got to Ikoyi, and then the business really started doing well. We're getting a lot of clients. The business was growing, and then it was growing so much that we started getting even requests back now from the mainland, because everybody now, then the social media came. Of course, we jumped on that trend, but we're also big. I like that I've talked a lot about off-field. That Nigeria is an offline market, and it is true and it is real up till tomorrow, you should look at what's the best strategy for you. How do you combine both? Today as I'm speaking, my team, they're in 2 trade fairs. When we go for trade fairs, right, we are not only going to sell, we make sales. For us, even selling at trade fair is like, a secondary objective. The primary objective is to put the brand in the face of people, tell people, get that contact. As I'm standing here, we are in 2 different locations doing trade fairs, doing trade shows. So it's not just about, it's because my business is still big. When you start a business, you have to be aggressive. You have to want to go for it. You have to want it. It's very tough, but then you have to do it. You have to live and breathe it, and you have to think every day, how do I put this product in the face of the customer? Something I jokingly tell my wife is, when people wake up in the morning, they are not thinking about you. They are not thinking about your business. They are thinking about their life. They are thinking about how to make themselves work. So the fact that you are a great, cake designer or great, tailor does not mean anything to your customers until you come and intentionally present yourself in front of them. That is when they see you. That's when they remember you. So, it's important to combine, the offline, and the online, and find the best channels. And the only way you can find the best channels is to test. Is to test those channels, those sales channels. So you're trying, Instagram, you're trying Twitter, you're trying TikTok, the same way you're trying churches, you're trying in schools, you're trying, markets, you're trying street marketing, you're trying everything. And then as you try all those things, you start to see the one that works for you, and then you double down on them. So I was saying that in 2013, business became good. 2014, we're doing well. And then we wanted to start to expand our products, our product offering. But we didn't have the capacity. It might interest you to know that so we sell salads, right? But the salads we used to sell at So Fresh, we didn't make them. There was this other company that did salads, and they were just good at what they did. And we thought at that time we didn't have that capacity. So we collaborated with them. They supplied us salads. They already had customers everywhere. So we collaborated with them, and then they bought salads from them, and then they came to our store to pick up. And so that exposed us to their customers, and also exposed their own customers to us, and the other way around. So I know that Wale talked a lot about partnership. It's always important to look at what are those businesses, or what are those people I can collaborate with. That was something we did, and we did it for some other products. So we were selling other people's products, and that way there was cross-pollination of customers between each other. So you should think about partnership. Not all the time you think about yourself or doing it all alone, because the reality is there is just so far you can go alone running a business. You need collaborators, you need partners to help you grow that business. So think around you. What can I do together with this person? How can we co-create a product, co-create a service, or even do co-marketing? In those early days, for example, I can remember in 2015 we did things with how many of you know MedPlus Pharmacy? They are now the biggest pharmacy in Nigeria. In 2015, back then, we did a collaboration with them, and it was very successful. They were growing, we were growing, and we're able to work together. So think about those businesses you can partner with, you can collaborate with on social media. It might be 15 people, it might be 20 people, but every little customer you can add can have a multiplier effect on your business. And so that was a story of So Fresh 2013. The business was now growing, and then we moved from Ikoyi. We opened another store in Okwebi. In fact, we're still in that store. Ikoyi now is 10 years. We're still there. Okwebi is 8 years. We're still there. And of course, we now have other locations. So we moved to Okwebi. And so we moved to Okwebi. And from Okwebi, I was still working. My wife was still working. we had kind of proved that this business had potential. This business was growing. So I decided to leave my job in 2016. Let me come and face this thing, squarely. And when I was sitting there, somebody sitting beside me was like, Oga, it's funding. Funding is the issue. We don't have money. And so that's the note I want to end on. The fact is that, yes, money is scarce, and it's even probably more scarce these days. But the truth is that before you can attract money, one, you have to have a clear value that you are delivering to people. Secondly, you have to have shown that you have skin in the game. And thirdly, I'll say financial discipline. So we raised money after 8 years of doing business in 2018. And I'll tell you a story of what one of our first investors said. So they had done all their due diligence, blah, blah, blah. They had invested money in SoFresh. And then we were together on a panel like this. And then they asked him, what are some of the reasons we invested in SoFresh? And then he said that, of course, they looked at the business, they looked at the founders, blah, blah, blah. But there was one little thing that they found, they saw, and as little as it was very pivotal in them believing in us. So they were looking through, I told you about, keeping records and being financially disciplined. And so when they were looking at all our records, there's this Lagos State Development Levy. How much is it? 100 naira. And then, the guy's a white guy, he's from Netherlands. I said the guy was shocked that we had receipts of those 100 development levy from 2010 that we paid consistently, and we kept those receipts when it was our money, when we were not answerable to anybody except ourselves. So that shows, financial discipline. It shows that, this business, these guys have integrity, and it shows that these guys have a long-term vision. Now, when you tell people that you want them to invest in you want them to invest in your business, right? They're giving you money and they're walking away. Are they able to trust you with business? How have you shown that, one, they're able to trust you with business, with their money rather, and then two, that you can use that money judiciously? That means no matter how small, have you shown that you're able to use your own money? Like they said, if people around you, your brothers, your sisters, your uncles, your friend, can't really give you money to start a business, then it will be difficult to convince, somebody that you don't know from anywhere to actually give you that. So you have to prove yourself that you can be trusted with money. I want to end on these notes and just read some things I've written down. One of the questions I get the most is, people ask things like, what are those things you have done to make the business successful and all of that? And honestly, it's a very difficult question when you think about it, because people want you to boil down 13 years into maybe 5 or 10 nuggets. The reality is that there is no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that you do that make business successful. It's a lot of combination of things, and it's something you do repeatedly, time and time. Sometimes it even looks like things are not moving, but just the ability to stay resilient, think through the problem, think about a different solution, be flexible, and just keep working at it. So I tell people, how have I gotten to this stage, right? I say, I've just shown up every day for the last 13 years. Right? It looks mundane, but it's true. I've just shown up every day for the last 13 years. Even when I don't feel like showing up, I show up every day for the last 13 years. I've maintained focus and a strong will. So, starting this business, so many people have come and gone in this business. So many people have diverted to many other things. But I've stayed focused on this one thing, providing fresh, healthy food. When it was easy to, try other things or start selling other things, I've remained very focused. I've been very honest with my weaknesses and shortcomings. I don't know everything. I can't do everything. And when you start to bring in people into your business, you have to realize that you cannot do everything by yourself. And you need to be honest with yourself, what you're good at, what you're not good at. Is this something you can improve on, or is this something you need to outsource to someone else? Right? I've been self-critical and accountable. I tell people that especially when you're running a business, you're the only one. A lot of the times in our environment, the people you work with will not be able to look you in the face and say, "Oh, guy, you the fuck up," or "You're not doing it well," because that's our society. So in your own quiet time, you have to be able to step back and look at yourself and say, am I putting in enough effort? Am I doing it enough? And be self-critical about yourself. I've been willing to learn new things and embrace change. So, if you listen to the story, the original business I had is not where we ended, because I was willing to change. I was willing to listen to what the customer is saying. I was willing to be flexible. And that's something that you have to continuously do, because customers' preferences, customers' likes, and all of that change with time. Even just your environment, technology advancement, you have to be willing to make those changes and be flexible, with your business. You have to leverage your team strength. I've kind of talked about that. When you bring in people into your team, make them partners with your business, right? Don't run your business like you are here and your staff is here. For me, them becoming partners and owning the business makes them committed and invested into. And one of the ways to do that is to ask yourself, what is the need for your staff? What is the need for them to stay with you? Is there growth opportunities? As you're thinking about growing your business, are you thinking about your staff? Because they also have their dreams, they have their aspirations. They are not there to work for you for life. No, they're here to also grow. They also want to make something of their life. So when you're thinking about growing the business, you should also be thinking about, how will my staff grow? What is the need for them? That way, you have more than one person carrying, the burden and the dream of the business. Of course, you have to be about your customer. At the end of the day, business is about the customer. It's not about you. It's not about your ego. It's about, what does the customer need? How do we serve the customer? So you have to always think about the customer. I also say I've been lucky, right? I've done many things wrong, like I've shared some of with you. I've done some things right, but at the end of the day, it looks like, things are working. This is about the most difficult thing I've done. People ask me if I'll do it again. I honestly still can't answer that question. I don't know if I'll do it again. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it with you. One of the most difficult things you will ever do is to run and grow a business. And so there will be tough times. If you give up, then you're not going to be able to achieve what you're going on. So you have to know that it's a journey of resilience, it's a journey of tenacity, and just going at it every single day. Of course, lastly, I'll say that the reality is that I've also had God's help, I've had people's help, and I've leveraged that a lot. So that's my story. Today, So Fresh is here. We're growing. We're also growing in a very difficult environment right now. But like all the lessons I've learned, over these years, is that when there's a challenge, you just have to continue to think about, how can we survive this challenge? What do I need to do? What does the customer needs? And so I'm going to share this, this last story. Before now, for about the first 10, 11 years of So Fresh, we were focused on a particular line of business, and our prices are not what you particularly call mass market prices, right? But last year, for example, for the first time, we launched a new line of product that was moderately priced, which was like almost 93% below our regular prices, because we understood what the market is today. And interestingly, we have been getting requests for that product for a long time. And it's a very simple product. It's a product everybody knows. So it's Zobo and Tiger Nut. But we never sold it at So Fresh. But customers have always asked for it. But last year, guess what? We launched our own version of Zobo and Tiger Nut. And today, it's one of the best sellers at So Fresh. Now, you have to look at this environment and be real with yourself. What you're doing, is it something the market wants? Is it what the market needs? Do you need to change something? Do you need to make it into half? Do you need to change the size? Do you need to launch a new product that aligns with your purpose or your vision or whatever your business is doing? So that ability to be flexible, to innovate and change with the changing times is also the hallmark of, businesses succeeding over the long term. I always like the privilege of talking to entrepreneurs, whether you're just starting, you're in the middle, or you have gone far, because I believe that SMEs ago, I actually posted on my Twitter, SMEs in Nigeria provide 83% of the jobs, all the jobs in Nigeria. So everyone in this room, including myself, including Ayo, the person that brought all of us together, we're doing a very important job. It's hard job, but I want to encourage all of you to keep at it.
See, I always tell people that if you want to do hard business for this country, do a business that has to do with production. Either you are producing, if you know, maybe because it's my client, so I know the type of operations and the headache that happens back end. You are either dealing with people stealing material, or you are dealing with quality, or you are dealing with NAFDAC, or you are even NDLEA go come. You know the drug go. The just decide say your office fine, make we come check what's in the inside. If you are now started doing exports, please let's give this man a round of applause again. And I really appreciate him. I mean, I think he was one of the first that even agreed to speak. And as soon as I just told him, he just said, no problem, we did, And I really want to give you this as a token of our appreciation. On behalf of the Lagos SME Bootcamp community, we're giving you this Social Impact Award for, the impact that you've made on us today. And also this token gift. Thank you so much. Where is Slim? Slim is coming. Hold on. My partner is coming. Let's take a picture with him. Sorry. Why is he emphasizing that Nami shot? Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. So, we are going to the most interesting part of this session, which is the pitch session. So we've had several businesses pitch over the last few weeks, and we have shortlisted. Where is that list of the people that won? No. I'm looking. Numbers that I've picked. I'm going to call the random numbers that I picked for the raffle ticket, and I will pray that they have all gone home, so that we can hold our gifts and give it to other people that are in-house. So number one, if you have a ticket, please look at it. What's this thing for? Is it for the legal clinic by Simon Cooper's, Abi? Where the Simon Cooper people? May not come outside when they see your face, so that if you don't give them the service, then go come hound you. Now, we also have Paddy Cover. Paddy Cover, if you go in there, they have a lot of gifts for you people. They said nobody has come to collect them. Go in there, they have freebies for you. They have insurance cover for your business, and they have physical bags for you to collect. Go and collect it. Don't let them return and go back office. Please, we told them to bring those things to this place. They must not return it. Let them spend the money. Number one is number 19. Who is number 19? Why you dey clap? You never come. Where is number 19? Number 19 don't go out, so. You are where? Ah! Where is the person? Now EFCC go arrest you. Web TV. Cameraman. Oh. Oh, yeah, come now. Are you the one? But you don't get business now. Eh? Everybody get business. Everybody, they all for this Niger. Please, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. He has done a good job. He has done a good job. Number 2 is number 3. Ticket number 3. Who is ticket number 3? Ah, ticket number 3 don't go house. Fantabulous. Number 3 is ticket number 16. Who is ticket number 16? They don't go house. Oh, you are the gallery. Come down now. Clap for her. Clap for her. Ah, thank God though. Say something happened for gallery last though. So, my lawyers, please come. Please come. No. Please. Eh? No. My people are fantastic. Please help me give a round of applause to Simon Cooper's partners. They reached out and, you hardly find tier 1 law firms support SMEs. It's not us that went to meet them. They called us and said, oh, we saw your ad, we're interested in this, we'd like to partner with you. Most tier 1 law firms, then they pursue the big money. So please, want to hand them over to you. Him and I think my guys will still collect. If you have a ticket, please submit so that I can mix it. Please, Dami, come and help me collect the ticket so I can just quickly mix it and pick the third one before we are done. So you and where is the second person is coming? Yeah. So when we call it, please go follow them. So when we call the third person, we'll come back. So the next that we're going to do is our pitch session, and I want to invite very important set of people. One of our partners, JC DeCox. JC DeCox is an international advertising company. Yes, please go and meet them. It's an international advertising company. I want to invite the first judge on the panel. Is the MD of JC DeCox Nigeria. Please help me give a round of applause to Mr. Omoni Idada. Come up. You don't shop money, you know if you walk away. Bera. The next person, my very good friend, he's how many people know Nest Hub in Yaba? If you stay for you go know now, you go know Nest, you look like someone that will know Nest Hub. Nobody say you go to do any innovations in there, now the rooftop bar you go chop nkwobi. So Joba is the co-founder of Nest Hub. He's done a lot of work in the SME innovation. He's supported, done a lot of work in the country. He's going to be the second judge on the panel for the exhibition, for the pitch session. Please help me give a round of applause to Joba. The last person is the chairman of the exhibition committee. So if you no qualify for today, no be me, no can beat me for bus stop. Na Fisher Kosam. So he's the one, and I've told you, come and join the panel so that they will see you. That you are the one that disqualified them. Please, let's give a round of applause for Bimbo Fisher. Now, please, if you hear your name, the first, I think we should have one of our lawyers there. Please, can you have one of these chairs? Simon Coopers, can you come and help us? To be on the panel. That's why I said I want her to come. Because I just look at him now, she's saying amen, did you? Call on Shanu. Please, let me carry. Who? Oh, no, that's an error. So there's something. I think I need chair first. So these guys, we can't see the screen. So what do? Their pitch will be on this screen. Oh, so do we sit here? No. I think we should sit here. over staircase. So first, no, just sit down, just sit down. We'll go to the screen. So if you hear your name, please come forward. You can come and sit on the stage. Then when it's your turn, you would. So first company, OJ Tech Limited. Where is OJ Tech Limited? Has he gone home? Where is OJ Tech? Oh, is it you? Please give him a round of applause. Number 2, HQ Healthy Treats. HQ Healthy Treats. Please give her a round of applause. Number 3, Ron's Paddy Services Limited. Ron's Paddy. Which kind of runs now they do? Omo. God no go shame us. Now they do runs. Ron's Paddy. No, because you carry Simon Cooper's bag come up. No, me say Simon Cooper go. They go give you the money. You can't they bribe them? We call you. Yeah. Oh, you be Ron's Paddy. As I saw another brother come out, I thought it was the one that was Ron's Paddy now. Hmm? The last is Asoro Automotive. Is it Asoro or Asoro? Asoro Automotive. This man came from Benin or something, have you? Okay. So please help me give him a round of applause. So in the order that I called you, please, are their pitches on ready? Huh? Okay, so in the order that I called them, please, let me give them the scoring sheet. Where is the parameter?
Parameter will read it down.
No, Fisher now. Fisher will send the parameters to all of them. So please, let's be very strict on time. Read what out? Fisher, please read what we used to get here and the parameters we used to accept.
Okay. Hi everyone. Good afternoon or good evening. Okay, so in the beginning we had close to I think more than 50 applicants or more than 50 businesses. From there we had to thin slice to 10. There were some criteria that we used, so it was empirical based. One of the things that we considered was the articulation of the idea that the person was trying to sell, how articulate the pitch was. Then from there, we then now moved to the we had to move on how innovative that idea was, how groundbreaking it was going to be. So there were some metrics that we also used in order to get to that part. Then we moved from there to how feasible that idea was going to be, because you could have a good idea which could be very innovative but might not work in this market. Then we now looked at the market potential. Okay, after breaking it down, is that idea is going to be market fit for our own environment? Then the look and feel, just like what FOP said, this document I'm looking at, does it have those appeal? Then eventually we now had to score based on the overall impression. So from the 10, we now had to now scale down to this final 4 that are here today. So may the best man win. All right. Thank you very much.
OJ Technologies. I think you can come and stand here so that you can see your screen. Or do you have it on your lap? Anyhow you prefer. If you want to walk down here or you want to do it there, that's fine. How many minutes, please? 5 minutes, right? 7. Why 7? Why not 5? 7 minutes speech is a long time. 5 minutes.
All right. I'm Joseph, and I and my team are leveraging virtual reality to improve clinical training and competency in Africa, starting with Nigeria. So, what prompted me into, I and my team into building this solution? From my personal experience, while I was in the university, while I was going through health college, we normally have scenarios. Where during our practical sessions, we normally learn human anatomy using cadavers, right, called dead bodies. So during these sessions, because of the limited number of cadavers for learning human anatomy, we were divided into a group of 30, 40 to carry out these practical sessions. Just like you can see in that picture, this is just a typical scenario of what we have in the Nigeria universities, right, in the medical school. You see large number of students gathering, right, to carry out these sessions. And because of this large number of students that's carrying out these sessions together, using one human cadaver, everyone do not have hands-on experience from beginning to end of this procedure, right? Some just stand on the sideline and watch, while some get involved, some go on errand and stuff like that. But these are people you're training, right, to come out and attend to patients at the end of the day. So the practical sessions in our health institution is very, very poor. Even when you're learning, let's say, using specimen, they limit the usage of this specimen, right? Because they are actually economizing it. So wastage and stuff like that. And even when you're learning how to use medical equipment, there's this fear of do not spoil the medical equipment. So we have limited access to this equipment, right? So we see scenarios where you're learning how to use a CT scan and you just get to use the equipment just 1 or 2 times, right? Depending when you go for internship, right? So how are we trying to solve this problem? And another scenario I actually faced during my clinical practice. I discovered that we as professionals do not have a way to rehearse procedure except when we're working on a live patient, right? So, and that put the life of patients at risk. I faced a scenario where we are supposed to carry out a surgical session, and my chief medical director has not carried out that session for more than 6 years. I saw the way he struggled to rehearse, right? So we do not have a safe way to rehearse procedure except we're working on a live patient. So how are we solving this problem? We're solving this problem using virtual reality to improve clinical training. So I and my team have been able to build a virtual reality simulator where health professionals and students can learn human anatomy without a physical dead body, learn how to carry out surgical procedure without a physical patient or case scenario, or even learn case scenario that is not available in your teaching hospital, learn how to operate medical equipment without the physical presence of those equipment. And the beauty of the metaverse is that you can connect to a professor from outside the country and carry out practical and clinical sessions together with that professor. So you can have a professor from US carrying out clinical sessions together with students and health professionals here in Nigeria just by connecting through the metaverse. So who do we sell to? We sell directly to health colleges and health center, and we also sell to health students and health professionals. How do we make money through this business? We make money by licensing our proprietary software which we've built, and we also make money by supplying the VRO kits to these institutions. So far, we've been able to build a community of over 1,500 health professionals and health students, and we currently have about 10 health institutions in our user journey, and we've been accepted into several incubation and accelerator programs, been supported by CC Hub, by Google Startup, AWS Accelerate, and the likes. And this is what our journey has been so far. We started a vision May 2022, and from May 2022 to May 2023, we went into research and development. We developed the products, we got the necessary medical body partnership, and by May this year, we launched into the market. Immediately we launched, we were able to secure a grant of 5,000 euros, which we used to commence operation. And so far, we've been able to we're able to do demos with about 12 institutions, and we're able to seal deal with 10 of them. And so far, we've done 8.7 million naira in revenue. And we're looking that by May next year, we should be starting our pre-seed round, and we're looking at in the next 3 to 5 years, we should be in nothing less than 5 African countries. So we do not have any direct competitors in the market we're trying to cover, which is the African market, because we are one of the first doing this in Africa. But we have global competitors that are already doing this in first world countries like US, Denmark, UK, and Canada, right? So we are one of the first doing this in Africa, and a lot of research has gone into this, right? Over 7 different research papers have been published to show that this technology does work. Health professionals, when they use this technology, they're able to perform better, 570% better than when they use the traditional method of learning medical procedures. So our business model covers SDG 3, 4, and 9, and our team is very solid. 80% of our team, both technical and non-technical team, has medical background.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. So, does anybody have any questions for him?
OJ, I enjoyed listening to you. So I also have a few questions. So do you build them yourself or you import them and then you assemble them here in Nigeria?
All right, so our major product is the software, that's the training module. We built it ourselves, right? So we source the hardware, right, through partnership with Meta, that's Facebook. So we deploy our software into Meta Quest 2, right? So we're able to source the hardware from Meta. Then the software is our proprietary software that we license to these organizations, yeah.
Okay, thank you. My second question will be, have you registered the intellectual property rights? Have you registered them in any way? Have you thought about doing that?
All right, so we are currently in process of IP, right? Yeah, but we already have gotten our CAC. We're working on the trademark, and we're actually looking at patenting the solution. So we're in the process. We're already in
the
conversation
process.
there, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, just a quick question. You said there are no competitors in Africa.
Yeah. We are one of the first. We're one of the first doing this in Africa. Yeah.
Your competitors outside of Africa, what has been the success story of such an investment?
All right, so also VRO, which is one of the global leaders, just raised $200 million last year, right? And they are focused on just orthopedic surgeries, right? Yeah. So
no, I'm not talking about how much they've raised. I'm saying what's been the success story of what they're doing. What has been the reaction of?
Yeah. So basically, the reason why I just said that is that for them to be able to raise that, of course, they've done a lot of traction, right? So and they actually have about 300 staffs already, and so far, most of the research we have were published by them. Right, so for like a country like US, you need FDA clearance and everything. They've gotten the FDA clearance and everything. So, of course, the market is reacting very, very positively because their market is a market where they even have very good training facility for their medical school. Yet, they are moving into, even secondary schools are even using VRO to learn practical session because of circular economy and stuff like that, because you're not wastage and stuff. So, of course, the market is reacting positively. How much more our market where we really have challenge in the
Yes, I agree. We have challenges in Nigeria, but what do you think it would be like with the universities that you spoke about, the acceptability? Have you had? Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so like I said,
sorry, let me add to the question. So you say you've done revenue 8.7 million, and I want to understand that you've signed some partnership with some universities already in Nigeria. Can you run us through what the typical engagement is like so that we're mentally able to picture? Because it's really not about the technology. It's the adaptability of the technology. We understand how our operational systems are. So that's what it's actually asking.
Okay, yes, so basically, we have about 10 institutions in our user journey, but just 2 are paying users. Right. So what we mean is that when we launch into the market, we're able to secure some grants, which enables us to go into operations and stuff like that. So the way we do business development, we don't do normal digital marketing and stuff like that. We go to these institutions, right? So we go to these institutions, we meet with the VC, we do demo, right? We do demo with the universities.
As any student in any of those institutions, put your headset on to use.
Of course, we have 2 institutions that are already using it to train. We have Bayelsa Medical University and Ashivas University, right? They've paid for the license, they have the equipment, they are currently using it. And we have 8 other institutions that we've seen deal with that are currently constructing their VRO labs.
Thank you. That's the question, yeah.
So we have 10 institutions.
So, are there regulatory approvals that you're supposed to get outside of just the IT form of it?
Yes. So basically, like I said, 80% of our team are health professionals. I went through medical school, right? So we have the necessary medical partnership. Like last month, we had the Anatomical Society of Nigeria annual conference. We were invited to carry out exhibition in Biz University, right, where we have the entire, body. So we have partnership with MDCAN, partnership with ASN, and all the necessary medical partnership. So we spent 1 year getting this partnership, research and development, product development, before we launch it to the market. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You can go to your chair. Thank you very much. Okay, next person, please. Who is the next person? Please, I'm looking for people that are still talking so that we can call them up. It's those exhibitors that I want to go and call. I think they are the one disturbing our session.
All right, good day, everyone. My name is Alima Windamola of HKLD Treats. HKLD Treats is actually an indigenous brand that is focused on providing Nigerians with healthy juices and fruit treats while we support local farmers and reduce post-harvest losses. According to World Health Organization, 2.8% of death that occurs in Nigeria is as a result of malnutrition. And as at last year, the federal government put an economic cost to post-harvest losses to be 3.5 trillion naira in the agricultural sector alone, which is a whole lot. Okay. So we at HKLD Treats, we are solving this problem by partnering with local farmers to source locally sourced fruit from them and make healthy fruit treats for average Nigerians. Okay. So one of our mission is actually to make fruit treats accessible and affordable while supporting local farmers and reducing food waste. So our core our value proposition, we also want to have access to juices irrespective of your dietary needs, irrespective of your income. So we have various packages, we have little bottles, we have pouches. And who are our target markets? So our target market are the health-conscious individuals, schools, fitness enthusiasts, gym stations. We also aim to target 1% of the market, which is planned to grow by 6.4% within 2023 to 2030. So we target 1% by 2025. So our attraction, officially we started this year, February, and between February 7th till 31st of October, we've sold over 800 bottles of fruit juices and over 400 liters of yogurt, which has given us over 1.5 million revenue at the moment. So our business model, we actually leverage on technology. We run it through our social media platform. We also we have strategic partnership with businesses, such businesses that are also promoting lifestyles. We also have local gyms that we partner with that, so which can reach broader audiences. So we also, like I said earlier, our goal is that Nigerians should have access to quality juices, unlike what has preservative outside. Our juices are zero preservative, added sugar, natural. So our competitive advantage is that we leverage on seasonal fruits. So just in a few months now, we are going to be having strawberry. HQ will be having things like that. We also source for local fruits. So when we take our pineapple, we don't use, the pineapple are different. So we go for the locally sourced one, so which is also one of the competitive advantage for us. And also we give preference, so we curate based on individual preference and dietary needs. So when you come to us like, okay, HQ, I have this issue, I don't take something sweet, we can also create something for you. So this is one of the things for us. So why are we pitching for this fund? We actually want to expand our production capacity. So we need a commercial juicer, we need an industrial mixer that will help us increase our revenue by 15% and will also create job opportunity. Because at the moment, I am the only one who runs the brand. So in the span of 6 months, we plan to employ about 3 other people. And also, what are our social impacts? Number one is no poverty. So when we collaborate with local farmers, we are also supporting them. And just like I said, zero hunger, we provide people with healthy fruits and vegetables, good health and well-being, which is one of our core values aside food waste reduction. Also to create decent work and economic growth. When we grow, we tend to employ more people, so I won't be the only one. So imagine I have about 4 staff. I'm also contributing my own quota to the economy. So, like I said earlier, I have a degree in biochemistry. I have a previous experience as a health educator and a client relationship officer. I'm currently the only one running HQ Treat except for contract staff when I have to produce. So we also hope to get more in the coming months. Thank you.
So let's start from, are you NAFDAC registered?
Not yet.
Okay. Second question is, so you say you want to use fund to scale.
To get equipment to increase our production capacity.
What's your demand like at the moment? Is it like, is elastic, or you are just preempting influx of market and that's why you want to get the equipment?
Please, can you come again?
So is it like you have a lot of demands now and you can't meet it, that's why you
yes,
want
to
to
some extent, the demand are increasing and we need to extend our tentacles.
Okay, thank you.
So I was going to ask if you were NAFDAC registered, but I think you already asked that. But I think I'll say, so there's quite a number of brands out there, regarding fruit juices. So what's the X factor you're bringing? Why would I want to pick yours over all of the brands there? And then I'm quite key on what's the lifespan of what you currently make, right, in terms of preservation? Because you have a degree in biochemistry. So I'm sure you know some about preservation, and the reason why many of us go for fruit juices is we want it as natural can be, but yet there's a tendency for it to get spoiled before a few days.
Okay, thank you. For the NAFDAC, it's a process. We're working towards it. So about the preservative that you asked about, I'm a biochemist. And also, when it comes to preservative, we have various of method. They have the chemical, we have natural. Drying is a preservative method. Freezing is a preservative method. And we go for freezing. So immediately, I'm juicing, I'm capping it, and I'm freezing. So far, people that have been patronizing us since morning can access to that freezing, like our juice are sold frozen. And when we are selling it, we advise our customers, let it store and consume once. If you are not consuming once, cap it and freeze it, because freezing is also a preservative method. And why should you choose HKLD treat over others? Well, our quality speaks for us. And at the moment, we have a customer retention rate of about 70%. Almost everybody who buys comes back because of the value. It is 0 sugar, 0 water, 0 preservative. As I juice, I cap, I freeze, which is also a preservative method you wanted to know about.
One last question. So on one fruit of pineapple, how many bottles do you think you'll get out? It's just like an economic question.
A pineapple?
Yes.
How many fruits?
Yes, how many bottles do you make? How many CLs? Is it 50 CL?
Okay, I do 25 mil, 250 mil, that's 25 CL. I do 500 mil, I do 1,000 mil, 1 liter. Okay. So from a pineapple fruit, well, it varies. Pineapple, the sizes, the ripeness determines the water quantity too. So let's say I'm getting 1 dozen of pineapple. I might be able to make about 4 or 5 liters of pineapple juice if it is well ripened.
How many bottles?
And that would be like 10 500 ml bottles.
Okay, so thank you very much. You can. Okay, Ron's party. No, it's not Asoro that is next, please.
Imagine a world where shopping for everyday essentials is not just convenient, but empowering local vendors and bringing communities closer. That is the reality that Ron's Party is bringing. Hello, everyone. My name is Doka Sobiahon. I'm a social entrepreneur and the founder of Ron's Party. Ron's Party is an innovative startup based in Lagos, Nigeria, on a mission to make life simple for individuals and businesses across Africa. Ever since our launch in May 2022, we have evolved from being just an errand service provider to a dynamic e-commerce platform that is focused on informal retail aggregation and last mile delivery. These are problems that we discovered. Limited market access. We discovered that many informal retail vendors in underserved communities struggle with limited access to a wide range of products and larger customer base, hindering their business growth potential. When we say underserved communities, we are talking about people in open market spaces in local environments that they cannot ordinarily reach a wider community or a wider customer base outside their environment. The next is inefficient supply chain. Businesses struggle to find reliable suppliers, manage inventory effectively, and ensure timely deliveries to meet customers' needs. This leads to delays and increased costs for businesses and consumers as well. The final was lack of reliable delivery services. Individuals struggle to access reliable delivery services because the traditional delivery service providers are really not very reliable. We like to call ourselves the Uber for retail. That's Ron's Paddy. We offer a multi-sided e-commerce platform that connects consumers, grocery vendors, and FMCG suppliers, revolutionizing how individuals and businesses access essential goods in underserved communities. What's our solution? Expanding market reach, streamlined supply chain, and efficient delivery services. Our market size, the e-commerce logistics market is worth, as at 2022 November, the market size is worth $3.65 trillion and is still growing. And as of last year, we discovered that about 75% of Nigeria's GDP is being contributed from the informal market space. Who are our target markets? We are catering to two customer segments, individuals and businesses. We deal with low and middle income class professionals, working parents, and individuals with limited mobility. For businesses, we are targeting local retail stores, social commerce businesses, and corporate organizations. Our services. Our first service is PaddyCart. PaddyCart is the game changer, we like to call it. It's our e-commerce platform that is connecting these grocery retailers with consumers and distributors on the same platform. Then we also offer delivery services, last mile deliveries, through our very unique model called the community agent approach. Through our community agents, I like to talk about our community agents. Through our community agents, these are people these are young people in underserved communities that serve as liaisons between us, between our platform and the community and their consumers. They serve as distributors for us. They help to onboard our consumers, onboard vendors, and also facilitate their delivery processes. We've identified our competition in Nigeria. We have Shop Top Up, we have Supermart, and then we have Quick. Our competitive advantage. While our competitors offer similar services, we believe that our multi-sided platform, our pricing model, and wide delivery network set us apart. Specifically, we offer a multi-sided platform, a wide product range. Because we have access to informal retail vendors in the market, we have access to large product range. We also have a very large delivery network. As of now, as of today, I'll talk about that. Our business model, we make money through commission fees, we make money through delivery charges, we make money from advertising and subscription. Our traction, we launched in 2022 May, and then we served from May last year till April 2023, we've served 300 customers. We've already onboarded 30 vendors. As at this moment, we have onboarded 50 vendors onto our platform, PaddyCart. We've also generated a total of 8 million from last year. We've already completed over 3,500 orders, and we already have built a strong network of over 50 community agents. These are our core team. We have myself, I'm a social entrepreneur, and also I have a background in logistics, I have a background in economics, And I'm also a graduate of product management from the Nest Hub. Oluwafemi Fashe is our lead of operations. Then we have our growth and technology. Our advisory team. We have Olatunde as our sales advisor for business and partnership, Olatunde Victor. Then we have we have a legal advisor. We also have our advisor for growth. Okay, so, oh, okay, all right. Investing, or rather, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to speak about PaddyCat. I'd like to say that PaddyCat is not just a platform, it's not just another e-commerce platform. We are building not just a business, but a network of opportunities that is improving life and creating better opportunities for the informal retail market in Africa. We'd like to invite you to join us on this journey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ron's Paddy. Please, do you have any questions for her?
So, Ron's Paddy, in terms of regulatory compliance, how far gone are you? Who is your sector regulator? Would you know who your sector regulator is?
Okay, for now, okay. So far, we have registered our business as a company. Okay, then we're already in the process of our trademarking. Also, one of our regulators are NIPOST for e-commerce, and so we are currently working on getting our proprietary license from them for logistics.
In terms of competition, we noticed that we also like the foreign ones you mentioned. I didn't see any. They're all Nigerians. They're Nigerian. Okay. Okay, we just all right.
Run us through typical scenario of how the process is from your what do you call it now, the producers or the suppliers. Just run us through that process, the entire customer journey, how it starts.
Okay, so we have two customers. Our first customer segment is for individuals, for vendors. Now, our vendors, these are everyday people who are not necessarily tech savvy, but our community agents get to meet with them, onboard them on the platform. Now, they can place orders. They place orders not just, for those that are not tech savvy, they can place orders as simple as SMS. They simply send an SMS to their community agent who helps them to place order from the platform. Now, when we get these orders, we already have established some partnerships with major distributors of FMCG products on the island. We are currently also in talks with manufacturers in Lagos currently to partner and to bring them on board our platform. So when we have orders from these vendors, we communicate with them and then we go to deliver. We go to pick up. An example of another could be cartons of noodles, cartons of Milo, cartons of foodstuffs. That's what I'm saying.
I want something different. Okay. Cartons of Indomie, for someone like me, I can go on any other app, Jumia.
So I'm talking about
I just
the
want
vendors.
a product that stands out. Just give us something different from what I already know I can do.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
I understand now that you can work with someone who's not tech savvy that just sends a text message to request for whatever they need. That's fine. But what sort of products would come that differentiates from what we get regularly and the procedure?
Okay, so as an individual, when you make order on the platform, we have our customer success team who communicates with you. Now we communicate with you to get to know whether the product you have ordered for is currently available at the moment. And one thing that has always differentiated us is the fact that we always communicate and we are always in the face of our customers. Okay. Okay, currently we're a web-based platform. Okay. Currently we're a web-based platform, so customers can place orders from the website, and then once we receive their order, our customer success team gets notification, communicates immediately with them, and then the system automatically connects or matches that order with the closest vendor in their location. And after which, the community agent goes to pick up the orders within that location and delivers to them immediately. Okay, so what currently exists is that other of our competitors do not leverage community agents. So it takes time for them. Yes, the people personality there. And the fact that we aggregate, we do a lot of partnerships, strategic partnerships with delivery services, with other our suppliers and
So, judges, man, it's as important we're able to give feedback. So don't let me push it, because there's some other people that can also learn from the feedback we're given. Let me make it brief. So I like what you're doing, and I think for feedback from me, it's going to be simple. There's something they call keys. Keep it stupidly simple. As much as possible, a person that does not understand tech should be able to mentally appreciate the experience you're selling, and it's something that also resonates with them. So I understand it, because again, it's like your own spadi. You're like an errand boy for a person that maybe is not tech savvy. We will do that for you. It's pretty, that simple. What separates you? So if a person is able to use technology, but it's important for us to also know that what are the kind of scenarios this play out? Something that immediately you say we can relate with. And I think as much as possible in presentation, that's what you should imbibe. Very lovely idea, and I think that's all from me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is the percentage of Nigerians that can buy brand new cars? Or even if that's less than 5% of Nigeria. And even if you buy a used car without problem, how many Nigerians can afford professional mechanic services? This is what led to Asoro Automotive. Now, the problems a lot of car owners face is that because they buy used car, they don't have any form of warranty or support from the manufacturer. And then they are being left vulnerable to quack mechanics and fake spare parts dealers aside, which can cause a lot of damages to their vehicles. They can't easily identify experienced mechanics, and there's a lot of dishonesty in the automotive repair sector among mechanics and part dealers. Another is not all car brand parts are easily procured locally. There are some car brands you buy, you have to you find it difficult to procure them. So what are we offering? We're offering a 24/7 live chat support with expert mechanics for all brands of vehicle. We have a wide range of expert mechanics on our system. We link buyers of auto parts to the new sellers, and we also connect car users to mechanic affiliated to us close to them. Currently, we have hundreds of mechanic affiliated to us, verified, in 26 states of the country. And we also review, we have review system for our mechanics on our platform. Now, what is as different? We have real-time diagnostics guidance. We have a platform where you can, a website and an application where you can have live chats, and you can also have voice call and video call. And the good thing about the voice call, you don't have to have internet service. You can call us 24/7. Our agents are there to pick. And video calls are places where we want to pass instruction. We need feedback, like to see the condition of your vehicle, and we can offer you the support. We also help in procurement of genuine auto parts and our trusted network of mechanics, which we give warranty for their services. So our business model, we have the free trial, which is the live chat. The live chat is free. And I'm sorry, okay. It converts about 3% of our users to the premium version. And the premium is for the video, the voice call, and also for some automotive data, like in repairing, there are some data you may need that we can offer to you. Then we make money from the paper, and also from commissions we get from referring our users to our affiliated mechanics and part dealers. Now in Nigeria, there are over 12 million cars, registered cars, and 4 million plus are privately owned, while we are targeting 100,000 cars. Now, why is ASO Automotive different? Although we don't have a specific competitor in the support, in terms of automotive support sector in Nigeria, but we have some automotive influencers on social medias, mechanics and all that who also play a role. But we have a wide range of industrial expertise talking about different brands of cars, wide network of affiliated mechanics and part dealers nationwide, and our communication seamless. So we started 2020. We were able to we made 1.2 million. 2022, 2.3. Now our team, a mechanical engineer and automotive technician with 8 years experience, I own a workshop in Benin City and a mobile mechanic services. My friend Vezi is also a mechanical engineer and also an automotive technician of Lucky Omokaru, head of marketing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
As Automobile, thank you. So just one question. So on a Monday morning, I'm on my way to court, my car breaks down. Why should I not call Mufu, my mechanic? They'll come on a bike. Why should I call Asoro?
Now, the first thing is this. A lot of people have this bad experience from mechanics over the time. So when some of them go online, search for aids and whatever. And secondly, we don't just only fix cars. You may have some questions on your car, like you want to check something or you want to ask a professional, and there we come in. And also, we have a diagnostic system. This is our tool and our software. It's an OBD scanner that you can fix into your vehicle, get the diagnostic for it, get back to us, and we offer you, we'll be able to diagnose your vehicle quickly at the spot. Quickly at the spot, even without you visiting a mechanic workshop. I don't know if I was able to answer your question. Okay, this. It was time. I was about, and secondly, I think my slide, the slide I submitted was different from the one they showed. Yes, this slide was the one I submitted at the beginning of the program. It was different from this, like when I was applying for the pitch. Okay, let me pitch this for 1 minute. Okay, this is GOBD by ASO Automotive. This is the game changer in automotive diagnostics. What does it mean? When you have this on your vehicle, you fix it, you scan for your fault code, and you get back to us as ASO Automotive through our website or our mobile app. And what we do, we tell you, we recommend for you how to fix the car, and we tell you the fault and the cost and everything, give you the whole estimation. Then from there, you can either go to your mechanic or you can use our affiliated mechanics.
Thank you. So this device that you just advertised to us, do you build it? Do you import it?
We built the software, but the hardware was imported here.
Okay. Honestly, I think you should have just started with this, and you should have focused on this product. Just no. Don't worry. We'll take your comments. You should have just focused on this product because the question she asked you initially was, on a Monday morning, Lagos Road, my car breaks down, and I'm registered on your platform. What's the turnaround time for you to respond and get me out of that place? You spoke about reporting, but there's nothing that talks about the entire circle, how the mechanic reaches out to you, how the vehicle is stored. You know, you need to speak to that entire process. That would help us understand what solution you're bringing.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, we have affiliated mechanics, and mobile mechanics are among that services. So when you call in an emergency, we can send you the closest mobile mechanic. Even yesterday, I was on my way from Benin, and we were diverting mobile mechanics in Lagos to offer services for various repairs in Lekki and in Ikeja.
Okay, you talked about spare parts connect as well.
Yeah.
So if I want to buy my spare parts, with your vendors on the spare part side, what's the turnaround time to get in whatever I want? And what's the guarantee? What are the assurances that what I'm going to get from them is genuine?
Okay.
And who do I hold responsible if it goes wrong?
Firstly, for the spare parts, like I said, because of the lack of integrity in the whole system, a lot of time you get cheated either by cost or by fake part. So you come to us and immediately, in less than, I believe, at most in 5 hours, we should get you the spare parts, the price and the details. Then if you negotiate and it's okay, we send to you. And in Nigeria, majority of, or some of the spare part, that is the one they call Benjo, the used spare part, the foreign use, they always have warranty. When you buy and it doesn't work, you always return. So there's warranty and it's certain. So you hold us responsible in cases of that.
So when your car is scanned now, there are devices that are plugged to your vehicle to scan and detect the fault.
Yeah.
If this device is plugged to my car, how do I detect?
Very simple. We have the mobile app. The mobile app is Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, or USB enabled, depending on the device you are using. This device is a Bluetooth device. So when I connect it to my car on the OBD port, I connect my mobile app to it, which is designed by us. So when you connect that mobile app, you are able to scan and get it, the fault code. And although in our first version of app, you couldn't send it directly, but the one we are working on, we can view it from our own end and tell you what to do. That is the development we are still building, working.
Okay, is that all?
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, and we have sold several of these and still selling. In case you need, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that, so we'll be collating the scores, and then we'll finally get to tell you who the first and
Okay, so our guys are computing the scores. The winner is going to go home with, how much is it again? Where are the checks? What? Don't let me fight with you. Do you have invites? Who invited you to this event? Okay, so I'm happy to say that everybody's a winner, as I said. These are micro funds, so it's just micro funding that we are giving, just a token for you to use to buy, to keep the lights on. It's not working. So while we are collating, I want to give my quick vote of thanks so that we don't stay too long after here. After here, if you have your cocktail pass, please just take this aisle into the next venue there for cocktail and light refreshments. If you do not have a pass, but you have some time, you can talk to me. If God speaks to my heart, I can, I have quite a lot of interesting people coming into the room. I guess we still have a very interesting evening ahead. Thank you so much to everybody who has made it here today. One house. I want to especially thank EcoBank. I want to thank Famous Girls. I want to thank Simon Cooper's partners, UAC Foods, Help Station, Paddy Cover, Trackit, Paper.io, and Caladium Consulting, Federal Cash. No be them approve money. I know they thank myself, no be me approve money. It's very interesting, and I'm very happy that we've done this for 6 years. Very excited about the next 4 years, the next 10 years, the next 20 years. Now, there's a very special shout out that I want to give to, my friend, JC Deco. JC Deco is one of the world's largest advertising companies. And, I want to support you guys, And, before you knew it, there was blue all over Lagos. Please let me give a round of applause to Mr. Money Dada. Stand up, don't be proud. What's wrong with you? I also have amazing set of people, Cloudsphere. I mentioned Zaha earlier. Business Day, Business Day is with us on a long partnership journey for SMEs. They've identified Caladium Consulting as the SME partner. We are collaborating to deliver the top 100 SME awards for this year. I'm also going to be speaking at that event. So if you're interested in listing your brand for that award, please let me know. I've not seen Business Day people here. I just saw them hang their banner close to my red carpet, and they just went away. I don't know who told them to go and put it there. I'll call their office. Anyway, please, if you're interested, if you want to get your brand involved in the SME ecosystem and interesting things that Business Day does for them, please let me know. Business Day is always supportive of what we do. There's also 101 Kavan. Please give them a round of applause. They are behind all of these things that we do. For the past 2-3 years now, they've been amazing in terms of the quality of work. Help Station guys have been busy out there since, doing health checks. If you have not done your health check, please go and check. This hustle life, easy. Make person no go die when they find money. Track it. God bless you. Hey, do like this, when I see you, my billionaire tech founder. Well done. Modion comes. Odion has gone. Odion is also an amazing guy. He's good. Modoc Institute. Amazing guy. Where is he? We were together at the panel, and he said, well, I like what you do. I don't know how yet, but I know that I want to work with you. I want to add value to what you do sometime. And then he saw this, and he just reached out to me that, he wants to be a media partner, and they are the ones producing, in terms of media, videos, and all of those things. They are producing the entire event, pre, post, and doing. They've been doing interviews, documentaries, and all of that. Amazing guy. Please help me give him a round of applause. Who else have I not mentioned? They don't sue me. Say, all these partners. Deca! Why you go hide? See, automotive, want yourself. You go, they block my partner. Deca is also my guy. We belong to JCI. Where is he? He's a young guy that runs a solid audio visual imagery type of business, and he said, hey, why, I want to support you and contribute to this. And that's why you see that we have a lot of sharp imagery, right? because they are amazing people. Yes, that's Murdoch. That's Murdoch. Please let me give him a round of applause. That guy is the voice behind a lot of all those sexy adverts that you see. You know, if you're a woman, if this guy talks to you, please just avoid him. Avoid him. Let's focus on the event and the cocktail. He's a great guy. You know. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. I'm amazed. We had the whole place packed upstairs. I'm amazed that we even still have this many. Now there's a last guy that I want to appreciate. You know, he's my friend, he's my partner. You know, we also belong to the same organization. He also reached out and said, oh, you know, I want to support what you're doing. And then they revamped our registration and website platform. They've also building technology platforms for a few of our community members. Please, let me give a round of applause to Cloudsphere Technologies. Cloudsphere Technologies. Must you people weave your hair for them to know that you are doing tech? Why can't your hair just be like my own? If you insult me, I'm going to... What's wrong with you? What do you mean I should cover it? Bad men are sexy. Hello, sweetie pie. So, the most important people I want to appreciate are the guys in the house. You know, clients, friends, entrepreneurs, students, entrepreneurs, everybody, especially those of you who made it to this far. Again, there is a post-cocktail event happening in there. Please join us. There's a friend of mine that couldn't make it. She partnered with us last year. And this year she said, look, I can't come home. I mean, you know, the hustle is real. You know, tech is very difficult. And she said, okay, you know what, I'm just going to support you with a few with a few USD. And before I know it, I just got pam in my account, and she just credited me with a few $100. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you so much. You know, please help me give it up for Yemisi. Yemisi is in America. She runs a company called Javat 365. Last year, yeah, I remember a couple of you onboarded last year. It's a fantastic collaboration tool for SMEs. If you do not have it, you can check Java 365, and you know it's brilliant. If you say that you are from us, you can have a trial version for I think about a year. You know, I think it was Ganu that won $100 last year from Java. Thank you so much, Yemisi and the Java team, and everybody else. I love you. See you again in 2024. So please, are you done with your scoring? Akpari George. Shana lawyer, they confuse you now. I for no call lawyer join. No. Lawyer, they confuse startup. If they ask them about compliance, she don't know say startup no they think of compliance. When you shop a level, they think of regulator. Now when you know they make money, now in compliance, they worry you. Abi, Mokparoni. You want me to see you? Better answer me quickly. I'm going to be startup. I'm a founder. Oh yeah, now very quickly. Where are Gideon? Where are the? Bring them here now. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I said I was going to do the raffle draw again, right? Okay, so you know what I will do, Aside so I'm going to give more. So I'm also going to give out the free website to 2 people. Yeah. So in addition to you are here now. I don't call your number. Now, wow. Okay, I actually promised that I was going to give some of the most participatory people. Where is Alaja? She has gone? I want to give her free websites, discretionary. Where is she? Go and call her for me. Or I'll give somebody else so she doesn't come in the next 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3. Call what? Whose name? Okay. So if you hear your number, Alaja, Tumbi, please come. Alaja, I want to hand you over to our partner Cloudsphere to help you build a brand new website. Because you added color to the event and you were very participatory. So that's the CEO of Cloudsphere Technologies. They're going to build a website for your foundation. Right? So that all those kids that you want to help, that you're helping, you'll be showing them real life. And you also build something interactive that will have a blog so that you can also be posting their stories, right?
Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Oh yeah, Alaja, I say Tewa. Alaja Snapchat. Alaja don't know Snapchat. Alaja no TikTok. Alaja Alaja Gen Z. Anyway, so number 97 for free legal clinic. So this is your third guy. This is our community guy. Now he first come. He was the first to arrive. Now God talk say your hustle no go waste. Pele hustler. Go and meet them. What's picture? Oh yeah, go and confirm. Go. You will show them here now. Them be lawyer. They know how to deal with criminals. You know if we scam them. Where is it? Money. Sorry. Okay, that's all for you, Abby. Which other thing did I want to give out? Okay, one more website, Abby. One more website. One more free website. What else did I say? One more free website. Kini manimo, mini manimo, father has a donkey, mini manimo. I would have given you, but I saw you were sleeping at some point. So I'll not give you again. Osun law. Our event going on. Number, ladies and gentlemen, one house. Why you dey laugh like that? You pay for comedy. Now comedy show you dey. I've changed it from the person I picked. So there was what are these two people or one person? So there was somebody who won on Instagram. Chiamaka was talking about what is she, UGC, are we? User generated content, something like that. We did a challenge on the internet, and this was the person who generated content the most and won himself a free website. His name is Ugochukwu Samuel Avuke. Who is that? Are you in the house? Where is he? Now you this big man, you can't collect website again. Okay. Tumbi, that's him there. That's the second person. So, what's this last person winning? Is he on that website? Should I roll it again or should I use this one? Me, I know they roll too much. When I don't be patai rolling dollar. Are you done? Oh. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the final free website for today, number 63. Now you. You need website like this. You don't need website. I can give somebody else. May God not let our size be our problem. may we know, make our helpers no think say we don't shop belly food. Now why I like my size. Nobody feel look me talk say I get money. Abi, you don't see me as I be like I get money. Shut up your mouth. Which money is waiting happen?
Simon Cooper has raffle draw package for this people that pick the three numbers. Free legal services from Simon.
We've done that already now.
Okay.
How many times you want to do them? Okay, so I have the indictment. I said an indictment. I have the verdict from my panel of judges. The fourth position, one house. I'll change my mind though. I go be like, what's the name of that INEC chairman? The one way cancel election. From the fourth position, ladies and gentlemen, just a minor token. Maybe he can buy you. I can't remember how much you give fourth person, but please give a round of applause to Asoro Automotive. Just stand. And for the third position, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to Ron's Paddy. Where are you going down? He's up here now. You gotta go stand for ground. And for the second place, what do they call it? First place, those that are doing model. How do they do them? First runner up. God bless you, Jare. For the first runner up, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for HQ Healthy. Now rig election. If there's an election, then do. Now that way for win this thing. Those who don't drink their juice, then too plenty for this place. You drank the juice. Lawyer don't confess, oh. And naturally, give it up for the first runner-up with a margin of 67.4%, OJ Tech. Please, if you are going to win this thing, you have to go and join our community if you are not already there, because we have to track your growth and your progress and expose you to additional networks and opportunities. So, for example, somebody who won our grant in Ibadan, moved on to win Tony Elumelu Foundation. She came here with her mom today, but unfortunately she had to go elsewhere. That's the kind of community that we try to build. Please, help me give them their placard. Let us take a picture. No worry, we know the talk story. We'll transfer your money today or tomorrow. I remember those days. I used to work for a client. As soon it was a betting company. As soon as you win this thing like this, all these modern day betting that they will say, oh, don't worry, you get your value the next day, the next 2 days. That one, now Ghana must go. You won, take, cash, bam. I am telling you. I mean, you laugh. Then go count down for you, give the cash. Oh yeah, give them now. Please, let us. Hey, we're going to present it now. Where is Slim? Why is Slim not staying in one place? Fisher, the judge, the chairman of panel of judges of... We should disqualify the vote of the lawyer that drank that juice. Please help us pick your trash. Please help pick your trash around you. Guys, please give them. Please help pick every trash around you, please. Thank you. Lawyer lo mu juice. Lawyer ti mu juice. Lawyer lo so dodo. Auto da. Web TV, please go and interview our people. Okay, that's fine. I go collect the money back. Please, if you were number 3, number 16, number 19, the guys that won the Simon Cooper services, please come forward, go to their stand so that they can identify you. They say they don't know you. Otherwise, I'll give it to my friends and family, and you not do anything. Number 3, 16, and 19, please come forward for identification. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for party. You can go in there for the cocktail.
Check, check.